Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
The night is finally here. Look at our beautiful map.
The returns are beginning to come rather fast.
The electoral votes have been mounting up unbelievably quickly tonight.
64 years of election returns on television.
Oh, I think we could call it a wedding of political science and electronic science.
There has never been one quite like this.
I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly.
Keep Kamala and carry on, Allah.
Tonight, all of the campaigning across all the battlegrounds comes to a close.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out.
And the trash's name is Kamala Harris.
Can we agree that is weird behavior there?
We are done with that. We're done.
And on this final day of voting, the people will decide the future of American democracy.
We will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win.
Do we believe in the promise of America? Are we ready to fight for it?
Full election night coverage with Rachel Maddow, Nicole Wallace, Joy Reid, Chris Hayes, Lawrence O'Donnell, Ari Melber, Alex Wagner, Jen Psaki, Stephanie Rule, and Steve Kornacki at the big board.
What's going to happen? Everybody has confident prediction. We get to find out.
MSNBC's special coverage of Decision 2024 begins now.
We made it, you guys. We did it. We got here. This is it. This is the night. Settle in. The first polls have just closed in Kentucky and Indiana. We're going to have some results from those states soon. All the anticipation, all the excitement, all the anxiety, all the doom scrolling, all the manic refreshing of polling averages, all the work, all the contributions, all the volunteering, all of everything anybody could think of to try to achieve their chosen outcome tonight. It has all been leading to this hour. And we know you have every choice in the world for where to spend tonight, so we're really grateful that you're spending it with us, and we hope you'll be with us through the duration. I'm here with my beloved, very calm, very centered colleagues, Nicole Wallace, Chris Hayes, Joy Reid, Ari Melber. Look, Joy is disproving me right now that you're centered. You're already doing the lean.
I'm leaning.
We got snacks, we got water, we've got caffeine. We are ready if we have ever been ready for anything. We have Steve Kornacki standing by at the big board. We've got many, many more of our MSNBC and NBC News colleagues joining us throughout the night, both here in the studio and from voting locations and key political spots around the country. After both presidential candidates held multiple rallies yesterday, today has been a little bit quieter for them. We saw Donald Trump and his wife Melania voting in Palm Beach, Florida. Kamala Harris already voted by mail. She made an unannounced stop at a Democratic phone bank in Washington, D.C. The candidate called some voters herself. That must have been an exciting eventuality. I can't believe I'm answering my landline. Who is it? And a big night, it has, as the big night arrives, it's easy to feel like this is election night, like it always is election night. But this really has been a campaign like no other. This is the campaign that overlapped with 4 criminal indictments of one of the candidates and 34 felony convictions of that candidate, for which he is scheduled to be sentenced potentially to jail 3 weeks from today. This campaign included what may have been the most consequential presidential debate in American history, back to our founding, because that debate led to an unprecedented candidate swap barely 100 days before the election. Shockingly, there were 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates. There was another blockbuster debate that went so badly for the Republican candidate that he backed out of doing any more. The campaign ended with one candidate drawing tens of thousands of people to the largest, most rip-roaring rallies she had over the course of her entire campaign, while the other candidate, who throughout his political career has been known for his raucous and huge crowds, at the end of his campaign, he was unable to fill arenas in his final week. It has been a strange and in many ways unprecedented campaign. But now today, American voters will decide whether Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris or Republican former President Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. American voters will be voting on 34 U.S. Senate races tonight, 435 House races, 11 governor's races, nearly 150 ballot measures, 10 of them alone on the issue of abortion rights. This is the first national election Since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, that remains a huge black box in the data. It remains seemingly an unpollable metric, driving a lot of the uncertainty as to what the vote count is going to show tonight. But we'll be here all night and beyond, bringing you the results as we have them. Let's start at Temple University, at a polling site in Philadelphia, with our beloved friend, NBC's Jacob Soboroff. Jacob, what have you been seeing? Who have you been talking to? What have they been telling you?
Rachel, it is a sight to behold here at Temple University. There are 1,703 different divisions in the city of Philadelphia, the county of Philadelphia. They're both the same election jurisdiction. There are 4 of them here. This line, I'm not going to go inside right now because things are very busy inside. They've just added, as a matter of fact, 2 new polling machines to this location. Based on the reporting we've been doing here all day, the line at this location, the kids at the front of the line tell me they have been in line. I shouldn't say kids, college students have been here for 2.5 hours. How long have you guys been in line, just out of curiosity?
Probably like an hour for now.
An hour for now. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I already voted. I'm just standing with her. Yeah.
So wait a minute. You already voted, but you got back in line to wait on it again?
I'm just standing with her. So I'm not lonely.
Okay, good. All right. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're almost there, guys. But Rachel, the whole idea here is, with a 2.5-hour line, this was not unexpected. And I'm not saying that this is a problem. This is very well what the Harris campaign wants to be seeing. This is a massive turnout on Election Day. Come with me. Let me show you the rest of the line. There were only about 200,000. It sounds like, I'm saying only, it sounds like a lot, but there were 200,000 out of 1.1 million registered voters who returned mail-in ballots here. That means around 500,000, based on projections of the city commissioners here, are going to vote on Election Day. At this location, it's already around 700, 800. It will definitely be far more than that by the end of the evening. How's everybody doing? First time voting?
Yes.
How you feeling?
Good.
Congratulations. How is it to wait in this line?
I mean, it's been a while, but I mean...
I just want to reassure you, you're almost there. There are snacks over there if you want them.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be okay.
Yes, it will.
Okay, good. You guys doing okay, too?
Yes, we're doing great. Kamala la.
I was going to ask who you're going to vote for, but I didn't need to.
Kamala la, because my voice matters.
First time voting?
Oh, yes. I'm excited.
Congratulations, you guys. You're almost there. Come on, Rachel. I'll show you all the way to the back of the line here. I was saying 500,000 people are going to show up, they expect, on Election Day here. As you know, this is where the Harris campaign wants to drive up the numbers to sort of counteract that T in the middle of Pennsylvania, to counteract the rural votes that the Trump campaign is expected to get. The line stretches on and on. It has been like this all day long. Originally, they had 10 voting machines inside this location. Oh, look, the snacks are here. Originally, they had 10 voting machines in the location. Now they've got 12. They're in the process of setting them up right now. There's less than 2 hours until the polls close here. Every single person, just showing the snack people. Thank you. Every person that's on this line is going to be able to get in at the end of the night. Maybe I just want to check in with people at the end. They seem to be having a serious conversation. You're at the end of the line. You're prepared to wait?
Yeah.
First time voting?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Scared. I want Kamala to win, but I think she will.
I appreciate your guys' time. Congratulations on coming out to vote for the first time. It's always an exciting thing, Rachel, to see people coming out, exercising their right to vote, especially for the first time. Here at Temple, as we always say, until all the votes are cast and counted, we don't know what happens. But this is an encouraging sign, I think, for the Harris campaign.
Jacob, I have to say, I know that it's our job to cover this, and we have all sorts of responsibilities. My single favorite thing about election season is myself voting, is casting my own vote. My second favorite thing is hearing other people who are about to vote talking about how excited they are to do it. And when it's first-time voters, it feels like it's turbocharged in terms of just like the civic jolt you get from it. I imagine you're going to be like 10 feet tall by the time you get out of there tonight.
Every single person I talk to, and I love, you know, I love walking. When I see these folks that are coming, they haven't stopped coming all day long. And we're talking about ultimately it will be thousands and thousands of people that come to this polling place alone. As you said, when they're first-time voters, there's something special about it. There's a magic to it. Earlier tonight, they had performances out here, people rallying. By the way, they even mentioned Paul Rudd was out here. It was not on my bingo card to say I saw Paul Rudd at a polling place in Philadelphia, but he was handing out water. All kinds of things are happening in extraordinary ways out here in Philadelphia on this election night 2024.
Jacob Soboroff, we will be back with you, my friend. Keep walking, keep talking to people, and give me some of what all those first-time voters are on. I'm enjoying it by proxy. Jacob, thank you. Let's go to Steve Kornacki. He's at the big board. We're getting all of our camera angles and blocking familiar here because this is going to be a familiar position for us. Steve, before we get in most of the vote, before we get in the first fully closed states, can you tell us what you're going to be watching for, what people at home should be watching for in terms of the first data we're going to get?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first data we're getting, you do see some votes here. This is the national popular vote, such as it is right now. As you say, the polls closed in a lot of Indiana, A County here. This is a heavily a Trump county, not far from Terre Haute. In Kentucky, we've got Kenton outside Cincinnati, Floyd, Coal Country, a couple counties. They're just a scattering. That's what's going on right now. But the action is going to start less than an hour from now, and it's going to start in a big way. 7 o'clock, the first battleground state poll closing. That's going to be in Georgia. And let me just give you a sense. This is going to fill in all night, but let me just give you a sense of a couple things we're going to be looking for in Georgia and beyond. So here's what happened in Georgia in 2020. I think we all remember Joe Biden won the state, first Democrat to do it since 1992. He did it by less than 12,000 votes. So what are we looking for when Georgia closes at 7? We expect a ton of vote. Like 80% of it in that first hour, 7 to 8 p.m. One place I'm going to zoom in on, I call it the blue blob. In fact, I'm going to zoom in on it right here. It's Atlanta in the immediate Atlanta metro area. These are 9 core counties, exploding population, dramatically moving towards the Democrats, diversifying in terms of demographics. More and more Democrats drawing their votes out of here. Joe Biden got almost 70% of the vote in here in 2020. More than 40% of all the votes in Georgia are going to come from this blue blob. Key question when Georgia comes in. Is it getting any bigger? And the place to look for that, see this county right here? That's Fayette County. That's where we're going to look when the polls close, because this could be an indicator for the rest of the state, for the rest of the night. Fayette County is sort of a tipping point county. Is it going to join that blob? About 12 years ago, it was more than 30 points Republican. Mitt Romney won this county by 2-1. Since Donald Trump became the Republican nominee, this very suburban county has trended fast away from the Republicans. Democrats got it down to 7. Do they flip it tonight? If they do, they got to be feeling good about what's happening in Georgia. We're going to move up to North Carolina at 7:30. Again, we expect lots of results, lots of places we could look here, but we're going to show you one key swing county. It's a smaller one outside of Raleigh here, but you take a look at it, Nash County. Now, Nash County, it's pretty racially mixed. It's about 40% black, about 50% white. Look how close it was. Joe Biden carried this in 2020. Now, Biden carried it in 20. Trump carried it in 16. Obama carried it in 12. There are not many counties that have had that trajectory in American politics. There are 25 of them. This is one of them. We're going to look at this one for a clue maybe about how North Carolina, I don't want to say Carolina, folks in South Carolina aren't going to like that, how North Carolina is going. We're up at Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. Again, lots of places to look, but we're going to zoom in on Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden is from originally. Remember now, Joe Biden won the state of Pennsylvania by just over a vote. This is Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. Look at this journey Lackawanna's been on. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along. He nearly wins the thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back up to 8.5 points for Democrats in 2020. This is a key question tonight because the Trump people think if they're going to flip Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania, and this is the heart of northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is Trump back to his 2016 level? Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now we'll go over, moving to west here, to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, it was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They have early in-person voting now for the first time. They also have pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan. So, again, Biden won this by 2.5 points. There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties, and those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats, and this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The demographics here, these have been Trump-friendly. Now, here's the test we're going to be applying throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off, here's how these two counties went. Clinton won big by about 53,000 in Oakland. In Macomb, Trump won by 48,000. The key, basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic support here, the percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word all night in Wisconsin, is bow wow. And what I mean by that, we got the 3 counties in the sort of the Fox River area here. B, Brown County. O, Outagamie County. That's where Appleton is. And W, Winnebago County. That's where Oshkosh is. And then right here, the Collar County, sort of around Milwaukee, 3 core Republican counties. That's Ozaukee County. That's Waukesha County. That's Washington County. Wow and bow. You got to go backwards to get the bow there. But the importance here is these 2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let me just show you again. These are the bow counties, and what's happened in them, they're very demographically similar here. They've got the same sort of about 85% white, a lot of blue-collar white, the median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. This collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This dropped from 10 to 7. Given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now, the wow number has been diminishing for Trump and has been diminishing for Republicans since Trump came along. You can see in 2016, Trump held more of the Republican support, almost won the wow counties by 30, lost 5 points. There's a lot of population in these counties. Waukesha County's got 400,000 people. These are places with large concentrations of college degrees, higher incomes. These are suburbs. Again, this is an area that's been good to Democrats nationally. The suburbs of Milwaukee have stayed a little more Republican than other suburbs nationally. Can Democrats make another big cut in this Republican margin here? That would be a very good night. That would give Kamala Harris a great chance in Wisconsin.
Steve Kornacki, I know this is the start of a lot of talking that you're going to do tonight and a lot of information you're going to be giving us. Thank you for that outlook on what we're going to be looking for and sort of bellwethers that we're going to be looking for with the first couple of major poll closing hours. Right now, it's about 17 minutes past the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of poll closings, of course, coming up at 7 p.m. We are just getting started right here. We're so glad that you're spending election night with us. Ahead this hour, before we get to that poll closings at 7, we've got Senator Raphael Warnock joining us live from Battleground, Georgia. We'll have Steve guiding us through the first votes as they come in. We've got so much more to get to. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It sometimes feels a little more like a steeplechase, but regardless, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did? Thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democratic nominee for president, she spent part of her day today calling voters herself at a Democratic Party phone bank in D.C. I should say she mostly called voters, but at one point she apparently did end up on the phone with an 8-year-old.
Oh, good. What's your name?
Thank you so much.
Sage? Hi, it's Kamala Harris. I can't wait for you to grow 10 years more.
I mean, every candidate has a choice what to do with their last day on the campaign trail. I feel like actually showing up and doing some work is a good example to set. I don't know, Nicole, how do you feel about the way this campaign has closed and brought us to this day?
I don't think that she could have contrasted herself with any actions more than she did in probably the last 2 days. I mean, hers has been sort of a case study in humility, right? At every big moment, she has taken her platform and asked people for their vote. She's assumed nothing. She's talked about the work, and then she goes out and she does the work. To the degree that people wondered how comfortable she'd be campaigning alongside a Cheney. Zero discomfort, zero. It has been a campaign of an extraordinary contrast, where on the other side, and again, we have no idea which one voters will choose.
Yes.
But I mean, it's an even race, and I'm always so cognizant, being from the West, that it's 324 in the West. If you live anywhere in the West, go vote. But especially if you live in Nevada, or if you live anywhere that's a battleground, don't watch us. Go vote, or put us on in your earbuds and go vote. But the contrast in the closing days is just been so profound, and being willing to do the work herself, while Republicans and battlegrounds don't see evidence of any of that kind of work. Other work's being done, right? There's a lot of stuff happening on Twitter or X or whatever it is, but not this kind of traditional campaign work of humbly asking people to vote for them, that her campaign will be about her. On the other side,
you're hearing, that Republicans aren't seeing evidence of the Republican ground game the way that Democrats are.
Correct. And in households where there are registered Republicans and Democrats, the Harris campaign has talked to them, to people with Harris signs outside, saying no one will know who you vote for. They've asked for those voters too. And so I think we'll find out if there's still power in the humility of asking for people's votes.
So much of our predictive muscle memory, Joy, about these elections is saying, well, what are Democratic voters doing and what are Republican voters doing? And one of the wild cards in this race is, are a lot of Republican voters going to be voting for Kamala Harris?
And also there are huge numbers of independent voters who are sort of in amorphous. We're not sure where they go. And, at this point in the campaign, and Nicole knows this better than I, we should turn back to that side because she's much more of an expert than I am. But at this point, you're speaking in many ways to voters who really don't pay attention to the campaign early on and know the issues necessarily. So they're looking in this last couple of weeks for indications of where they should go if they haven't decided already, or whether they should get off the couch and vote at all. And so what you've seen in the last couple of weeks, if this is an audition for managing a complex organization like the United States, Kamala Harris has passed the audition flawlessly. This has been, in many ways, a perfect campaign, a brief, and she had barely any time to put it together. But just as a managerial matter, it's been brilliantly done. She's reached out to every possible constituency, and what the campaign is talking about now is the granular get out the vote effort that you just don't see on the other side. On the other side, you're seeing Charlie Kirk, to whom the Trump campaign outsourced the parts of its ground game they didn't give to Elon Musk, going on X Twitter this morning and begging people to vote. So their ground game is to go on Twitter and beg people to vote, or X, whatever they're calling it now, whereas the Harris campaign's ground game is literally multiple taps at each door. They're going back to people, texting, calling, going to the door, do you need a ride? It's like what Obama did. It's numerous touches on voters who don't vote that often, because that's who this ground game is for.
Well, and the reason we're talking about it is because in a tight election, that stuff matters.
That's it.
I mean, I think if the polls were different, if we were at a different moment in our country's politics, this might not be the first thing you turn to us and we both say.
Yeah.
But it's not that kind of election, so far as we know.
And I think
I
just think we have a lot of clues that these late deciders really matter, and that's not always the case. Sometimes it's close, but there's other things going on. Here, late deciders matter. Some people, they know they're going to a restaurant, they look at the menu in advance online, because they're those kind of people. Other people never do that. Other people, and you say, how come you didn't do any research? Research, these are different valence level decisions for different people. Chris?
I'm sitting there at the table when we sit down being like, everyone just get to the menus. Let's be ready. Okay, she's going to come out. We're going to be all ready. Right?
I will order for everybody.
But this has to do with what you care about and what your obligations are. And other people are closer to politics or government because it's adjacent to their job or things they care about or someone in their household, and other people's less so, and it depends on the year. There are late deciders, as amazing as that might sound to someone who's followed this closely. And what did they see as they did tune in that late last 10 days, right? They saw Donald Trump demeaning people, hosting misogynist hate gatherings, talking about murdering innocent Americans who happen to be journalists, which is his special extra problem, people who can hold him to account. And they saw something very different from the closing campaign of Harris, which is, oh, wow, she's with very famous Republicans. You don't have to be a political junkie to know that the Cheneys are famous Republicans. So I'm watching Late Deciders. I'm watching the women's vote. And we have Steve Kornacki here all night. He talked about the Bow Wow counties. I want to know whether the Ohio rapper Lil Bow Wow knows about this yet, or we'll find out about it tonight.
Lil counties as well. Joining us now from Atlanta is Georgia U.S. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. Senator Warnock, it's an honor to have some time with you today. I know today is a full sprint day for all Democrats in Georgia. Thanks for being with us.
Yes, indeed. Great to be with you. Welcome again to Battleground, Georgia.
How are Democrats doing in Battleground, Georgia? Obviously, Democrats have had a lot of practice in very tight, very consequential races in your state in the last few years. How would you stack up the effort in Georgia right now versus what we've seen in those critical earlier elections that we've covered so tightly here?
Yeah, we've been through a few tight races in Georgia. I might know a little something about those races. But I have to tell you, I've been moving all across this state. Today I was in the metro Atlanta area. I was in Fayette County, which all of us will be watching tonight. And I can tell you there's a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm. We'll see how that turns out tonight. I was also down in Fulton County, just moving around our state. Last week, or a couple of days ago, I was in Macon, Bibb County. There's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement on the ground. I was down in my part of the state, down in South Georgia, Liberty County, and also Savannah, Georgia. I have to tell you the story. I was visiting my mom, because there's no way I can go down to Savannah and not visit my mom. And one of these young canvassers literally came and knocked on the door. He was looking for my niece, who had lived there a little while ago when she was in school, and he asked, was she there, and was she planning to vote, and we went through the whole questionnaire. I think he was so focused on his job, it never occurred to him that he was talking to his United States Senator.
I love the debriefing that canvasser is going to have at the end of the day. I talked to this guy. His name is Ruff something Warnock. I don't know. He gave me that. I can just imagine the heads exploding.
But just as you described, but that is the effort of the Harris campaign. Literally going out, knocking on doors, engaging neighbor to neighbor, asking people for their vote. This is democracy in progress.
Senator, we've been talking a lot about how there are things about this election and the sort of modeling that people do in terms of trying to predict what's going to happen in this election that feels harder than usual, in part because the 2020 election cycle was so specific and so different because of COVID, but also because of some other things. Fundamentally, what it comes down to, when we think about that modeling, is getting out base voters, but also persuadable voters who are in the middle, and maybe persuading some voters who were on the other side to cross the line and vote for your candidate. What can you tell us in Georgia about the balance of the effort there between that traditional getting out the base vote and the persuasion effort?
Well, you certainly cannot take your base for granted. You've got to get out there. You've got to ask them for their vote. And we saw that from Kamala Harris. You know, there was concern, right? Everybody was talking a few weeks ago about black men and whether they were going to vote for Donald Trump. Well, I will see tonight, but I've never believed that there'll be huge waves of black men voting for Donald Trump. Our biggest threat was apathy, lack of engagement, not understanding or getting just how serious this is. I think if we turn out our coalition, black men, black women, other people of color, we turn out students, we turn out those independents, even those Republicans who are deeply disaffected by what they are witnessing in their own party, that's how we win. I have to tell you, I'm glad to be a part of a party that feels like our outcomes are likely better. Our future is with an expanding electorate. We want to see more people, not less, show up. We want to see every eligible American vote, and we want to reassure them, in spite of what we're hearing tonight, I need to say that their vote counts. And the way to respond to these threats and the things that we're hearing, the games that are being played even by some of our foreign adversaries, the way to respond to that is to show up. It's safe to vote. And we've got more time, so Georgia, show up. And let's do for the country what we did in 2020, 2021, and 2022.
Senator Raphael Warnock of the great state and the all-important swing state of Georgia. Sir, thank you. I can see the energy, sort of, you're exuding this energy that everybody in the country is feeling right now. But to have you for this hour means a lot to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Keep the faith.
Right. Much appreciated. I will say what he referenced there in terms of foreign adversaries, there were false bomb threats that were phoned into a Fulton County polling place today. Both federal and state officials now saying that they ascribe those false bomb threats that were phoned in Fulton County, they ascribe them to Russia. Of course. They're never going to leave us alone. But do we care? No, we don't care. All right, much more ahead. We're going to check in with voters. Steve Kornacki's watching the votes already coming in. Stay with us. Big night.
Worried about it being a very tight race, and we won't find out tonight, and the anxiety is just going to drag on. So I'm definitely worried about it.
Like with Trump, it seems kind of like doomsday scenario to vote for him. Harris seems like at least a more normal politician, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Trump seems off his rocker. Like he's just insane.
Voters in Nevada and also in Georgia, echoing something that Georgia voter just said. We've just heard online from former President Barack Obama. He and his wife, former First Lady Michelle Obama, have been among the most effective campaign surrogates and high-profile endorsers of Vice President Kamala Harris. Former President Obama just posted this. It took several days to count every ballot in 2020. It's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard today. Number one, thousands of election workers around the country are working hard today. Respect them. Thank them. Number two, don't share things before checking your sources. And number three, let the process run its course. It takes time to count every ballot. That from former President Barack Obama today. In contrast, former President Trump, the Republican candidate today, sent out an online post that seems like an effort to intimidate Philadelphia voters. I'm just going to say it. A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, to which Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner responded. He said, quote, the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald Trump. There is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have invited complaints and allegations of improprieties all day. If Donald Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now, right now. We are not holding our breath. Again, that's the district attorney in Philadelphia. I want to play you one piece of sound. This is just shy of 1 minute of sound from that same district attorney, Larry Krasner, speaking last night, advising anybody who's thinking about committing crimes or threatening violence on Donald Trump's behalf in this election as to what they can expect from law enforcement in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia in particular if they try it. This is strong sound. Watch.
I want people to be reassured that when they get up tomorrow to go vote, if they have not voted already, that everybody in this city is working and has been working for months to make sure that there will be nothing tough about that experience and nothing to fear in that experience. But I also want to be clear, anybody who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out. Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out. We do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly juries, and we have the state prisons. So if you're going to try to turn an election into some form of coercion, if you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out.
We're not playing. I'm amazed that he said F throughout and didn't let that go. Chris, I mean, this issue has to loom over this election because of what happened when Donald Trump lost the last election. But I do feel like it's not just one party in that expectation. Law enforcement is part of that expectation, too, and they know what the other side is telegraphing in terms of potential crime or violence.
Yeah, and I think it's those sort of clear messages. The first thing he started with, I think, is really important, which is it's safe to vote. I mean, one of the concerns that was expressed, and one of the things I think we even wrestled with in our coverage leading up to today, is the idea that the perception of chaos, the perception of menace and threat, can serve the purpose even in the absence of actual chaos, menace, and threat, which is to say people get freaked out or they think like the polling place is going to be unsafe, and sending the message like things are, you've seen, you know, we've seen the images from Philadelphia and Temple University sending that message. It is safe to vote. It is an orderly process. And I will reiterate again, a thing that we've reiterated many times since 2020. There are thousands of people, Democrat and Republican, staffing poll sites today, doing their job with fidelity to the Constitution, with fidelity to the democratic process that is lacking at the top of the ticket of the Republican nomination, who is sending out these wild tweets. Like, there's so many people across the ideological spectrum, across the partisan spectrum, who are just staffing various centers across this country in every pocket and corner, just doing the right thing today already on the election. And it's an indicator, again, of like why leadership matters so much. Because the loudest voices at the top not being that way, that's the dangerous part.
Watching us, just that line from President Barack Obama saying, thank them, respect them, and thank them. It's like, oh, right, normal leadership that calls on the better angels of our nature. I want to jump to Steve Kornacki here just for a moment. Steve, I understand we don't expect usually much that tells us anything from the earliest votes out of Indiana and Kentucky, but I understand that there might be something interesting that we're seeing early out of Indiana.
Yeah, there is. I've been saying to folks before this, if in this 6 o'clock hour we get one county between Indiana and Kentucky that could be useful as a barometer for later, it'll be Hamilton County. Hamilton County is right here, and it's blue, and it's directly north of Indianapolis. Let me call it up for you. We've got about 60% of the vote in now in Hamilton County. They're going a little bit faster in Indiana than we've gone before. I didn't hype this too much because I didn't think we'd have numbers. We do. Now, what this reflects, we believe, is the early vote, is the mail-in vote. That's going to be the most Democratic friendly. But now they're getting into the same day vote, it appears, too, which is the more Republican friendly we expect. So you're getting more of a mix in here. Now the significance of this is we don't think Indiana's up for grabs, but Harris is leading by 1 with about 60%. And let me just show you and see if you were watching earlier, this might look familiar. Look what's been happening in Hamilton County in the Trump era. I'll be using the term Trump era a lot tonight. I'm talking about 2016 to the present, because 2012 is the last pre-Trump era presidential election we had. Mitt Romney was the Republican nominee, and Romney, like all Republicans before him, used to absolutely clean the Democrats' clocks in Hamilton County. This is a big, growing suburban county, bedroom communities. This has the highest level of educational attainment, meaning the highest concentration of voters with 4-year degrees or beyond. Again, we've been talking about these as Trump-hostile, Democratic-friendly voters. That's what you've been seeing. Romney by 34, 2012. Trump only by 19 in 2016. Look at that slippage. Last time around, look how close the Democrats, they got it down to 7. If you were watching earlier, this might remind you of a county outside Atlanta we're saying is going to be key. The question here in Hamilton, as in that county in Georgia, can the Democrats flip it tonight? It won't really mean anything, we think, in Indiana, but this county demographically is similar to counties we're going to be talking about all night in battleground states. So this may be an early barometer. And I caution, it's only 60%. We have a lot of the vote. There's still a lot to come, probably a fair amount, if not all, same day there. So we want to see how that breaks. But the key here is, are the Democrats making progress, further progress? Trump, lost a lot of ground in 16, even more in 20. Could the Democrats get this to within, a point or two? Could they actually flip a county like Hamilton? If they do, and this may be overtaken by Georgia soon, but we're keeping an eye on these next few minutes because this could be a test of what's to come in some of those other counties. I mentioned Fayette County, outside Atlanta, a lot of similarities between here and there.
Steve, I'm going to ask you an Indiana question. Absolutely brush me back if you don't have this. I haven't asked you in advance if you've got it. But given that we do have some significant vote out of Indiana, do we have anything on the governor's race?
We can call it up right now, as a matter of fact. And that's the Hamilton County governor's race, not surprisingly. So, yeah, you've got 50. This is the first time I'm seeing it, actually. But Mike Braun, the senator, leading the Democrat here by 15 points. Just we can compare that to the presidential race. So you got 15 there for one. And he's running about 4 points behind Trump's number statewide right now, which, you know, again, given where the expectations are, we'll see where it shakes out in Indiana, but given where the expectations are, the Democrats would probably need more separation from the Trump-Harris race if they're going to win Indiana than 4 points.
Fantastic. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate it. That Indiana governor's race, just one of those potential wild cards that we're watching for tonight. That's Republican U.S. Senator Mike Braun, who left the Senate essentially to run for this governorship. Jennifer McCormick, a former Republican in Indiana. She was state school superintendent. She left the Republican Party. She's just been running an unexpectedly strong race for governor in Indiana in what's considered to be a deep red state. So that's one keeping an eye on, and we are getting in real vote from Indiana already. All right, we got lots still to come. Votes here already. Lots of people to hear from. We'll be right back.
What's the biggest issue for you?
Our democracy. I feel his way is going to be really crazy, and I just would fear not only for my democracy, but I'm old, my children, my grandchildren, my grandchildren's children, and that's how I really looked at it.
Are you comfortable sharing who you voted for?
I voted for Harris.
Yeah.
I also.
Voters there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania earlier today. This is a look at a voting line in Reno, Nevada. So if you see Washoe County, Nevada, that's Reno. And these are some voters queued up there today. In Nevada, there's been so much attention to so many of the western swing states, Arizona and Nevada in particular, and the critical importance of even non-swing states like California and Washington to the ultimate tally in terms of who controls the House of Representatives in particular. We won't be getting poll closings in any of those places for quite some time, but we'll have eyes on them throughout the night. I want to bring into the conversation now our colleagues Simone Sanders Townsend and Michael Steele and Claire McCaskill. All three of these guys are veterans of political campaigns. They are our political insiders for the night. Among them, our beloved colleague, Jen Psaki, standing by with our insiders. Hey, Jen.
Hey, Rachel. This is the point in the evening that every political campaign rat, like all of the people at the table and myself, are texting everyone they know to see what they can learn. That's exactly what they've been doing. Simone was on the phone until about 30 seconds ago, and Michael and Claire have also been texting everyone they know. So let me start with you, Simone, because you've been talking to state party chairs. This is the point in the evening where people are seeing signs of turnout. Like I've heard the Philly turnout is higher than they expected in a good way for the Harris team. What are you hearing from the people you've talked to, specifically about, say, Georgia, which is a poll closing that's happening soon?
Look, I'm hearing the turnout is high, the lines are long, the Democrats are very encouraged by what they're seeing specifically from college campuses, in Wisconsin especially. There are schools, O'Hare and McClass, and they sit in the 3rd Congressional District in Wisconsin, for example. That's important. Those students at those schools, they could flip a congressional district. They could be the difference between the Democrat winning that race or the Republican, and definitely turn out for Vice President Kamala Harris. So folks feel good. I also did get some, obviously, I know Georgia is closing soon, but in Milwaukee, there was that whole thing with the ballots and the Milwaukee ballots being recounted. I asked, is there a real concern about that? And even the Milwaukee County GOP chair just noted that even the chair doesn't think that they were tampered with, and the Democrats and the Republicans in the state, they just want to ensure that all the ballots are counted. They just want to be safe. So Democrats are encouraged.
Abundance of caution. That's okay. Yes. Keep counting. Okay, Claire, you grew up in the Senate with a lot of people who are up for election this year, who you speak of in, very informal ways. The rest of us don't. We call them senator. But how are you hearing from them? What are they saying about where the races sit in those key Senate seats?
Yeah, I'm going to need oven mitts to handle my phone before the night's over. It is smoking. Listen, I think having talked to Senator Schumer, Chuck, earlier today, I think they're cautiously optimistic about a state that I'm going to keep my eyes on, and that's Texas. Mm-hmm. Keep in mind that there just was the big story about the Texan woman who died because of, and you've got a lieutenant governor down there who's trying to get the court to force women to give him their medical records. There's just a lot going on down there around the Trump abortion ban, and it's really draconian in Texas. And I think that between that and Cancun, Ted Cruz has his hands full
As in where
down
Ted
there.
Cruz went, yes.
The others are close. Feel pretty good about Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. Sherrod and John in Montana and Ohio. They've got the roughest road to go. Frankly, we have no business even talking about holding the Senate based on the map that the Senate had this time, the Democrats in the Senate had this time. It's a really tough map.
It is, and just to add to that, as you know well, what's hard when you run in a presidential year in a red state in the Senate is you have to run so far ahead of the person who's at the top of the ticket and rely on split ticket voting, which is really challenging to do. Okay, Michael Steele, you're always hearing all sorts of things.
Yeah.
What about some of your Republican friends and colleagues out there? What are they're all at the bar?
They're all at the bar. Yeah.
Can we go?
Yeah, I think we're going.
Let me ask you about this.
Or we can just bring the bar here. That's what I'm talking
not
about.
quite yet. It's a little early.
not-
I'm in the coffee phase of the evening. But let me ask you about North Carolina, because you have been very hot to trot on North Carolina.
have.
So what are you hearing from people on the ground
Look,
right now?
there are a couple of things that I think are really important to stoke here. And North Carolina is one of them, as the feeling is she's going to pick up North Carolina, which aligns with what I saw 6-8 weeks ago. And we talked about it on our show quite a bit, that there are things on the ground there that were very important to take note of. One of them was the undervote that was happening in states like North Carolina.
The quiet vote.
The quiet vote. And you know where you saw that play out? Iowa. Iowa is one big crosstab for this night. And when you go and you look at what happened in Iowa and you start peeling it back to and applying it to other states, you begin to see a pattern. And so when you're starting to look at how this is playing out, North Carolina becomes very, very interesting. The reality of it is the gubernatorial candidate there is dragging down the presidential candidate. And that is, which is amazing, given that the presidential candidate is pretty good at doing that on his own. But it speaks to one of the things that I keep trying to emphasize and help people understand. Elections are not just top-down enterprises. It's not just about electing a U.S. senator. It's about electing the state rep or the state senator who's going to help her get her number. Because unless she's fantabulous and doesn't have to worry about down-ballot races play an important role in how top of the line, top of the ticket outcomes manifest.
Such an interesting thing to watch. A big part of the Georgia story from 2020 was that. All right, Rachel, all of the insiders are texting. Everybody's talking. We'll come back with more updates in a bit.
All right, well, we'll send over some portable chargers and some oven mitts for Claire. Alex, I'll actually extend to you the same sort of question that Jen just gave to the insiders there, which is, what have you been hearing? With sort of a vibes check beyond just looking at the data.
Well, I mean, I will say from the raft of undecided voters and just people out in the world that I talked to in battleground states over the course of the last few weeks, everyone's focused on women. Everyone's focused on the gender divide. Everyone, you know, Michael Steele mentioned the quiet vote, the notion that women are going into the booth and pulling a lever that's different from the lever their husbands are pulling. That was a direct appeal from the Harris campaign. But also this phenomenon, and there's a great piece in The Atlantic today by Elizabeth Broning about what wives want and what married women are going to do. Because traditionally married white women have given their votes to Trump in the last 2 election cycles. Does abortion change that calculation? Are women who are married seeing their fates tied more to women elsewhere? Is this a moment for, I guess, not to be heavy-handed about it, but sisterhood? Can abortion unite women in states where abortion access isn't threatened to the fates and risks faced by women in states where abortion access is threatened? And I think that's a huge question. It's going to, in many ways, maybe even determine the outcome of the election, how women see each other in each other's shoes.
It's a practical matter. In the case of a national abortion ban, even if you're already in a state with a ban, means there'd be nowhere to go. Exactly. Means there'd be no escape. All right, this election alert means we are getting to our first big poll closing in about 7 seconds at the top of the hour. We've got 6 states closing, and here are our first projections of the results in these states. Starting with Georgia. In the great state of Georgia, the presidential race in Georgia at this hour, NBC News projects it is too early to call, although we do expect we'll get a lot of Georgia vote very quickly. Moving on to Kentucky, where we had some polls close an hour ago, but now the state of Kentucky is closed. There, NBC News projects that Donald Trump has won the presidential election in Kentucky. Moving to the Northeast, to Vermont, NBC News projects that Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of Vermont. Moving now to Virginia. NBC News projects that in the state of Virginia, the presidential race is too early to call. Moving now to South Carolina. South Carolina polls are closed, and NBC News projects that it is too early to call. And finally, our last poll closing of this hour is in Indiana. We had Indiana, some polls closed an hour ago. Now the state of Indiana has closed. NBC News projects that in Indiana, the race is too early to call. I will say we are expecting quite a lot of vote from Georgia and most of Florida, even as some of Florida's voting precincts are not closed. We'll get a lot of that vote soon. Right now, in terms of the road to 270, we're very early on that road. Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 3. Let's take a look at what we've got in the Senate race thus far. We do have some Senate races in states that have just closed. In Virginia, we've got Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine and Hung Cao, who is the Republican challenger right there. NBC News projects that the Virginia Senate race is too early to call. Going now to Indiana. In the Indiana Senate race, we've got Republican Jim Banks and Democrat Valerie McRae. Indiana projects that, NBC News projects that the Indiana Senate race is too early to call. And up to Vermont, where incumbent independent who caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie Sanders, is facing Republican Gerald Malloy in Vermont. The Senate race, NBC News projects, is too early to call. Let's look at a couple of governor's races. In Indiana, we have a very closely watched governor's race, which itself is interesting given Indiana's reputation as a strong red state. Republican Mike Braun versus Democrat Jennifer McCormick. The Indiana governor's race is too early to call. And finally, the Vermont governor's race. At this hour, between Republican incumbent Phil Scott and Democratic challenger Esther Charleston, the Vermont governor's race is too early to call. Those are our initial projections for the first big round of poll closings. But there's going to be a whole night full of them. Steve, what have we got since we last spoke to you?
Yeah, so what's about to happen here in Georgia is that by this new state law, every early vote from every county has to be reported out in the 7 to 8 o'clock hour. The early vote is more than 4 million votes. We know that. It's about 80% of all the votes. So we're just waiting. This could start lighting up any second if it goes to plan. While we wait for that, I do want to show you Florida, because Florida is a state that counts super fast. And while we don't think of Florida as that competitive tonight, one that we wanted to look at and I wanted to flag is right here. This is Osceola County. This is a biggie just south of Orlando. Why am I flagging this? Because this is one of 3 Hispanic majority counties in Florida, and this county has the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans of any county in Florida. 1/3 of the population in Osceola County is of Puerto Rican descent. So obviously, given the events in the campaign trail, we were very interested to see what plays out here. Now, here's the backdrop for it. Donald Trump has actually been doing much better in this county than Republicans have done in the past. Donald Trump lost this by 25 when he first ran. Look at this in 2020. We talked about his Hispanic voter growth in 2020. A 25-point deficit became a 14-point loss. This was one of his biggest leaps in Florida. What you're looking at here is even closer right now with the vote that we're looking at in Osceola. Now, take this one step further. What we get in Florida in these initial batches is the early vote. It's the vote by mail combined with the early in-person vote. Usually in Florida, this initial number, and it's 70% of the vote, is as good as it gets for a Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on Election Day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump, in one of the most heavily Hispanic counties in Florida here, is poised to take another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, you know, the fact that there's a large Puerto Rican population has made this of particular interest. We'll see, because there's the possibility here, these patterns we're used to where Republicans vote more on Election Day, you know, maybe that blows up a little bit this year, but we're going to see. That's been the pattern. We wanted to keep an eye out for that county. Again, all eyes, though, on Georgia. I'm hoping to see some light up here. What they're doing in Georgia, just so you know, I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting states in the country. Of all the big states, it is the most efficient. What they're doing in Georgia is trying to replicate what they do in Florida. In Florida, the law is Half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour, all reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law that they're first time it's been in effect here. That's the aim of this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes past 7, nothing yet. But again, if it goes to plan, we're going to get a lot fast here.
Chris.
Just something to keep your eye on in Florida tonight. The last New York Times Siena poll had Trump up 13 points in Florida, which is sort of an outlier and surprised a lot of people. One thing I'm looking at tonight is what you might call the Florida heat sink effect, which is we have the Electoral College. I think it's a terrible system, but it's what we have. From the Electoral College standpoint, it makes no difference whether you win Florida by 1 point, 10 points, or 20 points. There are many MAGA diehards who have moved to Florida over the last 4 years. We know this from moving data from colder Midwestern states that are in play. There is the possibility that Donald Trump and Republicans end up on the wrong side of that trade.
Let me interrupt you here for a second. We do have a couple of additional calls. In Indiana, in the presidential race in Indiana, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won in the state of Indiana. We've got an additional Indiana call in the Senate race. The Indiana Senate race, NBC News now projects that Republican Jim Banks has won that race. Again, early calls just after poll closings in Indiana. There is an additional race in Indiana that we are watching that's got nationwide eyes on it, which, again, is a remarkable thing given Republican prospects broadly in Indiana. But that governor's race in Indiana has been one to watch, and so we'll keep eyes there. So sorry to interrupt you.
No, just to finish that point, that we know that a lot of conservatives have moved to Florida. We've seen it in the voter registration data. We know the state is moving to the right, partly because of influx of folks. There is an inefficiency in the Electoral College to winning Florida by 10 or 13 points. I personally think we should have a national popular vote. It shouldn't matter if you move from Saginaw, Michigan, down to Orlando, how much your vote counts. But it does matter for our purposes. And so one of the things I'm looking at tonight is that Florida margin. Yeah. Because it might be much bigger, and you might think, oh, wow, that shows strength. That might actually not be the best outcome for Republicans in terms of the efficiency of the distribution geographically of their vote.
One of the calls that we just got on the presidential race was the first call for Vice President Harris. She has been projected by NBC News to be the winner in Vermont, and I reiterate that now because, interestingly, Vermont's governor is a Republican. His name is Phil Scott. There isn't a call yet in the Vermont governor's race. It's still too early to call. But Governor Phil Scott of Vermont walked out of his polling place today and said this. He said, quote, "I did some soul searching and thought about a lot of different things and came to the conclusion that I had to put country over party. I voted for Kamala Harris," the Vermont Republican governor up for re-election in a very blue state, saying that he crossed party lines to vote for the Democratic nominee for president.
Yeah. And that is also the question that is laying out there. You were talking about Florida, and so, I've always got to text my Florida friends. It's kind of what I do. But the other interesting thing that's happened is that you've seen a lot of Florida voters migrate. Republicans have been winning the voter registration game for a long time in the state of Florida, but independents are winning it harder. And so you're starting to see a big part of that electorate in Florida be independent and no party affiliated. And the turnout, it looks like, as statewide voter turnout, and we'll get all the final numbers of, when we get them approved to say, but it's looking like it's going to be like a quarter independent. Now, that does not mean that Donald Trump is going to, obviously, Florida is a Republican state, but it does throw into kind of the air kind of what happens with particularly white and Latino voters who may have in the last week, to your point, watched Donald Trump do some really strange, crude, odd things that I think this Vermont Republican governor also watched, and people in the end who decide late going, there are some indications that late breakers are leaning toward Harris.
And I think we should watch for that also in states that have a lot more money and ads and energy pouring into them. What was so interesting about Iowa, and now we get to learn tonight or in the coming days how it lands, but Iowa was outside of these holy 7 battleground states that really one of the few things the campaigns agree on. Both campaigns said it looks like these 7, and then maybe there's more. And so what happens in those final really key 10 days and whether places that aren't getting pummeled with ads got news and information, And the women's vote, whether that breaks one way or the other, is what we're watching for as well.
Well, and also you have to keep in mind that a lot of those undecided voters who are making game time calls want to vote for a winner. And it's, I mean, I really think this is unscientific.
Good point. Yeah.
But the last week has been a very good close for Kamala Harris, not a good close for Donald Trump. He hasn't been able to fill the rallies. He's addled. He has racist comedians opening. Whatever. It's been a trashy week for Donald Trump. It's been a very strong week for Kamala Harris. And if you're sitting there in the line thinking, I want to vote for the person who has a W at the end of their name after this is all over, that's a good thing for Kamala
And can I just add that I think it's important for us to say that, if you're watching, as Nicole said, stay in line. There have been some extended voting hours, so I just want to, say to people, hopefully you're listening to us on Sirius XM and not at home if you are in one of these states. And NBC now is able to report this as well. You have Cambria County, Pennsylvania. You have extended voting until 10 p.m. Eastern because there were voting machine outages this morning. This is a court order. So if you're in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, if you're in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, extended till 9:30. There are 2 precincts in Cobb County, Georgia, that will be open for another 10 minutes. So if you're in line, per judge's orders, you can still vote. 2 precincts in North Carolina, Wilson County, and 1 in Burke. Both were extended till 8 p.m. Eastern time. And 1 more, St. Clair County, Alabama. A judge has ruled that polling locations affected by ballot printing issues stay open until 9. So I think to that point, late breakers are probably they're election day voters for the most part. So don't get out of line. And also be careful what you're hearing in those lines. We've seen a lot of threats. We've seen a lot of sort of strange rumors. Try not to spread them. Don't text them to people. Don't spread disinformation on accident. Just stay in line and do your thing. You got one job. Vote.
Don't be dissuaded. Don't be afraid.
That's
don't let anybody talk you out of it.
Exactly.
While we are waiting for what we expect to be a large number of votes reported out of Georgia, let's go live to Scottsdale, Arizona, where Liz Kreutz has been talking to voters as they've been queued up to vote in Arizona. Liz, what have you seen today?
Hey, Rachel. Yeah, we are in the critical Maricopa County. Often people say so goes Maricopa County, so goes the state. And right now there's a very long line here at this polling location in Scottsdale right now. We'll show it to you. Maybe about 60 or 70 people here in line waiting. And some people saying it's taking about an hour for them to get inside there. Part of that is because of this long 2-page ballot here in the state. It's the longest ballot the state's had since 2006, so it just takes a long time to fill out. But not every polling place has a line this long. In fact, there are even there's a Republican group here that's been renting out a bus that they're calling the Trump train, and they're actually shuttling people from here to a nearby polling location that doesn't have as long of lines. There's also signs here that say it's fine, stay in line. So they're hoping people don't see this and get discouraged. As we talk about turnout, though, Rachel, right now, I think Republicans are feeling pretty encouraged here at this moment. Coming into today in Maricopa County, there were more than 1.5 million voters who had cast their ballots. Today, Maricopa County has seen more than 200,000 people cast their ballots. 40% of those ballots today have been from those independent voters, 39% from Republican, 21% from Democrat. Going into today, Republican turnout had been higher, which is to be expected since voter registration among Republicans is higher than Democrat here. I think Democrats have been hoping they'd see some high turnout today. So they're certainly going to be banking on those independent voters, those other voters, to see how they break and if they go for Harris here in Arizona. Rachel.
Liz, thank you. Liz Kreutz in Maricopa County. Really long ballots in Arizona. Maricopa County voters on average being asked to vote on 79 different items on their ballot. Seriously. But while we were checking in with Liz, we got the first big batch of votes out of Georgia. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah. Okay, so as we said, we expect a ton to come in here, and what's supposed to happen is all of the early vote. That includes vote by mail and in-person early voting that's been going on the last few weeks. All of that needs to be reported out by all of these counties in the first hour. So what we're seeing so far is it may be in some of these counties they're going to report that incrementally because it's varying what we're getting. But I'll tell you, I talked about, if you were watching earlier, what we call, or I call at least, the blue blob, which is the immediate Atlanta metro area. And 2 counties there, this is where Democrats are just trying to run up the score. Two counties here have substantial vote in right now. One of them right here is Douglas County. And you can see here, this is about 3/4 of the vote. And again, that is probably all of the early vote that was cast here. Now, to put this in some perspective, Harris basically beating Trump 2-1. This is one of these counties where the population's been growing. It's been diversifying, sort of an emerging suburb. It's now, the population's now about half black. It's a place Republicans used to win. Harris up 2-1 here. Last time around, Biden won this 62-37. He won won by 25. Currently, Harris is about 32.5 up on Trump. The key question here, and this is going to be the key question in Georgia as we start to get these big batches around the state. What we expect from the past is that the rest of the vote in Douglas County is going to be more Republican friendly. It's going to be the Election Day vote, the people who went out and voted today. You remember from 2020 that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming. We still suspect it's going to be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66-33-6 Harris over Trump. When this gets up to 100, has this moved? How much has this moved? Because that is going to be the story sort of statewide. If Harris lands somewhere around here in Douglas, that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing more out of this big population-dense, immediate Atlanta metro area. Again, I'm just showing you how this county has evolved politically. Look at this. It was a battleground in 2012. Donald Trump came along, lost it by 10. Biden 25, now 32 for Harris. Democrats in all these counties, these 9 counties right around Atlanta, this is what they want. They want to keep driving that number up, keep running up the big margins there because they've been suffering losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a look now. Again, this is part of that blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in some perspective. Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51.5. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then, if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County. This one has remained red, as all these other counties in here have turned blue, but it's been getting close. Now, this is when I say they may be reporting votes out incrementally here. I think we got all the early at once in these other 2 counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there were a lot more early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high-income, high college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history. This was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along. Look at that Republican margin drop. Look at it drop further. Democrats want to be flipping this county tonight. We only have 6%. We need a lot more vote here. But this one we're going to keep looking at because I think it's a test for more broadly how the night might be going for Democrats in Georgia. Just taking a look here, we can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia. So the question for Trump here, he's going to be winning these counties with 75, 80% of the vote. Trump just does not want to have slippage of, 2-3 points even in these places from what he got in 2020. So let's just take a look here. Again, this is relatively small, but this is, okay, Trump got 81.3 in 2020. He's at 80.3 right now. This is the early vote from Union County. Remember, one of these things that we saw in Georgia was Republican voters who were very hesitant to vote early, to vote by mail in 2020, really embraced early voting, especially in Georgia, just based on the numbers we were seeing from the early vote process. So look at all the early vote that came in from Union, very different from 4 years ago. And again, if the remaining 15 or so % from Union is more Republican than what's come out, Trump could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020, because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state. And if Trump's losing a point or two in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, with Gwinnett. Let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. I'm just
all
quickly,
right. So
here you go.
Georgia making good on its promise that it would produce a lot of votes very early. Let me just tell you one thing about Georgia. We're looking at Georgia vote right now because Georgia polls closed at 7. But as Joy was mentioning earlier, there are a number of precincts in Georgia where polls are still open because of a variety of reasons. There were a dozen precincts spread across DeKalb County, Fulton County, and Gwinnett County where precincts were able to extend their hours. They had to extend their hours because there were false bomb threats that were made in those polling locations. So again, a dozen precincts in DeKalb County. There's 6 of them in DeKalb, 5 in Fulton, 1 in Gwinnett County. There's an additional 2 precincts in Cobb County, 1 in Glynn County. Those have also been allowed to remain open late due to some other issues. So even though we are talking about the Georgia vote coming in and Georgia polls being closed, there's more than a dozen locations statewide where voting is still happening. So if you are within the sound of our voice and you are still in line to vote in Georgia, and your voting place is still open, stay in line. You will be allowed to vote. Don't let anybody tell you to get out of line. The other thing I need to tell you is that coming up in less than 9 minutes is our next big closing of a big important swing state, and that is North Carolina. We're going to take a break right now because when we come back on the other side of the break, we're going to have North Carolina's Democratic governor joining us here live. Don't miss it. Stay with us. We are just moments away from polls closing in the very, very important swing state of North Carolina. Joining us now is North Carolina's Democratic Governor Roy Cooper. Governor Cooper, it's a real honor to have you with us. We know this is crunch time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we've left it all on the field in North Carolina. A lot of sunburns, a lot of tired people, but I feel very good about where we are, that's for sure.
As we head toward this imminent poll closing in just a few minutes, how has Election Day gone in North Carolina? Have you had any significant glitches, anything you didn't foresee, anything that you want to tell voters just before the polls close?
We haven't. We've had safe and secure elections in North Carolina for decades. Things went smoothly today. We had a lot of people voting. We had very high early voting, and I was particularly impressed with the 55.5% of the early vote being women, and that's compared to 54% in 2020. We know what happened in North Carolina with Donald Trump's overturning of Roe v. Wade. By one vote, the Republican legislature overrode my veto of a 12-week abortion ban. I think that's going to play significantly in this race. Donald Trump has to win North Carolina in order to be president. If Kamala Harris can pull this off, which I think she can, she will be the next president of the United States. We've seen a lot of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in North Carolina over the last few weeks. They're clearly worried about winning North Carolina. We hope that we can pull this off for Vice President Harris and a lot of important down ballot races in North Carolina, including our next governor.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, sir, because alone among the sort of 7 big swing states, you've had a national audience for your down ballot races because you've got some very controversial Republican candidates running for big jobs. Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate for governor, who has referred to himself reportedly as a Nazi. You've got a public schools chief candidate on the Republican side who has called for former President Obama to be executed on live television. I mean, you got some characters down ballot. What's the relationship between those down ballot races and those really extreme candidates and what's happening at the top of the ticket with the presidential?
Well, it shows you where the Republican Party is in North Carolina. They've nominated the most extreme slate of right-wing candidates in the history of our state, and maybe in the history of the country. In North Carolina, it will be so important to make sure that we win these races. And when you have a presidential race and a gubernatorial race, it obscures these down ballot races, and they have a difficult time getting the word out. I do think, however, that these races have become so important, with the governor's race over with Josh Stein over Mark Robinson, with the superintendent of public instruction, with our attorney general. Jeff Jackson is running against Dan Bishop, who is part of the Marjorie Taylor Greene group in Congress. I believe that people going to the polls, voting for these Democratic candidates, will end up helping Kamala Harris in her presidential race. I think with her ground game that she has had in North Carolina, it's the best that I've ever seen here. And with that bottom-up help, you've got a top-down and a bottom-up converging here, hopefully for our success a little later on tonight.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, about 90 seconds away from poll close in your state. It's an honor to have you with us here tonight, sir. Thanks for joining us, and we're sure we'll be checking in with you again.
Thanks, Rachel.
While we've been speaking with Governor Cooper, we have a projection to make. NBC News can now project that in the great state of Vermont Senator, independent senator, caucuses with the Democrats, Bernie Sanders has been reelected as Vermont's senator. That means NBC News has projected in Vermont that Kamala Harris has won the presidential there and Bernie Sanders is reelected there. We're also, of course, watching the governor's race in Vermont. Interestingly, there is an incumbent Republican governor in Vermont. He said, after coming out of his own polling place today, that he cast his ballot as a Republican governor. He cast his presidential ballot for Kamala Harris. Lawrence, checking in with you real quick before we get to this poll closing.
You know, just on the Senator Sanders reelection, it points out the flawlessness with Kamala Harris has held together the full range of the Democratic coalition. Bernie Sanders to her left, everyone else in the party held them all the way, right to the finish line. Not an easy thing to do, and something that in the past Democrats have really struggled with. Bernie Sanders enthusiastically out there for Kamala Harris every step of the way.
Yeah, and just as influential as he's ever been in national politics. All right, we are less than 10 seconds away from the next poll closing, and this one includes a big one, a big swing state of North Carolina. As we hit 7:30 Eastern Time, NBC News can project that in the North Carolina presidential race, no surprise here, it is too early to call. North Carolina, not the only state that's closing at 7:30. NBC News can also project in the West Virginia presidential contest. In West Virginia, Donald Trump is the winner. West Virginia's presidential race, NBC News projecting that right now for Donald Trump. And in Ohio, NBC News is projecting that in the presidential race, it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Looking at the road to 270, we are still just barely on our way. 23 electoral votes thus far for Donald Trump, with the West Virginia, Indiana, and Kentucky races called for him, and Vermont thus far called for Kamala Harris, 23-3 on the electoral votes. Let's look at Senate and governor's races. Let's go back to Georgia, to the Georgia battleground, the presidential race. Still too early to call. You see, we've got about 8% in, but Steve Kornacki's been watching the vote come in Georgia, and we are expecting to see quite a bit of vote come in Georgia within this first hour after poll closings. Now, forgive me, let's go to some Senate and governor's races. This is the Senate race, very closely watched Senate race in the great state of Ohio, where incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown is facing Republican challenger Bernie Moreno. NBC News projects that this is too early to call at this hour. And in West Virginia, we have a projection in the Senate race there. Now, this is the Senate seat that was held by former Democrat, now independent Joe Manchin. This is not a surprise. The Republicans have picked up the Senate seat in West Virginia. NBC News projecting that Republican Senate candidate Jim Justice will take that Senate seat in West Virginia, which, of course, is a Republican pickup. That's the one sort of lockdown, absolute guaranteed Republican pickup in the Senate this year. This is the Senate balance at this hour: 29 Democrats and 40 Republicans. With that seat in West Virginia, Republicans have one Senate pickup. Looking now at the North Carolina governor's race, this has been a very, very high-profile governor's race in North Carolina, in large part because of the controversial nature of the Republican nominee, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. NBC News projecting at this hour in the North Carolina governor's race, it is too early to call between Democrat Josh Stein and Republican Mark Robinson. And in West Virginia, we've got a governor's race as well. Democrat Steve Williams against Republican Patrick Morrisey. This is an open seat as Jim Justice leaves to run for Senate. In the West Virginia governor's race, NBC News projecting this is as yet too early to call. Over to Steve. Steve, what are you watching coming in?
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on Georgia here. And again, you see a lot of the counties lit up right now. In a lot of these, as we were saying, it looks like they're going to do this early vote incrementally rather than in one big batch. So while you see a lot of counties colored in right here, this is the running total statewide. And again, the Democrats, you see Harris far back there, but the Democrats depend so much on this Atlanta metro area, and there's not a ton in from there, especially from Fulton County, the biggest. We already showed you Gwinnett. Democrats are counting on a lot out of there. There's only about 1,000 votes there. So where are we seeing substantial vote in Georgia right now? One place that we just got a lot from is Houston County, and this is a place that apparently released all of the early vote all at once. This is 80% of all the vote we're expecting out of Houston County. Now, this is sort of the mid-state region, and this is the kind of a county where Trump lost some significant ground in 2020. He still won it, but his margin was reduced in 2020. The city of Warner Robins this year, there's an Air Force base here. It's about a third black. It's a pretty diverse county. In the early vote, you see Trump leading 56-43. This is the kind of place. Trump slipped in 2020. He does not want to slip any further. In fact, to have a good night in Georgia, he wants to go back a ways. Let me show you. This is what happened in 2020 in this county. This is what happened in 2016. Trump won it by almost 22 points when he won the Georgia and won the presidency, fell all the way to 12 in 2020, and he wants to get this number back up. So as we say, we expect the vote you're seeing right now, the early vote, to be the best it is for Democrats because it includes that vote by mail, and we expect the remaining vote to be more Republican friendly. We don't know if that's going to happen. We got to see these completed counties, but if that is the pattern and if that holds, then that is a positive development for Trump in that county, and that's something he needs to replicate in a lot of other counties. We also got a big batch here. This is Oconee County. This is right outside of Athens where the University of Georgia is. This is one of the wealthiest counties in Georgia. It's heavily white, high concentration of college degrees, yet actually still a very Republican county. And again, you're looking at all of the early vote here. And again, the kind of place Trump doesn't want to be slipping anymore from 2020. So again, he wants that number above 66. So that's only 2 counties, but that's what we're looking for as the Trump counties start to come in. Let me just take a look. I think we might have, and again, resetting statewide there. Those are the numbers statewide in Georgia right now. Again, for the Democrats, so much is going to do with that Atlanta metro area. Starting to get vote in here in North Carolina. Again, keep in mind, you see a lot of counties, the colors here, you only see about 27,000 votes statewide in. Also going to come in very incrementally here. You know, look where Raleigh is, Wake County. This is one of the biggest Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. You got Durham County right next door to it. Something big just came in. We'll take a look here in a minute. Orange County. But I just give you a sense of North Carolina. A couple things. We expect what's going to be reported out here in the earliest part of the night is the vote by mail. Again, this is going to be very familiar in a lot of places. The vote by mail and the early in-person vote. And that's the majority of all the vote in North Carolina is going to be those 2 methods. Again, we expect that to be a little bit more Democratic friendly on the whole than the same-day vote. We're going to see if that's how it plays out. But as we get big batches in these counties, we're looking at that pattern here where perhaps the Democrats do their best and then Trump with the election day vote is trying to come back. Just give you a sense here on the political geography of the state we're going to be following tonight. A couple things to keep in mind. There are some big core Democratic vote-producing areas where the name of the game for the Democrats is to run up the score. This I just mentioned is one of them. It's basically the triangle. You know, you get state capitol there, University of North Carolina in Orange County, Durham here, Duke University is there, large black population, also a large the white population there, a lot of concentration of college degrees. Democrats run up massive margins there. We're going to look at Mecklenburg County. That's where Charlotte is. Democrats got a margin of 200,000 votes just out of Mecklenburg County in 2020. They want to grow that number there. They just want to run up margins in places like this. A lot of attention on the flooding in the mountains of western North Carolina. Asheville in Buncombe County is the sort of one of two blue counties out in the mountains. It's the much bigger one, and Democrats actually depend on a pretty big plurality out of Asheville. There wasn't much indication in the early vote. There was a lot of talk about, whether Helene was going to drive down turnout. We didn't really see that in the early vote. We want to see if that matches up with the same-day vote, but that's another place Democrats are depending on there for their votes. They're also going to depend on it here, Cumberland County, where Fayetteville is, so core Democratic areas. And we're also tonight going to be looking sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina. This could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get the turnout up here this year. We're going to be paying attention to those counties as they come in. But again, statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
All right, so we just had North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio poll closings. We had Georgia poll closings at 7, and we're watching that vote come in. We've been sort of promised by Georgia officials that vote will come in, that a lot of it will come in relatively early. So that's why we keep checking back on those Georgia numbers. While we have been talking, we have a new projection, again, in the great state of Vermont. The incumbent Republican governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, has been reelected. NBC News can project that Phil Scott will hold on to his gubernatorial seat in Vermont. He is a moderate and anti-Trump Republican in Vermont, a very blue state with a moderate Republican governor. Joining us now from a polling location at Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona, is NBC's Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, it's good to have you with us. What have you been seeing? Who have you been talking to?
Hey there, Rachel. Yeah, we were just talking to some voters here. Just wanted to see how long have you guys been voting, standing in line?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So this is the back of the line. Let's show you what the front of the line looks like. Now remember, Maricopa County, it's the most populous county here in Arizona. It's also the swingiest county in Arizona. The margins the last time around, 2020, were very, very tight. 10,000 people. ASU, the campus that we're on right now, ASU students, the population is about 74,000. So a lot of people voting here. The line is hundreds of people. It goes all the way around, and it's about 70, 80 minutes right now. So we'll see how long this line takes to actually get through. That's what the app is saying right now. But we've been eavesdropping a lot. You got people out here working on their fitness, eavesdropping a lot on these conversations, talking to a lot of these voters. But we've been talking a lot about the gender gap. You've seen a lot of the younger women. This is a very weird thing. You got robots walking around on campus, kind of a surreal sign of the times. But for what's driving a lot of these young people out to the polls, other than the pizza, is a lot of the props. And when it comes to a lot of the young women that we've been talking to, reproductive rights is huge. It's a big, big driver. It's a lot of the conversation that we're hearing when it comes to a lot of the younger men here. We are hearing feelings of attacks on masculine identity. We've actually been hearing a lot of talk about the Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan podcast. In fact, a little while ago, we were talking to two guys. One of them said that he was on the fence until he said when Kamala did not go on the Joe Rogan podcast, that was what influenced his vote. He ended up voting for Trump, but he said that he was open to listening to Kamala on the podcast, and when she didn't, again, not necessarily all the issues, but the fact that he said she didn't seem like a real person because she couldn't talk for an extended period of time. So it's just some of the things that we're hearing from some of these college students wrapping around. I promise we're almost to the end of the line here. But another thing that is very, very apparent is the organizing. There's been some organizing, it seems like, with some of the fraternities and these red hats, the MAGA hats. They stand out and they're being given out left and right here. And then you've got this battle of these stickers. You've got Harris Wall's campaign people going around giving stickers, and it seems like back in the day, you'd go to a poll site and you wouldn't necessarily see or know who somebody was voting for before they went into the polls. We were at another polling site in Mesa, Arizona. Those hats are so prevalent here in Arizona. So we've been seeing a lot more of this kind of tribalism at the polls, heading into the polls. Whether it's any indication as to how things go in Arizona, it is too soon to tell. And Arizona, again, it could be a very tight race here. And if it is a tight race, it's possibly going to be days before we have a final decision. Rachel?
That's all right. We got days. We got weeks. We got as long as it takes. We are tireless, Gotti, just like you. NBC's Gotti Schwartz, thank you so much. Gotti, with students there at ASU, at Arizona State University in Tempe. Let me give you a little bit of an update. We were talking about some threats that were received at polling places in Georgia. We've got a little more detail on that out of DeKalb County, Georgia, which is east of Atlanta. It's a very Democratic, very deep blue county. Officials there that NBC News has spoken to say they have received bomb threats at 7 locations in the last hour, including 5 voting precincts. Police evacuated the polling sites. Polling sites include churches and community centers in Chamblee and Tucker and Decatur and Lithonia, Georgia. Some of these locations appear to include black churches. So again, we have heard about false threats being phoned in to Georgia voting locations. If you are in a place that has had whether it's Georgia or anywhere else, if you are in a place that has had its voting hours extended or indeed voting poll closings have not yet arrived in your state, if you are in line, you will be allowed to vote. These places that were just newly threatened in DeKalb County are being held open until 8/22, so they're being held open to account for the disruption here caused by these threats. Don't let anybody dissuade you from voting. They're trying to create the illusion of chaos as much as they're trying to create chaos itself. But your vote is your voice. It's your right as an American. Don't let anybody push you around. All right. It's getting very close to 8 p.m. on the East Coast. That is our biggest overall hour for poll closing. That means an avalanche of returns is on the way. We're going to take a quick break. Stay right there. As we head toward 8 p.m. Eastern, we know that means the largest single number of poll closings we're going to have at any one time over the whole course of the night. We've got more than a dozen states that are going to close at the top of this hour, just a few minutes from now. That's going to include the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania. It also includes Florida, where we know Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump will be watching with his family and his campaign staff tonight. The Democratic candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris, will be watching from somewhere else. She'll be watching from her alma mater. And Chris Hayes has an interview along those lines right now.
We want to bring in now our MSNBC colleague, senior contributing editor Michelle Norris, who was at the Harris election night headquarters at Howard University, of course, where the vice president graduated from undergrad. I understand you've been talking to them first before we get to the event this evening about the GOTV effort in Pennsylvania, specifically Philadelphia. What are you hearing?
Well, what I'm hearing is that the lines are long. I'm here at Howard University. I hope you can hear me because it's loud here. As you can see, the DJ is spinning records, and there is a dance line going on, line dancing. But the story in many of the precincts around the country are long lines, and that's true throughout Pennsylvania, and including Philadelphia, where they put a call out for volunteers to go help people, help make sure that people who are in those long lines stay on those long lines, and with reports about bomb threats also to keep people calm. The Harris campaign is reporting that long lines are the story all throughout the country, and they're deploying people, an interesting cadre of celebrities, to go out and help entertain people and keep them motivated to stay on those long lines. Josh Gad is at Lehigh University in the Lehigh Valley, always important in election years. Mark Cuban is at UNC Charlotte. Jennifer Garner is in Villanova. So they're using a tactic that the Obama campaign used in the 2008 election, where they actually deployed DJs to go out to certain precincts around historically black colleges in Ohio and in cities like Miami. But the long lines have been reported in several places. In Wisconsin, 8 college campuses in Wisconsin have 1 to 2 hour lines as of midday. And the campaign is tracking what this means. They're saying that in some of these places, the turnout is already at 100% what the 2020 numbers are. So that means that they're cautiously optimistic.
Michelle, you are there at Howard University. It sounds like the party has already started. What's the plan? I think that, people have been snake bitten by previous plans for election night activities. And of course, in 2020, it was COVID. We're sort of in a new world this year, I think it's fair to say. What is your understanding of the plan for this evening's activities at Howard?
Well, it's, America has seen an African American get this far in the process, but this is going to be different. And not just because it's a woman. It's going to be different because you're going to see a combination of history and pageantry and ancestry. I mean, I'm standing to the right of Founders Library. Earlier tonight, I called it Founders Hall mistakenly, and folks from Howard said, get that straight. It's actually Founders Library. And so let's get that straight now. And it's a place where the ancestors are always watching over you. So tonight you're going to hear the Negro National Anthem. You're going to see several members of the Divine Nine that are going to be step dancing. It's interesting because this is a moment of pride in many ways for people who are part of the constellation of students who at one point attended HBCUs, but also that huge group of people who are part of the so-called Divine Nine, the constellation of fraternities and sororities around the country that number 2.5 million around the world, with most of those here in the U.S. And the high turnout that you've seen in places like Georgia, like North Carolina, like Florida, in some ways can be attributed to the Get Out the Vote effort that the Divine Nine worked on in particular. Kamala Harris is an AKA, so you can imagine if you could see to the right of me, you'd see a sea of pink and green because those are the AKA numbers, but the entire group of Divine Nine fraternities and sororities showed up strong to support her.
All right, Michelle Norris, who is there at Howard University, thank you so much for being there. I think it's a pretty good assignment, if I had to guess.
I was just going to say, sort of
not bad. It's sort of interesting scene. We are here back at 30 Rock. Go back to Rachel.
Yeah, she's just come on board at MSNBC. She just got this awesome assignment, I got to say. Joining us now from West Philly High School is NBC's Jacob Soboroff. Jacob, that looks fun.
Rachel, this is a first for me. I was on my way to the ballot processing center. At West Philadelphia High School, we got word that De La Soul was giving a concert. I'm here right now with Paz and Maceo. Yes. It's an honor to be here with you guys.
Thank you.
And like I said, this is a first. What brought you guys out to West Philadelphia High School to do this election night concert as people are just wrapping up voting in the next couple minutes at the polling place here?
What brought us out was to participate in getting people to vote and seeing how joy to the poll. De La brings joy. Jazzy Jeff brings joy. So we wanted to bring joy to the polls and get everybody to get out there to vote.
Say, Philadelphia native DJ Jazzy Jeff was also here. Paz, what was this like for you? Have you ever done a concert with people voting in the background?
Never. It's a first for everything, but it's an honor to be here, man. It's something that's needed, and on each side, wherever your heart lays, wherever your mind lays, your political views. Don't complain about it. Get out here and vote. So we're here.
What's the sense you get about the level of enthusiasm that you're seeing? The idea that you guys would do a concert tonight in this moment, with minutes to go before the polls close here in Pennsylvania, the most consequential state, everybody says, with 19 electoral votes on the line. What's going through your mind?
For me, it shows how important hip-hop is and how far we have come and what we mean to politics. So I'm glad to be a part of it in such a strengthening way.
Did you ever think you'd be doing an interview with people dressed like ballot boxes standing behind you?
Not at all, I was just trying to top.
I thought it was Halloween for a second,
I was just trying to top the fact that Paul Rudd was out here giving out water. But
Paul Rudd was giving out water, but I have to say, this is, like I said, I've never had a night like this before. Gentlemen, it's nice to see you.
I appreciate
Thank you very much. Thanks for the work.
Keep doing your best. What you do. You do great at it. You do really great at it.
Thank you very much. All right, boss. Thank you very much. Rachel, back to you guys. Thanks.
Oh my God, the guys from De La Soul just complimented you. First of all, you got that interview, and then
Can't
you're like,
believe
yeah,
it.
Jacob, you're great. Just retire right now. That's it.
They
You
saw
just
the Paul
peaked.
Rudd winner thing. They were watching MSNBC earlier today. What can I say? Some great viewers.
Wow. Half of my soul is made up of De La Soul, so that is absolutely fantastic. Jacob, thank you. Got to top that next time we come back to you. Good luck, sir. Good luck.
I'll see you from the ballot processing center. Not going to be as exciting.
Jacob had Paul Rudd walk up to him when I had him on, so Jacob is a bit of a magnet.
Paul Rudd, De La Soul, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
Come on, like literally, like my college experience was just on TV. That is my they and Tribe Called Quest.
Yes,
that is me in college.
Yes, seriously.
So that's my two favorite.
We are heading toward 8 o'clock poll closing. Stephanie Rule has joined us. You have a little bit of reporting out of
I'm going
Pennsylvania.
to tell you what's next. It's not Paul Rudd. And it's not De La Soul, but it is Lehigh University, my alma mater in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I saw it on a group text of my friends going, I'm hearing that Lehigh might have the longest lines in the country. I called the university president. He said, I'm in line. I have been in line for 4.5 hours. And he said, I'm surrounded by students and we're loving it. And he said, there are tons of students here and student volunteers. I spoke to another student. She waited in line 5 hours. And he said, it is peaceful. It is relaxed. And he said, you know, as long as we got here by 8 p.m., and they're all there before 8 p.m., their votes are going to get counted. They think they're going to be in line quite a bit longer, but nobody seems to mind. Like, this is democracy in action. I'm impressed. Would all of you, if you were 19 or 20 years old and the line was 5+ hours, would you definitely wait?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, we're all nerds.
We're nerds.
You know,
We're nerds.
Can I tell you, the Harris campaign just told us that Paul Rudd is actually at Lehigh right now, has gone to Lehigh University, where those gigantic lines are.
They've sent him from Temple to Lehigh.
They've sent him from Temple to Lehigh to help persuade people to stay in line.
Not many celebrities go to Bethlehem. I talked to Mark Cuban a few minutes ago. He was FaceTiming with students in line at Chapel Hill, and he said, you know, I thought I was going to need to keep them going, but they're happy. They're waiting. They're getting the job done.
That's what they did in 2008, by the way. The Obama campaign would send celebrities, like different, you know, hip-hop artists, and et cetera, would show up at the polls, and people would, and this is before the time when we really were like texting, and but everyone would know that X celebrity is at the poll, and people would stay. So that was a tactic, absolutely, during the Obama campaign, and it works.
It is both an inspiration and also enraging to know that there are 5-hour lines to vote in the United States of America. It's awesome, and if you're in line, don't get out. If you're in line, you can vote, even when your polls close in Pennsylvania, which happens in 2 minutes. If you are in line, do not get out. Stay there until you are allowed to vote. We should be able to run a voting system that does not have lines this long.
In the year of our Lord 2024.
Yeah,
but they're not staying home, and that's the positive.
Yeah, exactly. As we head towards the top of the hour, we do have a few results already. We've got 4 states called already per NBC News projections: Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, all projected as Donald Trump wins. Vermont projected thus far as a Kamala Harris win. And that's it so far. But we're about to get more poll closings at the top of this hour, Nicole, than we've had. Than we'll have at any other time of the night. While we're watching the vote inch in Georgia, we're really getting to that moment.
We're getting to the beginning of the data telling a story. For now, it's really Stephanie's reporting and Jacob's reporting that's told the story. And whatever data comes in, none of it includes the people still standing online. So it's it requires so much restraint, right, to sort of take in the data. We have the best we have sort of the standard bearer in the industry. But this hour will be the beginning of data starting to tell us anything about the electorate, but the fact that it may be hours before votes are cast in these battleground states means it could be a long time before we know the results of anything.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that we're all prepared for. Yep. At this point, is that it's going to be a long night. I will say, while we are watching these things come in at the presidential level, there are House races that are both of interest in terms of the personalities that are involved. Some interesting gubernatorial races this year, the Indiana governor's race I was mentioning, the North Carolina governor's race, and some key Senate races. We'll be tracking those at the top of the hour when we can, giving you updates on key races as we've got them. We won't always have them. We won't always have data for you right at the top of the hour, but we'll tell you everything that we know as soon as we know it. All right, we're less than 10 seconds away from 8 p.m. Eastern poll closings. Again, in more than a dozen states. We're going to start in the most closely watched of all of them. At 8 p.m. Eastern, NBC News can project in the battleground state of Pennsylvania in the presidential race, it is too early to call. In the state of Florida, NBC News can project that there is a winner. NBC News projects at poll closing in the state of Florida that Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. In the state of Massachusetts, NBC News projects a winner, projects that Kamala Harris has won the state of Massachusetts. In the state of Tennessee, NBC projects a winner, projecting Donald Trump to be the winner in Tennessee. In Maryland, NBC News projects that there is a winner in the presidential race, and it is Vice President Kamala Harris. In the state of Missouri, NBC projects a winner, Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in the state of Missouri. In the state of Alabama, NBC News projects the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump. In the state of Oklahoma, NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump. In the District of Columbia, which for some reason isn't a state, NBC News projects we have a winner. The winner is Vice President Kamala Harris. In the state of Illinois, NBC News projects that it is too early to call. To the Northeast, in the state of New Jersey, it is too early to call in the presidential race. In the state of Connecticut, NBC News projects it is too early to call. In the state of Rhode Island, NBC News projects it is too early to call. Down back to the deep south, in the state of Mississippi, NBC News projects it is too early to call. Back up again to the far northeast, NBC News projects that in the state of Maine, it is too early to call. In the always interesting state of New Hampshire, NBC News projects at this hour it is too early to call. And finally, in the home state of President Joe Biden in Delaware, NBC News projects at this hour it is too early to call. So now we head to the overall national map as these candidates try to beat one another to the all-important threshold of 270 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democrat, right now at 27 electoral votes, and Donald Trump at 90 electoral votes. Looking back at some of the battleground states where we're watching the vote continue to come in Georgia, we've had polls closed since 7 o'clock with some straggling precincts that have been held open for various reasons. Still too early to call in the state of Georgia with 1/3 of the vote in. Also, North Carolina, another crucial swing state, polls closed there at 7:30 Eastern time. We've only got about 5% of the vote in North Carolina, and NBC News projects that it is too early to call. Looking at a few key Senate races. Pennsylvania Senate race, at this point between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. NBC News projects the Pennsylvania Senate race is too early to call. In Florida, the Senate race here, NBC News projects there is a winner. Incumbent Republican Senator Rick Scott projected to have won another term for his Senate seat in Florida. And in Maryland, very interesting Senate race in Maryland. This is an open Senate race in Maryland. Democrat Angela Brooks against Republican former Governor Larry Hogan. Again, this is too early to call. The Senate race in Maryland, too early to call right now as of NBC News' latest projection. The Senate at this hour, Republicans hold 42 seats. There is one flip thus far, and not a surprising flip, but it is a flip in Republicans' favor in the seat that is held in West Virginia, previously held by Joe Manchin, now held by Republican Jim Justice. Democrats hold 31 seats in the Senate at this hour. Steve, I know that we've got in Georgia just over 1/3 of the vote in. What are we seeing?
We're starting to see a bit of a picture maybe emerge here. There's a couple layers to this. Again, 1/3 of the vote, and you see Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here. I say there's a few layers. The first I can tell you is this. One thing we were looking for here and are looking for in Georgia, I was describing it earlier, there's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican Trump counties? Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes last time. So we've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed, Trump's vote share relative to 2020 has gone up between 1 and 3 points. So, again, there's a lot more rural counties out there, but they start to add up. And when it's 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about, for the Democrats, this core blue area in and immediately around Atlanta, and we're starting to get a lot more out of here. So let's say Fulton County, this is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or most of Atlanta. It bleeds over into another county. But again, we've got the early vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it. And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how Biden did in Fulton County in 2020. And again, like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats getting bigger and bigger margins election after election. They want that trend to continue tonight. They don't want it to stop. They don't ever want to recede from that number. And so with some same-day vote here still to come in Fulton, we want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71 is a very high number, and the margin's very big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large, historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here. And again, this is sort of customary Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County. Take a look again. Gwinnett is still pretty empty. Another one to update you, though, on, we asked as a key question in this metro area, is this blue zone expanding at all? And this is the county we wanted to watch, Fayette County, and we've got a lot of Fayette County in right here. And again, take a look. This is what it was in 2020. This would be progress for Democrats. There's still more vote to come, though. But Democrats want to be flipping this, I think, to have a really good night in Georgia. Same-day vote. That's the more Republican-friendly. Still to come here. So is this as good as the picture's going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest. Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the ex-urban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it, but relative to what Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a big step back in 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again, with the same-day vote to be tallied here in Cherokee, Trump is already almost a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door.
Steve?
Yep.
Can I interrupt you just for a moment? We have a change in the characterization of the race in Georgia. It had previously been characterized, the presidential race in Georgia had previously been characterized as too early to call. We're now changing characterization to too close to call. So again, it doesn't mean that we're anywhere closer to a result, but I wanted to get that in while you continue your exposition of why we feel that way.
Yes, absolutely. So again, want to see there if that Trump number comes out. All these counties in sort of the ex-urban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching, it's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of south and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is the place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020. And with almost all the vote in now, Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3, and very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here in 2020. These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only 2, but that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now. That's what it looks like statewide. A big one that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large college-educated white population, very Democratic friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here, yes, in Pennsylvania. And I just want to tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch, all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail, perhaps, in Allegheny County, or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is. About 1.2 million people. The inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So, again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So, really, the 2 big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But, again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour and a half, whatever it is. And the story in Pennsylvania, it's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again,
Steve, can I interrupt you just for one moment? We have a call in a presidential race in the state of South Carolina. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump is the winner of the presidential contest in South Carolina. Back to you, Steve.
Yep. And I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way, let's take a look here at Michigan. And we've got, look at this, 2 biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double-digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good.
Steve, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you just one more time. Well, presumably the first of many more times. In North Carolina, in the governor's race, NBC News can now project that Josh Stein will be the Democratic governor of North Carolina. He was up against the very controversial Republican candidate, Mark Robinson. Republicans tried to get Mark Robinson off the ballot, thinking that he would not only certainly lose this race, but he might lose it by so much it might even drag down the prospects for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in North Carolina as well. But NBC News can now project that in this race, the governor's race, Josh Stein will be the winner. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again, 8 p.m., almost all the polls closed. The reason they don't officially close, there's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. Cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they've given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So, again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And, of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in. And we move to the Tar Heel State. Now, about 10% in here in North Carolina. And, again, you see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here in Durham County here, Orange County, Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina. Also important for Democrats, and there's not much here right now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's let's just take a look, because we've got some, yeah, I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. This is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see, it's in this eastern North Carolina area here. We want to see as these fill in, are Democrats taking strides forward there? They think they can with Kamala Harris as the nominee. They think they've improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina, and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I have struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but you're starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just see if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We will be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in at polling places in Georgia. We're now updated from Georgia officials. At least 38 different election-associated locations saw bomb threats today. Fulton Police Chief says 32 bomb threats at different locations in Fulton alone. Some threats were called into 911. Some were called to the specific location. Some were emailed. Fulton County Chief saying that all but 2 cities in Fulton County received bomb threats. They were spread all throughout the county. Obviously, this is concerning and disgusting. The intrigue here is that both the FBI and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger earlier today attributed at least some of these threats to Russian origin, which means that an enemy of the United States, a foreign adversary, is targeting American voters in Georgia to try to influence our election that way by terrorizing us. This is the sort of thing that is that has a functional effect in terms of how people think about getting out to vote. It will do some of what they want it to do, but it also has national security consequences for us as a country in terms of how we deal with the people in other countries who are trying to dissuade us from doing what we do as a democracy and who are trying to determine the outcome of this election. Raises questions on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. NBC News can now project at this hour that we have a winner in the Rhode Island Senate race. Democratic incumbent Senator Sheldon Whitehouse has been reelected in the great, mighty state of Rhode Island. NBC News can also project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Massachusetts. Democratic incumbent Senator Elizabeth Warren will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Connecticut Senate race. Democratic incumbent Senator Chris Murphy will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Tennessee, where incumbent Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn will be returning to the United States Senate. At this hour, this is the standing in the United States Senate: 32 Democratic-held seats, 42 Republican-held seats. That reflects the Republicans picking up 1 seat. They picked up a seat in West Virginia, the seat currently held by now independent, previously a Democrat, Joe Manchin. We've also got to look, interestingly, at the Indiana governor's race. This was one to watch. I said earlier, NBC News can now project that the Republican candidate for governor in Indiana has prevailed over the Democratic candidate. This is Mike Braun, the U.S. senator who decided not to run for re-election in the Senate, to instead run for that governorship in Indiana. A strong challenge from the Democrat there, although a Democrat hasn't held the governorship in Indiana in 20 years, so it would have been a big upset. It is the Republican, Mike Braun, who will hold that seat. Looking at a couple of ballot measures now. This is interesting. In Florida, one of the statewide ballot measures in Florida was an amendment number 3 that would have legalized marijuana. That is now projected to fail. So legalization of marijuana will fail in Florida. It has to pass by 60%. So even though there is a 55% margin in favor, that is short of the 60% margin that is needed to pass this amendment. And now looking at the very, very important and very closely watched abortion rights measure on the ballot in Florida. Again, you need 60% to pass. At this point, there's no projection as to what the result is going to be for this Florida abortion rights measure. But the yes vote right now, with 82% of the vote in, at 57, that is a strong vote in favor of this abortion rights amendment in Florida. But 57 is shy of the 60% needed to get that measure passed. Been a lot of controversy in Florida, particularly over that one, as Governor Ron DeSantis, the Republican governor there, has used the state government, has used state agencies, including state law enforcement, to try to tip the balance in those races, sending state police to people's houses because they signed the petition to get the abortion rights amendment on the ballot, sending threatening letters to Florida television stations, threatening them with prosecution for airing ads in support of that abortion rights measure. So we'll see how that comes out. We don't yet know.
Ron DeSantis has put everything on trying to ensure that Florida will buck the trend of every other state, including red states, that have passed the right to bodily autonomy. He's put everything on it, including, as you said, threats, whatever it takes to try to make sure that that amendment fails, using the power of government in a way that is, I would say, openly fascist and determined and very determined. Because, of course, this is something that he wants to be his signature thing. It's the thing he passed thinking that it would allow him to defeat Donald Trump and move to his right and make him a national star and potentially the heir to Donald Trump in the party. But I want to really quickly talk about the other amendment, the marijuana amendment, which I think a lot of people assumed would pass. A good friend down there that is in politics in the state of Florida, the advertising against the marijuana amendment was really based on the fact that it would empower 2 very large marijuana companies that are not small businesses. They are 2 of the biggest companies that are in the national game in terms of legalized weed. And so this was pushed on the people who were the no side, really did push a campaign saying this is not a way to legalize marijuana for like the everyday individual person. It would be empowering 2 big companies. So there was a really strong pushback against it.
And DeSantis also very strongly pushing, just as he was pushing against the abortion amendment,
that one too.
Also pushing on that one. Let me just interject, because we have had a poll closing while we have been talking here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Polls closed in the great state of Arkansas, and at poll closing, NBC News can project that the winner of the presidential contest in Arkansas will be Donald Trump. Stephanie Roll.
Floridians for Freedom is the group that worked to get this abortion measure on the ballot. In the last week alone, they have had to upgrade, they've had to get bigger office space because they've had so many more volunteers. In the last 48 hours, they did a last-minute fundraise because people came in and said, we want more yard signs. And when I heard from one of their backers, I said, why do they need more yard signs with 24 hours to go? And he said, it's not about the signs. It's about that they are getting this kind of demand in the last week. And what's interesting, they got a whole slew of new volunteers right after Donald Trump's speech at Madison Square Garden. Puerto Rican women in the Orlando area said, we're about to mobilize, we're going to call our network. That's all in the last week and a half. So they might only be at 57%, but 60% isn't that far away, and they have got some wind in their sail.
We should also just note, I mean, they tried, the Republican opponents of abortion rights in Ohio try to maneuver this last summer where they tried to raise the threshold in a other vote to get it to 60% because they knew they would lose if it was 50%. They lost that, then they lost at the ballot box. If they lose 57, 58, 59, somewhere around there, it still means that in a state that Donald Trump is going to carry by quite a bit and a state that has been moving to the right, a strong majority. I mean, a 14-point majority, a 13-point majority, something like that for abortion rights in a state in which the Republican governor was campaigning against it. That 60% threshold is part of Florida law. It's not like a funny game they played, but what it means about public opinion is true whether or not it gets over the line. Of course, it matters greatly to the women and families in Florida whether it does.
We have another projection. NBC News has just made a projection in the presidential race in Delaware. There's a winner in the presidential race in Delaware. The winner is Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris. Nicole, you're going to jump in there.
I mean, I think we're going to be watching these dynamics, and they're not going to fall in the way that we receive data, right? I mean, the story that we've all been covering, the thing we've been talking about, the thing that Stephanie and Chris are getting at, is really at its core a gender gap on the issue of bodily autonomy. And I think that that is not... Those are the things you're getting in your ear, right? The calls you have to make. You're not getting a call on the gender gap. And I think that the way it's going to play out is going to be very slow and tedious. And I think it's going to mean that some of the people that used to be Republicans are now independents. I mean, we're going to be putting people in categories for a long time, and we're not going to know the results of some of the, because to your point, a state that Trump won handily has 57, perhaps maybe they'll get up to 60% of its voters, men and women, young and old, who support abortion rights.
Let me jump in here with one other call. In the state of Delaware, we just had a presidential call in the state of Delaware, but NBC News can now project the Senate race in Delaware. This is an open seat, the seat that had been held by Democrat Tom Carper. It's Republican Eric Hansen versus Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can project that the Senate seat in Delaware will go to Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can also make a projection in Delaware in the governor's race. Governor's race in Delaware goes to the Democratic candidate there, Matt Meyer. So Delaware with the presidential race, the Senate race, and the governor's race all going blue.
And can I just throw in that this also, the abortion question in Florida also has impacts across the entire Southeast, because Florida was the one place that people who were in the South could go to for reproductive care. Right. And now all eyes turn back to North Carolina, which will have a Democratic governor, will retain a Democratic governor. It'll be interesting to see if Republicans lose their supermajority, which they have by one seat because one Democrat switched sides and gave them a supermajority. If they lose that supermajority, watch for North Carolina to try to reestablish the right to abortion, and then that will leave one other place, because right now women in the South have to drive all the way to Maryland or Virginia. And so there's a real issue of women who potentially could lose their lives or become extremely ill because the whole South has become an abortion wasteland.
Lawrence, as you've been watching these couple of hours of results that we've had come in thus far, what's caught your eye?
Well, I just want to go back to Lisa Blunt Rochester actually winning that Senate seat in Delaware. That's a former Senate staffer working her way up all the way. It's one of those great stories of this candidate coming in there, and it wasn't a foregone conclusion. She had to mount a serious campaign to do it. She had to win a primary, and she made it all the way. As we watch the Senate unfold tonight, so far, the Democrats have, in effect, lost only one seat, and they had big hopes for Florida, which it didn't come through. The other big hope is Texas. And so for the Democrats, the possible pickup in Texas in the Senate is the big thing they're watching.
And, of course, watching the challenged Democratic incumbents in Montana and in Ohio.
Yeah, can they hang on?
Yeah, can they hang on?
And that is a big question. We don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Steve, who I know is watching some of the Pennsylvania vote coming in. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than 10% statewide, heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County. Those are the two biggest in the state. So I think, why don't we just give you a sense here over the next couple hours as Pennsylvania starts to take shape, what we're going to be looking at, because this could be absolutely critical, obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, is just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is Does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, you know, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats, give it relative to what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, you know, these four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic county. This is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, you know, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while, see what Biden got here, 58%, maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016 and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these three counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, you know, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County, this is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, you know, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here. And there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of this stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. You know, Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic. largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results, we're looking ahead toward 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just a few minutes from now, polls are going to be closing in a wave of crucial and interesting states. We're going to have poll closings in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more. We're going to get to all of it. Stay with us. As we are headed toward 9 o'clock Eastern, one of the big poll closings we're going to be watching there is, of course, Arizona. A little bit of news out of Arizona. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes announced at a news conference that there were 4 non-credible bomb threats that were directed at Navajo County in Arizona. Again, hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs. There are just these hoax bomb threats that have been phoned in to dozens of locations in Georgia, and now we know to multiple locations in Navajo County. Again, in none of these instances does there appear to have been any actual threat. These are simply hoaxes designed to dissuade people and to cause chaos, some cases to force evacuations of polling places. It's absolutely enraging. In some cases, officials have attributed these things to Russian origin. Interestingly, in Arizona, they're saying that some of these threats came from a .ru email address, but that is something somebody could spoof. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is from Russia, but it turns out that's going to be a lot of the background noise of today's election day in multiple states in the United States. Our friend Jen Psaki is here. Jen, good to have you here on set.
Be here.
From what you have seen in all the results that we've had come in thus far as we head towards 9 o'clock, what's caught your eye?
I'm just going to give a couple of everybody take a breath warnings here. Okay. One is DeKalb County is not in Georgia because of the extension of the poll hours. That is such a big county for the Democrats. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia. I would also just reiterate, I mean, maybe you've always have said this, it's like a baby blue state, I'm going to say, in that it has not been blue for a long time. It is a hard state for Georgia. The Harris team. Georgia is. The other thing that I think is, I'm just going to remind people of, is that these college towns voting, as people are talking about long lines in these college towns, that is a huge deal for the Harris team. Because remember, over the last couple of months, there has been understandable questions about whether or not young people, college students, would turn out, given Gaza, given protests that were happening on campuses. That's something I've heard from officials in Michigan. I've heard it from officials in Pennsylvania, that there are big, long lines in these college towns, which I don't know that we would have all predicted that just a couple of months ago.
Interesting.
And the other thing is, we've talked about, I mean, I think the Iowa poll and your interview with Dan Salzer really brought this to bear. polling young people is impossible, and really nobody gets it right. So we don't have good models for how many of them will turn out. We don't actually know till day of how many will turn out, and it depends on their schedules, it depends on the weather, it depends on the entertainment, it depends on their motivation. And we don't have great models for predicting their turnout, and we have even worse models for predicting how they're going to vote. So it might be one of them. I keep saying we might not know until late in the night or maybe even tomorrow, but this is one of the most opaque voting groups.
Chris, one thing I think, I mean, again, we're early in the evening here. One of the things that was so striking about the public polling and the public data going into this election was that the public polling said this is the closest race that we've ever had.
Yeah.
Basically. I mean, that was the consensus view. And there was a real question about, well, maybe the public polling's wrong, and maybe it's going to miss a few points in one direction or another. We don't know at this point. It's very early in the evening. But I would say at 8:50, like, it's a very, very close race. that right now, it looks like the public polling, broadly speaking, that this was a very close race, is broadly at 8:51, based on the data we have, about what we're seeing so far. We are seeing signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are just joining us right this second at 8:52:06, and I had to summarize what's going on, no surprises.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much that's what's happened thus far. There's been no surprising result anywhere, I don't think. Now, that doesn't mean that said the no surprise result for the presidential race will be, it's really tight, we don't know. And that could be true for a very long time.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups, both sides are betting on turning out, and we don't know if they will or won't. So when you see a huge number in a state like Michigan, seems to be from the strategists I've talked to, the people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for Harris? We don't know. And that's one of the challenges, because typically, you know, if there's bigger turnout in certain areas, it's good for the Democrats or good for the Republicans. This year, because there's the low propensity young male voters that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding it, on the other side, you don't. It's harder to know what turnout means in some ways, at least as I've been looking at the early information that we've
And there's also, let's not forget the mama-driven young people vote, because I have 3 humans that are grown adult children, and you have a lot of young voters who wait to the last minute, who are pushed really hard by their families to vote, pushed by their parents to vote. So you have some of that, of the youth vote that actually reflects what you're seeing in the sort of, you know, grown folks vote, because there are, especially when you're talking about black voters, I'm telling you that black mamas are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I literally I mean, it was relentless. I have a bonus. You know, you have to have an extra, because I have 3.
It's like multi-ball and pinball.
So I don't like to be outnumbered with odd numbers. And so we have 3, so we add a 4th so they can team up, and it kind of dissipates their power.
Wow.
Yeah, gives us more influence.
This is
always have an extra. We take them on vacation.
Deep insight into your parenting strategy, Joy.
Even numbers. Keep me in charge.
Lawrence.
You know, I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault. It's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which, interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote, if you're in California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York, the state of New York, another 7 million people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this Electoral College problem is one that bedevils us in the 21st century as it never has before.
Thank you for saying that, because go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me just jump over to Alex Wagner with the insiders. We're about 4.5 minutes from this next poll closing, and I know that you guys have been talking about what you've been hearing about some of the specific swing states that we don't yet have a result in.
We sure have, Rachel. Thank you. I'm with Maria Teresa Kumar, Michael Steele, and Simone Sanders. Simone, Michigan is among the tranche of states that are going to be closing polls at 9 9 p.m.
We go to my Michigan page.
Yeah, go to your Michigan page. They're all collated,
Yes, they
alphabetically
are.
according to poll closing time. What are you hearing about the vote in Michigan? We know it's tight, as they all are.
Yes, all of my Democratic friends are saying it's very tight, and they don't want to make predictions, but people are hesitant to say, but they are encouraged. They're encouraged by what they're seeing in Detroit specifically, even with some of the, and I will just say this as I know this for myself, there were some gaps within the Detroit operation when it comes to the Harris-Walz campaign. But even with the gaps, they are encouraged by what they're seeing in those numbers, and very encouraged, like in all of the other battleground states, by what they're seeing on the college campuses. Those cities with large college campuses, the college students, they are in formation.
And that's going to matter.
And that is going to matter, yes.
Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early, but can you talk to me about your thoughts on those numbers and what that might portend for a state like Pennsylvania, where there's a huge Latino population?
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of these exit polls, it really depends on where you're standing, what precinct you're in. So is the volume of the Latino voter representative of that person? We don't know. If we look back at 2020, exit polls were wildly off last time. I suspect it's going to be the same thing. I was in Reading, Pennsylvania over the weekend knocking on doors, and I can share with you the folks that we were able to talk to. Most of them had already voted, and they had voted for Harris. When I was talking to Catherine Clark and her team, they basically guesstimated that they were knocking at 2,000 doors in Pennsylvania a minute. Wow. If you were to ask me in that whole red part of Pennsylvania what I'm looking at Reading, because that is very much a union town, and people were very upset. Not so much supporting Kamala, but really upset at the Madison Square Garden comments. Yeah. That kept coming out and coming up together. Something, though, someone that you mentioned, too, is Lehigh University. People have been waiting in line for 7 hours.
It's a party in line.
It's a party in line.
Right. They're FaceTiming in. Celebrities are FaceTiming in Pennsylvania from the campaign side to tell people to stay in line.
Right. And so if you look at how much the Harris campaign has spent close to $400 million just in Pennsylvania, they understand that that's the holy grail. And between the Latino vote, and I do think the labor vote, and the young vote is so hard to actually analyze because some of them could be registering to vote right now. Some of them are not on landlines. So I think those are going to be across the country. Those are going to be the two populations that people say, what really happened? We actually don't know. None of the black box actually recognizes it.
The kids are always a black box. Even more so this election season. Michael Steele, let's talk about the Senate. We're getting various degrees of bullishness. Claire McCaskill was here talking about Chuck Schumer. We know that Justice has won Manchin seat in West Virginia. The Senate is officially split here. What can you tell us?
Well, the other race that a lot of people were focused on was in my home state of Maryland with Governor Larry Hogan and my county executive, Angela Also Brooks, and that race has been called for the Democrat, for Angela. So in terms of the status quo ante, that stays in place. The Dems did not lose a seat that some feared they would. And it does speak to a very fundamental thing. And I think it kind of wraps into the other aspects of what we're talking about, that people need to just calm down. When you're running against history, guess what? That's a hard hill to climb. And I think there's a lot more game out there. So just relax, y'all.
Everybody simmer down. That's the message from the Insider studio. Back to you guys in the main studio. Rachel?
Thank you, Alex. I should mention Michael Steele just said that the Maryland Senate race has been called. NBC News has not made a projection in the Maryland Senate race at this hour. I will let you know, though, as soon as we do. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And let's look at some calls. We've got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it is too early to call. In the just as crucial swing state of Wisconsin, NBC News can project in the presidential race that it is too early to call. In the equally crucial swing state of Arizona, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call. In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in North Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the Wyoming presidential race. The winner is Donald Trump. In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. In the great and now very closely watched state of Iowa, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call. The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call in the presidential race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call. And back to the Southwest, in New Mexico, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. Looking at the road to 270, with those races called thus far, we've now got Donald Trump standing at 154 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 30 electoral votes. Looking back at the battleground states that have yet to be called, just recapping from earlier poll closings. In Georgia, we've got just shy of 2/3 of the vote in. It is too close to call, a difference of just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates. In North Carolina, we've got less than 40% of the vote in there, and that is too early to call. And in the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania, not even 20% of the vote in yet in Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call in Pennsylvania. Let's look at some of the Senate races, starting with the key and very interesting Senate race in the great state of Texas. Again, we've got a presidential race called in Texas, but in the Senate race between incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and his Democratic challenger, Congressman Colin Allred, it is in the Texas Senate race too early to call. Let's now look at the Arizona Senate race. NBC News projecting that this is also too early to call between Republican Kari Lake and Democrat Ruben Gallego. In the Wisconsin Senate race, where Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin is facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde, NBC News projects in Wisconsin, it is too early to call. In the closely watched Michigan Senate race, where Democrat Alyssa Slotkin is up against Republican Mike Rogers, the Michigan Senate race, NBC News projects as too early to call. And in the very interesting Nebraska Senate race, here we've got an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer, up against not a Democratic challenger, but an independent challenger, Dan Osborne. The Nebraska Senate race too early to call. The Senate at this hour, again, it's a 100-seat Senate. We've got 42 Republicans seated. We've got 33 Democrats seated. This reflects 1 seat gained by the Republican Party in West Virginia, the seat vacated by outgoing independent Joe Manchin. Let's hop back down to Florida, where we've got a call in the abortion rights measure. In Florida, this is Amendment 4, would enshrine abortion rights in Florida. This, as you see here, has 57% yes and 43% no, but 60% is the threshold that the yes side needed to meet in Florida for the right to abortion ballot measure, the amendment to Florida's state constitution. NBC News can project that the abortion rights measure in Florida will fail. It will fall short of a 60% threshold. Finally, let's look at one governor's race. We've got a governor's race to look at in North Dakota. And the governor's race in North Dakota at this hour, NBC News is projecting as too early to call. So again, lots of calls there. I think the one that, I don't know if it qualifies as a surprise, but I think one that Democrats were hoping was within their reach here was that Florida abortion rights measure. Joy, as you were talking about earlier in detail, and Nicole as well. Again, it looks like it's going to win, to Chris's earlier point, by a very large margin, but not a large enough margin to put it over 60 points, which is what they'd need to get a yes.
Yeah, and this is the reason that Republicans wanted that 60-vote threshold, because, I mean, as they tried to do in Ohio, you know, Governor DeSantis has bet his political future on being the champion of denying women their rights over their own bodies. He's competing, obviously, with the governor of Texas. He's thinking about a future in which he would like to inherit Donald Trump's white evangelical base. And he's decided that this is his marker, and he's been willing to use really the awesome powers of the state to try to intimidate and bully even television stations in the state against running ads in favor of that protection. So it will defy all of the other states, including very, very red states that have protected women. Florida, in a lot of ways, it's going to be interesting. And when Stephanie's back, it will be interesting to talk about what Florida's future looks like as a place that can attract corporate headquarters and investment in a state where the governor routinely bullies companies, routinely sues companies that displease him, sued Disney, sued cruise lines, bullied schools about mask mandates, bullies TV stations about what ads they can run. It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist right-wing fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place, or does it make it more like some of the other southern states that don't get a lot of investment and interest from,
it also
particularly
means
international investment?
That Florida, trying to be an international business hub, but also, even without everything you just described, they will now continue to retain an incredibly draconian 6-week abortion ban, which is going to make it hard to persuade any large company that they should move their female staff there, let alone any of their staff that has female offspring.
Go ahead, Lawrence.
In what is another triumph of the minority in America, minority rule in American democracy in the 21st century, beginning with George W. Bush becoming president with less votes than Al Gore in the country, right through to tonight, 57% in Florida loses. That's what loses in Republican-defined minority rule government, which is intentionally designed and structured to be minority rule government.
Wait till you hear about the filibuster.
Yeah. It looks like a Senate vote where you see the motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this, and then we're going to go back to Steve on some
All I
North
was going to
Carolina
say is don't lose sight of the number, 57%. Because if Harris's gender gap ticks up to 57%, that has 57% of all voters in Florida voted for abortion access.
Yeah.
If that number tells us a story about how people voted in a deep red state that wasn't even a toss-up, as Lauren said, we apologize to all the states we have been talking about. 57% in Florida voting for reproductive health care is an important number to keep an eye on. Is 55 to 57? Is that, if that's where Harris comes in with women, with all voters, with men and women, if that question was number one, it might be a long night, but it could be a very good night for the Harris campaign.
Steve, let's go to you. I can see from your board there that you're looking at North Carolina numbers.
Yeah, so we've got some counties where we've got, a lot, maybe all of the votes that I think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the night in North Carolina, right outside Charlotte, this county right here, Union County in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those. It's gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You could see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina, and I'll show you that now. This is Anson County. Again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population. And one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. When Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris. Just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County. Again, large black population. Trump 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we're finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a better, a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes in 2016. It was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there, that's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere, of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting, a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, there's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations, not getting what they hope for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the triad. You got Greensboro. We don't have a ton here. Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the metro Atlanta area. A couple of things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, you know, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that Election Day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Wow. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this. In 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see. It's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, oh, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You could see almost the same, as about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020, so any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here. Walton County, again, this is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is, we were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations. And the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So, again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're, seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same-day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties, too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16 and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 72-6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia, 72-6, 72-6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since we have last checked in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride. The Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress. And she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her. I should also mention this, another race that would not necessarily make national news except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment, which is that our affiliate, our NBC affiliate in Georgia, WXIA, has now made its own call in the Fulton County District Attorney's race. Again, we wouldn't generally be following individual district attorneys' races in the national news, but this is the Fani Willis race. Fani Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the RICO prosecution against Donald Trump and a number of co-defendants. Fani Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia tonight. I have one other piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro says that there have been multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in or otherwise communicated in multiple states. Voting hours were extended to 9 p.m. in Clearfield County in Pennsylvania, which is in the central part of the state, because of a bomb threat in the building where votes were being counted there. According to NBC News reporting, it's not necessarily apparent to the FBI that these new bomb threats that we're just disclosing now, these Pennsylvania ones, are attributable to Russia, but they say they are investigating Russian-attributed bomb threats in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly investigating more threats in undisclosed other states, so it's more even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Joining us now from a polling location in Reno, Nevada, where we're expecting polls to close at the top of this next hour, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, what are you seeing there in Reno?
Yeah, two things that are all the rage right now, Rachel, in Nevada. One is ridiculously long lines, and two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the reporter thing where we take you to one of those lines. Take a look here. This is the Washoe County complex. It's basically the big government complex where everything is: the clerk's office, the registrar of voters, the county recorder, which, by the way, if you've made it to this point, it means you are now 40 minutes from the front of the line. The other thing we should talk about is that nonpartisan vote, right? It's about a third of the electorate. It is confounding pundits who are trying to decipher what the vote is going to be as we continue to walk through the line. You can see just how long it is. But part of that, it is such a big part of the vote now that, you know, these pundits aren't necessarily sure how these nonpartisans are going to vote. And they are that way because primarily of a rule of a law that was instituted in about 2020. It said that everybody that gets signed up, and by the way, this line snakes past the chamber in there. It goes ridiculously long through this building. Eventually you pop out here and you see the beginnings of the line. Again, about an hour to get to this point. But a rule in 2020 that said that anybody essentially that signs up for a driver's license has to be registered as a nonpartisan. You have to essentially assign yourself to a Republican Party or a Democratic Party in this state. A lot of people chose not to do that. That's why there's such a large population of nonpartisan voters. But I've spent about 6 months here, and I've equally seen many people that are proudly nonpartisans, that don't want to essentially be a part of one of the parties, want to vote the issues, want to vote based on how they feel. And that is the tough part about deciphering a place like this, a bellwether within a bellwether, where so many people are trying to read the tea leaves. So difficult to do. But certainly nonpartisans, as returns are coming back, about a third of the vote between Republicans, Democrats, and now this third group, which we don't know which way it's going to go. I've spoken to both campaigns. Everybody seems to think they have a Trojan horse in this population. Republicans think that they are leaning more right. Democrats seem to think that this is a younger, more diverse population, and that will turn into a Democratic vote. We'll see, although we're hearing lines are particularly long, not just here, but also southern Nevada counties. 3 hours we're hearing for some lines, which could push this into the night. Rachel.
Steve Patterson for us in Reno. Steve, thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night. Can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Kornacki. Oh, wait, hold. Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say? Looking at the road to 270 map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania, as we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, This one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now, we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it led to. The mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the wow counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney. It was more than 2-to-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why I said that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, a 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And Jacob is actually with the Philadelphia City Commissioner, who is in charge of running elections in that city. Jacob, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. This is Seth Bluestein. So there are 3 Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering elections here in the city and county, same jurisdiction, at least same populace in Philadelphia. There are 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Seth succeeded Al Schmidt, who is now the Secretary of the Commonwealth here. You were the Deputy Commissioner to Al Schmidt, who became very famous when former President Trump was attacking him in the wake of the 2020 election. First thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on Truth Social this evening, said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is former President Trump. Your response, please.
Well, it's absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
And so just to put a fine point on it, the allegation of cheating by former President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire city and county of Philadelphia, where we are right now. You had told me earlier this evening there were some bomb threats here in Philadelphia at or around polling places. How many? What's the nature of those threats? Did it affect people's ability to cast votes tonight?
Yeah, there were concerns at about 10 polling places right at the end of the day. One polling location actually needed to be evacuated for a short period of time, so voting was extended there for about 23 minutes.
Okay, and just finally this evening, here in Philadelphia, I know that the mail-in ballots, you all don't process any ballots here. Steve Kornacki was talking about this until 7 a.m. this morning. Those ballots and that tabulation, that processing is underway right now in the building behind us. What's the status of the count? When are we going to have a result here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so in our initial release, right when the polls closed at 8:01, we had 115,000 mail ballot results that got posted. Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. Ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. It depends on the margin of the election. But
so if it's closed, this might go into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that now? Any threats against you or your fellow commissioners?
We're keeping an eye on the threat environment. We don't have anything specific at the moment, but it's definitely a possibility.
We're glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much. I'll let you go back inside. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, so that is the city commissioner. I'm going to show you just as he walks in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center. It'll be the one chance we have to actually look inside because we're not allowed inside here tonight. But this is where the votes are being tabulated right now in Philadelphia, and they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very intrepid following up towards that slightly open door and getting everything you could from that momentary peek inside. We count on you for that, Jacob. Much appreciated. And good on the commissioner, obviously. Good on Commissioner Bluestein for getting out ahead of this information about that Trump himself is trying to spread to try to intimidate people out of voting in Pennsylvania. We've got a couple of updates for you in terms of how things are going. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in Illinois. Right now, this is the road to 270. Trump at 168 electoral votes, Harris at 81. I've also got an update for you on a couple of ballot measures. First, I think we could talk about Maryland. In Maryland, there was a pro-abortion rights measure on the ballot, question 1 in Maryland. This is an amendment that would guarantee the right to make and effectuate decisions to prevent, continue, or end one's own pregnancy. As you see there, an overwhelming 3-to-1 vote in Maryland in favor of abortion rights. Question 1 will pass in Maryland. Also, we've got a result in New York. Now, in New York, it isn't specifically an abortion rights amendment per se, but it does have an impact on that. This is question 1 on the New York ballot. It would create a full state-level equal rights amendment in New York State. And so it's not specifically about abortion, but the measure does protect all New York citizens based on pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So the effect of this measure in New York will be to undergird and cement New York law, where abortion is currently legal up to 24 weeks. In New York, the abortion rights measure, this equal rights amendment measure, will pass in New York State. Coming up on 9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll closings. At this point, we've got no swing states called. We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the 2 southern swing states that we've got the most vote in, North Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been portraying it. We've got no surprises really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass. Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though what I think is really interesting, that's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion, we want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state, but also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, 2 people who are very clearly anti-choice, and one person in particular who could play a hand in outlawing abortion nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris and people interested more broadly in abortion rights are the voters who are saying, yes, we care about abortion. Yes, we're going to vote on these referendums that are across the country in support of choice legislation or choice rights, but we're also going to vote for Donald Trump. It is a real cognitive dissonance, and it suggests that his sort of very muddied position on a federal abortion ban, which, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting thing to watch. I mean, I talked to Gallego the other night. There could be we don't know yet because we haven't seen the results, but there could be voters who vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion protection ballot initiative. And that bends the mind, there's other ways to describe it, but that's my most diplomatic way. Because how can you vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things that Nicole keeps reminding us of this, where you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump. And we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going to know how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. And then once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their priorities are.
So I've heard from more than one Trump voter that this phrase, it's not an issue about abortion. It's not an issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to get across. It's not an issue. It's up to the states. He kind of shuffles the deck and pulls out a different card whenever he wants to. And that seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters. But it is also, I mean, the Trump voters I know who are, in fact, staunchly anti-abortion also have other thoughts and could very conceivably want to vote for a senator like Gallego, vote against that measure, vote for Trump. I mean, I know people, abortion doesn't automatically line up the vote all the way up and down the ticket.
I've got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. I mean, when the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe's at, right where Jen Psaki is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no, 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 no. And they are waiting for what you just mentioned. I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it not anxiously yet. That would be too strong, but eagerly, if you will.
I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada and Arizona. If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we are talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race, it's a tight race, it's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way that Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, you know, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states. You know, waiting on Florida is a waste of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that. But I think the old-fashioned way of doing it, plus that Nebraska special district that's the one little blue dot, I mean, that is the way, the old-fashioned way Democrats won elections. And I can tell you the one place that at least the folks I'm talking to in the campaign are looking outside of the blue wall and paying really close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Kornacki does, is the Georgia suburbs, because that is where they're seeing overperformance for Vice President Harris, is in the suburbs of Georgia. And if she overperforms Biden in 2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now got 2 Democratic senators, but it's still a reach state for presidential.
Let me interject. I don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's look first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also, in the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey. Democrat Bob Casey. This was previously too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Pennsylvania Senate race. We also have an additional change in characterization. This goes back to the presidential level. This is in Michigan. In Michigan, the presidential race had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. A similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again, here we have got a Democrat versus a Republican. This is an open seat in Michigan. Democrat is Alyssa Slotkin. Republican is Mike Rogers. This had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call. So just recapping here, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those three states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race and all three of those battlegrounds. It is also true for the Senate races in all three of those battlegrounds. I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada, I think, is a very interesting state to look at for a range of reasons, one of which the majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So, yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket.
That's right.
The internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting race to watch for me. And I think the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about those Senate races. The only two out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge Trump margin in Montana, and Sherrod Brown. We don't know at this point what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the three states we need. Don't have to have Georgia. Don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those three. And they have been surprised. The campaign has been surprised by the level of involvement on these college campuses today on Election Day. They weren't expecting such long lines that actually is requiring in some of these locations that they keep them open longer.
Claire, thank you for that. Much appreciated. It is, of course, our fate as actors in this Shakespearean drama that you've got to have these swing states that are absolutely, unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race, and they also have incredibly tight-fought Senate races at a time when Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve. Steve, I see you've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number, Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one, because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge, the huge populations, you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Douglas, Cobb County, we also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So, again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in this big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada, it is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah, Trump win in Montana. Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern Time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown, that is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew. I mean, we don't have very many more poll closings, right? We'll have poll closings at 11 and 12 and one at midnight, one at 1 a.m. But we're not watching poll closings essentially for all the news right now. We're watching for any one of these swing states to close in on something called
The final polls were, I think the final Marist poll, right, was +4 nationally. I mean, I think that
For Kamala Harris, yeah.
Right, what we're seeing is what that looks like. And you take a national number and you toss it around and you think, oh, I don't know, that feels fine. I think that you said a few minutes ago, let's be blunt. Let's be blunt. I think when you watched what Donald Trump did in 2020, what Democrats were fantasizing about was a landslide victory, where he wouldn't be able to peer at a red mirage and falsely claim victory. And so some of what was wanted and desired was a sweep that in a 50-50 country where the final best poll had her +4 nationally really didn't, none of the data suggested that something that would disallow Donald Trump to claim victory before the results were known. That really wasn't on the table. We live in an evenly divided country and it creates anxiety, but it also requires patience. And the fact that there were still people waiting online during the last live shot that Jacob Soboroff did, the fact that there are still people voting in the West means we really do have to do what Jen said, because we have to wait for the votes to be counted. Now, what will start to be something we keep an eye on is Donald Trump is against all the votes being counted. At least 4 years ago, that was his public position. And so I think there'll be a moment when it is very much still up in the air, when Steve is still tapping counties and we only see numbers like 34, 44, we don't have all the vote in. And I think this will become another test for the country and our patience.
It's also, I think the reason there's so much anxiety is that I think, and I've gotten a fair number of these texts, and I'm sure you all are as well, it is fairly shocking. And I don't think something that should make us super proud, that despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow the country, even if you could forget taking classified documents and hiding them in your bathroom, even if you could set aside, which is very hard to set aside, an adjudication of sexual abuse against a woman and then 24 other allegations, and Jeffrey Epstein saying it was his best friend, like, you name it. You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
48, 49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that say about us?
I think that's right, but I think, again, going back to how the Harris campaign approached this candidacy in these 2 weeks, they sat there presuming that 49% of the country was in. They built a campaign designed to defeat a Donald Trump campaign that won over and turned out 49% of the vote.
Yeah.
So what you're waiting to see come in is what Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plouffe and Stephanie Cutter and these folks envisioned to defeat a candidate who, all those things are true, but that was baked into the campaign strategy to help Vice President Kamala Harris prevail, and it assumed that 49% of the country would vote and turn out for him.
Yeah.
So we're waiting to see if what they built will work.
And to Joy's point, one of the things that we've discovered in these last few campaigns, all of these Trump campaigns, is that these two parties do not have the same rules. It's like two football teams where, offside is a 20-yard penalty for you and it's no penalty for this other team, right? And so, the idea that if Joe Biden said the wrong word at a certain time or wasn't able to come up with the word he wanted to say at a certain time, the idea that that's worse than all the words we heard Donald Trump say, that he had no trouble retrieving from his racist thoughts about people, and to say there's no price for those. You won't lose a single voter. You might not gain a voter, right, but you won't lose one, no matter what you say. That is a new phenomenon, and it applies only to one party and not to the other.
One thing that as Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us that I think is striking and maybe striking about the evening is the rural and urban divide. And we talk about divides every presidential election cycle. But part of this, I think, is it's just a cultural different world. And I was talking to this strategist in North Carolina, he's in North Carolina, he was telling me about North Carolina. He said, really, it's like rural Alabama and Northern Virginia, and it's two states in one one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city and the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss in the rural areas? That's where we still are, despite everything that's happened. And that has been a divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles. But to me, it's interesting it hasn't changed. And maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment, regardless of who wins.
Well, it's not, I mean, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education. And I think when it's all said and done, what you're going to see is a huge divide over people who are college educated and not college educated. And if that is the case, what is different is that you could be seeing a realignment about the base of each party. And there are warning signs for everybody here. But if the working class, non-college educated voter is now increasingly a Republican voter, Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans and in a targeted fashion. But, you know, I was in Saginaw, Michigan at a union hall, and these union voters who are working on infrastructure act jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally created for them did not know who they were going to go vote for. And that, to me, suggests that the Democratic Party needs to do a much better job of selling its achievements to working class voters. And working class voters also need to be more engaged in understanding the chasm that separates these two parties in terms of policy.
Particularly since one of the candidates is being bankrolled by a billionaire right now.
Exactly.
And can I just say very quickly?
I need to interject with a call.
Yes, do a call.
This is the time when I feel least bad about interrupting you. I'm sorry. All right, we do have a projection. NBC News can project in the presidential race in Colorado that there is a winner in Colorado, that Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado. Joy, what were you saying?
No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing, one place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever, one place there's not going to be realignment, black men. Every 4 years, I go through the ritual of having to talk down, you know, the sort of world that wants to say that black men are just realigning and they're all going to run to Donald Trump. There is literally no difference in the exit polls. A 1 point difference is not a difference at all between where black men were in 2020 and where they are in 2024. It's not black men. They are not the ones shifting. What you're seeing are shifts among Latino voters, for sure. But you are not seeing shifts among black men. Please stop saying black men.
The
are
only
the ones
area
supporting
where
Trump.
there has been some, which seems like an outlier, is Wisconsin, where there's but again, it's exit polling. So what do we know?
Yeah.
I want to go over to Steve Kornacki because a rumor has floated its way to me, which is that a whole bunch of vote just came in from Arizona.
Yes, absolutely. And this is how it goes in Arizona. They get to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get out of, remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right here where Phoenix is, more than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in. And then we will wait, because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same-day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here, obviously, is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now. Half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one, where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin. Because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because, again, this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now, you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining Election Day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So, with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, Steve, we'll be back with you. We've got a few projections that we've got to catch up with. There is a projection to make. NBC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the Wyoming Senate race. Incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso will be returning to the United States Senate. And now let's look at Nebraska. Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special Senate election is to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sasse, Senator Ben Sasse, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in this special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this is very interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic challenger, but she is facing an independent challenger. And the independent challenger is Dan Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of the two that were on the ballot, this one too early to call, even as the special Senate election in Nebraska, the other Senate election in Nebraska, has been called for the Republican incumbent, Lawrence.
And that is now, with the Texas seat staying with Ted Cruz, Nebraska is now the only possible loss of a Republican Senate seat that remains for tonight, and that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Allred Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be. To every election, it looks like someone might be able to get it in Texas. Beto O'Rourke, every time, and they come close. And so, who knows? Maybe it's next time. And you can't be surprised. If the Democrat comes in second in Texas, you're just not allowed to be surprised by that.
Right.
And it's a question of, how much ground did they gain this time?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also understanding the electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats if it's becoming a browner state. There's a bigger Latino population. And we know from Paula Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party. And I think that there's some real, we don't know how this is all going to shake down on race, but I think there's going to be some really interesting analysis that is going to need to be done in the coming weeks and months in terms of what kind of coalitions are being built, either intentionally or unintentionally in the 21st century.
But Texas is also a state. I mean, you talked a little about realignment before. It made me think about when I worked on the Kerry campaign. I mean, he was still saying to this day that he would be president if not for Ohio, which is kind of how it goes. But that was a state that we were waiting. That was the state that determined that night that he was going to lose. That is no longer a state we're watching with the on the edge of our seat seriousness. Texas, and I agree with everything you just said, Alex, but it is still a state where maybe it's 4 years, maybe it's 8 years. That's a state where if Democrats continue to organize, they're betting at some point it couldn't come into their column. It's the same. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia and North Carolina. But those are more purple states now for Democrats than Ohio is. So there has actually, over the last 20 years, been a complete realignment of the states in the country that are leaning each way. And that's kind of interesting. And Texas it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter suppressed state, and the focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is Harris County, where Houston is, and they are relentless in it. And that is also the largest single physical number of black voters in any county other than Cook County in Illinois. That's the largest number of black voters available, and they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the ballot. So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter motivation as well.
And you have to, I mean, this is the thing. You can't just reappear every 4 years. This is true with every demographic group. But the reason why Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call it, is because Stacey Abrams organized, and then John Ossoff organized, and then
Latasha Brown.
Warnock and Latasha Brown. They all continue to organize. They're on the ground. The reason we're even talking about North Carolina is because they have this amazing state party chair who's like 26 or 27 years old, and because they have a great governor's candidate. It's because they're organizing there and they're not leaving and coming back
the Poor
every
People's
4 years.
Campaign, which is like, I think they did like 900 some thousand, Texans. I mean, you've got people that have been in there trying to organize that state and change it. And the thing that's sort of sad about my old state of Florida is that kind of organizing kind of vanished with the money. And now Nikki Fried, who actually is doing heroic work trying to organize Florida, but it's not a state that the National Party invests in anymore. Whether that, the money that used to go into Florida is now going into Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time. And there's 7 million people who do not vote in Texas because they know the Electoral College outcome of every presidential election.
That's it.
And so within that 7 million who don't vote, there's a possibility that we will never get to because the Electoral College locks down a voter suppression system that is better than anything anyone's come up with in the modern day.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about 5 million people who did not vote in this election. They just don't vote.
Let's just give a ray of sunshine to California. California could determine who controls the House.
Yes, for sure.
So I hope people are voting. If they can still vote, my space-time continuum. If you can still vote. But there are states like that where people hopefully are voting.
And to sort of synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying, in Texas, the unmotivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter may be thinking about the presidential race. But the reason that Texas may not matter in the Electoral College and it may not be competitive in the Electoral College may be because of state policies that are outrageously vote suppressive, which you can change by voting in state legislative and other state-specific races, regardless of what's happening with Texas's electoral votes. And so there is a sort of civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing the way your state is governed so that your vote will matter to the rest of the country.
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work about this in Louisiana. He literally posts every day what the voter turnout is, particularly among black voters. This is percentage-wise the largest, other than Mississippi, share of African-American voters. And the voter turnout sometimes is 10% or 12%. And it's that people have given up, forgetting that they just elected a two-term Democratic governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So, if you're saying that abortion policy returns to the state, you might want to control who runs your state. And you might want to think more about that. But voters are not thinking at that level of, it's not even 3D chess, it's just regular chess, right? That your state votes. And again, to get back to the mama-directed voters, which are my voters, my grown children, my kidults, my Jason and my kidults, I'm not J.D. Vance, so I don't just claim it's just one parent that has the kids, both parents have the kids. Our kidults live in blue states. They don't all live in the same state, but one lives in California. And the way that I've had to lobby them to vote when they say, my vote doesn't matter, I'm in a blue state, it doesn't make a difference, is to explain to them, wait, there's this ballot initiative on your ballot.
And to tell them you're going to shame them on television.
Well, we have a family phone plan, and if you want your phone to actually work, you kind of have to comply.
I've got that also works. 2 updates for you. First, on this bomb threat thing that we have been talking about, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has issued a statement in response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They say these bomb threats, again, are not credible, but they are investigating, again, at the Recorder's Office. Also, 9 polling states and the Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2 hours longer. NBC News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains in the states of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. So we are seeing the impact of these things in terms of, trying to create an atmosphere of chaos. Again, these are not real bombs. Nothing is blowing up. There's no violence that's being committed here. But this appears to be, according to the FBI, something that they're investigating as a foreign interference effort. All right, we've got a couple of Senate updates to do. First of all, there's a Senate projection to be made in the great state of Virginia. NBC News projects that Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine will be returning to the United States Senate from Virginia. NBC News can also project in Missouri that the incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley will be returning to the United States Senate as well. Steve, over to you.
Let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020, when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. The Republicans have been winning it since 2008. Not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here, and now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there, and with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially if this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia and North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or two out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you've still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Yeah, the polls are closed, so why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls close. There are 10+ sites in the county with an hour-plus wait, and one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed. It's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today, that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So not good news if you like sleep, great news if you're a fan of coffee. Rachel.
Steve, just to be clear, the long lines there, if we are still looking, as you said, at 3 hours, we're already more than a half an hour past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3-hour-plus lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote. They will not report any data at all until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast votes, we won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
You hit it exactly, Rachel, which is, it's good news because this does not indicate that there is a voter problem, does not indicate that there's necessarily fraud or a problem with the system. It just means that there are simply incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that that person is in one of these ridiculously long lines as we speak.
Wow.
Rachel.
Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down. Honestly,
You don't get the sticker.
Stay in line. Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame. It's just, I mean, it's irredeemable. Let's go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Yes. So in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County is one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state and in those counties in particular. And folks who are, I've talked to 3 different people at this point who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they cautioned that Fulton County's all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well in those counties affected by the bomb threats to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And you know, I'm going to repeat what Tom Winter said because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground the day of.
Wow. Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to disrupt and clear out polling places. We've seen a number of both court-adjudicated and election administrators deciding to keep places open longer than they otherwise would have been, because those places had to be cleared out. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when a place is evacuated, or somebody who's deterred from going in the first place, might not come back once the all clear is given. All right, looking ahead, at this point, it's 10:41 on the East Coast. We're heading toward a few more poll closings at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1 a.m. Steve, though, is not waiting for poll closings. He's just watching the vote come in. Steve, looks like you're looking at Michigan right now.
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say with some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, you know, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit, and this is of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, you know, with a lot of college-educated, higher-income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next-door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there, so yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, you know, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, you know, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one. As that same-day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be Election Day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this, it was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So, again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final two-thirds of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the Election Day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to two-thirds of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With two-thirds of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia was basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state. You're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls to give you an update on. First, a Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey, the Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey. NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one to watch. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican. Former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current governor of New Hampshire is Chris Sununu, an incumbent Republican. The Republicans are really hoping to hold on to this governor's seat. And in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire, they have done so. One other projection for you, and it's a ballot measure, this one in Colorado. This is one of the 10 states that has an abortion rights measure on the ballot in Colorado. This is Amendment 79. It's a right to abortion and insurance coverage. It's a related matter. NBC News projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state called.
Yeah, one thing I will just say, I'm not trying to be rosy all the time at all, but this always happens on election nights where the bigger cities where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we got to wait and see what they are. Before anybody starts drinking on their couch or whatever they need to do.
They're already doing that.
They already do. Can I add just one other thing? Because we talk a lot about national security issues. They don't always get front and center attention. Andy Kim, who you just mentioned, he is a former national security official, worked within the Obama administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't know what's going to happen in that race. That's her background as well. We'll see what happens in California with Adam Schiff. But it's interesting because we're also seeing sort of a bit of a changing of the guard of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one,
I
too.
will also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing that happened on January 6th, where he took it upon himself to clean the Capitol in the wake of the insurrection. But also just like both well-spoken and like compassionate, like a solid leader, and to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leaders, leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction, it just like. Good on New Jersey. You'll never be sorry that you've got Andy Kim representing you in the United States Senate. Sure. So that's a good one. As we head towards California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, again, these aren't states that are thought of as swing states in terms of the presidency, but they're going to be really, really important, particularly in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about 7 or 8 minutes. Steve.
Yeah, two big things just happened we can tell you about. One, we've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in. Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 is Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000. With 90% in, there is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote-producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points. And that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also, in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost In 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in, each person kind of scanning in what's inside. And then once it's scanned, the memory cards go inside what we're kind of calling this almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse where the votes are being tabulated. And you see the three people that are seated right there in the black at the computers. Those people have been in there diligently throughout the night, tabulating and uploading the results. They started with the early vote count. They've been going. And you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington State, the presidential race in Washington State projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral college. The electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called. This is Georgia, too close to call, a difference of about 136,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Pennsylvania, too close to call, a difference of about 119,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Michigan, too close to call, a difference of just under 75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin, also too close to call. Fewer than 30,000 votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to Arizona, NBC News projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize. I'll revise that in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington state, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington state. This is the Senate at this hour. 48 Republicans seated in the Senate. That includes one Senate pickup for the Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia, where independent Senator Joe Manchin gave up his seat, decided not to run again. A Republican picked that up. There are 37 Democrats in the Senate, 15 uncalled seats as of yet in the United States Senate. So again, we don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised. Because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country. Arizona counties are reporting that there will be some delayed results, for example, from La Paz County in Arizona. La Paz County's elections office evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb threats. Also, Cochise County, Arizona. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office is advising of a reported bomb threat to the elections office in Bisbee in Cochise County, Arizona. The county building was evacuated as a result of that bomb threat. Again, we are seeing, and the FBI is confirming, and local officials are commenting, and local secretaries, state secretaries of state are commenting on the effect of these bomb threats called into polling places and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be associated with an actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be false bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to Russia, or they are investigating whether or not these may be of Russian origin. But again, our battleground recap, summing up, we've got too early to call in North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and it's too close to call in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
I mean, blue wall, baby. That was always going to be a blue wall night. And I think that, I tried to speak a little bit to some of the fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt, that would eradicate, the threat of something drawn out. And that is, I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
Still not acceptable.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for the these blue wall states to come in because they're so close, because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction. And so I think it's going to be a late night. And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report. We've got the swing states. We've got too close, too close, too close, too close in Georgia, and then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona and Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to report. We all know that one. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see, because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos, and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, they have their own plane. They can hit more than one state in a day. She spent her final day campaigning, doing all 5 stops in Pennsylvania, the campaign, and we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path, while at the same time, and I've heard some of the interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump, over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had and how he closed. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing. We're watching those 3 states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win them yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon, per NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years. But Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York 18. I also have to tell the control room here just for a moment that I just lost my IFB. And so I am now one of these people who's speaking but can't hear anything.
You can tell me and I'll tell you.
So go ahead. So if control room is saying anything to me from right now, I think my battery's died. So take it away.
Go to Steve.
Rachel, you seem so energized.
I am energized. But I do know, actually, with nobody talking to me, that we do need to go to Steve.
But
yes.
Steve.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Did you just throw it at me?
Yeah, we did throw it at you. It was just me.
Somebody was talking to me about IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where eastern Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here, too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points, from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these 3, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59-8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 4/10 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races. NBC News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing his seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project an interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is Adam Schiff, the Democratic candidate in California, is projected to have won this seat. I need to tell you, though, he wins this both in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will not only take over the full term of that seat, he will also take this seat immediately in the Senate from California. One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49 seats. Democrats are at 39 seats. There are 12 seats uncalled. We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you were to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown, and so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who is
incredible loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very
But they
deep red.
poured massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time.
Yeah.
Just massive.
Hundreds of millions of
Yes,
dollars.
yes.
Exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC senior contributing editor Michelle Norris. She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic. And one of the people I heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet, thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by a few other people that I spoke to is that the real focus now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020. They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long, long night. And And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew. That's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Michelle Norris at Howard University, where the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically, these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe that those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So, Simone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say, or are they enthusiastic about their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say, and they are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic. They're clear-eyed, and people within the campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that, given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play, and I do also think that it's my understanding of they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round, and North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those 2 bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who were around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler room. That's a very high-pressure thing. You call it on a campaign, but Nicole and I have probably spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They have a team of people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these counties and what you're trying to achieve, right? So in these counties, you know, in Philly, they're trying to run up the vote numbers by a great deal, higher than Biden did. And they're looking at, you know, what the percentages were then. And Biden did about 2 percentage points is better than Clinton in a lot of the key parts of Pennsylvania. So they're looking at that. But they're also looking at the rural counties and where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting. Obviously, there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here, which, again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Yeah. Because part of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington state. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington state. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate from Washington state. Steve, over to you.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working-class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, they usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say, the WOW counties and the BOW counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, a 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those WOW counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. Do we have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for a little while. The important Senate races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side of this break. Stay with us. NBC News can project at this hour in the presidential race in the state of Virginia that there is a winner in Virginia. Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in the state of Virginia. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential contest in North Carolina. NBC News projects that the winner in the presidential race in the state of North Carolina is Donald Trump. This is our first projection of a result in any of the 7 big swing states. The first swing state to be projected by NBC News tonight is North Carolina, going to Donald Trump. I understand we also have a change in the characterization of the presidential race in Minnesota. In Minnesota, this had previously been characterized as too early to call. Minnesota now characterized by NBC News as too close to call. Looking at the overall map, the road to 270, right now Donald Trump stands at 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 185. Again, of the 7 swing states that we and everybody else has been watching, we now have an NBC News call in the first one, Joy. North Carolina called for Donald Trump.
Yep, and so it was, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks. Yep. But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, you know, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Steph.
People didn't have any surprises here. We do have to remember when it comes to North Carolina, they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons of accommodations and people were able to get to the polls in an abbreviated form. But they also were victims to a huge amount of misinformation over the last 4 weeks. You cannot underestimate the impact that had. But to Joy's point, there's no surprises in this election. People knew exactly who they were voting for and what they were getting. So they get what they get.
I want to talk about Mark Robinson for a second, because I think it's sort of interesting. Mark Robinson is like running an experiment, which is like, what's the floor? What's the floor for someone who's a major party nominee in a swing state, in basically a closely done?
Remind people who he is.
Mark Robinson is the current lieutenant governor of North Carolina running for governor. He is the one who said he was called himself a Nazi at one point on the Nude Africa Forum, where he had a long set of exchanges in which he said basically every single offensive thing a person could do. He has a very, very long history of saying incredibly repellent, omnidirectionally offensive statements about just about every group imaginable. He is the opposite of what you would call like diplomatic or like political. He's going to get his, you know.
He lost.
He lost, right? So he lost by a lot. He got 40%. So like to me, I look at that 40%, I think, where does everyone start in the structurally polarized America that we live in? And the answer is Mark Robinson at 40% North Carolina. Like that guy ran about as bad a race. He was abandoned by the top of the ticket. He was abandoned by fellow Republicans.
Abandoned by his entire staff.
By the entire staff. He had just about the worst news cycles you've ever seen for any candidate. And in basically what has been a 50-50 state, more or less, so it's a good experiment, that is the floor, is 40. So the reason that matters is because there's two things happening in every election. There's the structural stuff that's happening, and then there's what happens in that campaign, what the candidates are, what's happening in the news. The structural stuff in this country is like the 40%.
Yeah.
That structural stuff is moving in all sorts of interesting directions, and Steve has been talking about them. The realignment we've seen of working class voters moving from parties to the left to parties to the right, that's happened in every single OECD developed democracy across the world over the last 16 years, 20, you can go back further. Because of how structurally polarized we are, everything's happening at the margins. And the margins are 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. In a room of 100 people with people wearing different colored shirts, that's like 3 people changing the color of their shirt. It's 4 people changing the color of their shirt. That's where everything happens in American politics right now.
Well, and I think it goes back to what David Plouffe said there and said they built a campaign for Kamala Harris to try to defeat a Donald Trump that had a 48% ceiling. It looks like from some of what Steve Kornacki is telling us that his ceiling might have been higher this time.
Well, we talked to David exactly about that this idea that his ceiling was 46.1 or 46.7. It had always been that. And so there'll be much more time to follow this. We are following the story and the facts, and the story's not over. But if Donald Trump did increase that margin over what had been a 8-year ceiling, right, there will be much to say and much to study about whether that was because of some newfound appreciation for him and his ideas, or whether this was an economy election. And we've had many of them. And there's many a politician who will say, oh, this happened, that means you like me more, I have a bigger mandate. And sometimes it's not that. It's that high prices and inflation after COVID disruptions was a body blow to many places. And you add what you just said.
But working class voters are actually mad at everyone. They're mad at the system. They're mad at the establishment. And Democrats have thought in the last few years, listen, look at all that we've done for unions. Look what we've done for labor in this country. But we forget, not all working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college-educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. And so while they haven't found any policy solutions for him, and I can go through everything that Joe Biden has done from beyond what he's done with unions. We can talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. We can talk about infrastructure plans. We can talk about all the training programs in many of those rural communities, whether it's Georgia and Pennsylvania. But many of them aren't underway yet, and it takes time, right?
But just briefly, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just saying that when the economy is bad enough and that's front and center, people tend to vote against what they see as the incumbent party. In this case, you had an incumbent vice president. And all I'm saying, and we don't know yet, right. I'm just saying that, is it that everyone gave Donald Trump a bigger hug because he closed so well? Again, I'm talking about the total vote. We're not issuing any new calls other than the North Carolina call Rachel just made. But in the total vote trends, is it that, or is it something we've seen from time going back to the beginning of elections, that when people are mad about the economy, they vote against the incumbents?
Or they don't vote at all, because I think we also forget that we are a 60% on a good year turnout country. There are a lot of people, especially low wealth people. You know, this is the Bishop Barber thing he talks about all the time on our shows, is that poor and low wealth people actually don't vote for the most part. They normally sit it out. And so there's a checking out of the system and saying, I'm not receiving economic benefits. College loan forgiveness doesn't impact me. And so people are actually, in some cases in this country, backing out of voting altogether. So I think there's a tendency to think it's poor people voting against their best interests, when in many cases, poor people aren't voting at all. And so they're just not a part of the system. And so what you have is higher net worth and higher education voters voting versus rural working class voters. But just remember, working class does not mean poor. You can be working class, meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, a second home somewhere in, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you have you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the system at all.
We have a call to make. NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington. Do we have that? You guys didn't know that's how I usually do it, right?
That's how you make it happen.
NBC News projects that the governor's race in Washington, the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the next governor in Washington. Republican opponent Dave Reichert. But the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the winner there. I had mentioned that we were going to talk about some of the tight Senate races that we've got right now. We are still going to do that. But I want to go first to Philadelphia. Our own Jacob Soboroff is at the Tabulation Center in Philly, which is kind of the center of the political universe right now. Jacob, what are you seeing?
Rachel, last I spoke with you, we were at this door with Seth Bluestein, one of the 3 Philadelphia city election commissioners here responsible for the tabulation of the ballots and all election administration in Philadelphia. We expect another release of ballots around midnight Eastern time, and I have some specific numbers that may or may not be useful to Steve and you all there. He tells me that around 50,000 votes will be a part of that next release around midnight Eastern time, and that would leave a total universe, according to Mr. Bluestein, of 37,000 votes left, but that would include ballots that won't be counted, like unsigned ballots, undated ballots, no secrecy envelopes, and other ballots that, for whatever reason, don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with 2 different vans. But I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots. And they're all in there now going through the process. Election workers doing their great civic duty. In about 9 minutes' time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots. And then again, just to underscore, tomorrow morning there will be another release here in Philadelphia.
Okay. I will just let you know, Jacob.
Let's take a look. Here come these additional trucks. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say, just to let you know, in case you couldn't see, when you were poking your nose into that window, looking through that window, there was a security officer and/or cop inside who was very displeased about the fact that you were doing that. Just so you know, in case there's an unfriendly
Here, I'll give you one more
encounter.
peek. Just one quick peek. I think they left. Take a look.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When you get the tap on your shoulder momentarily, don't tell them that you know us, Jacob.
It's coming. It's coming.
We will always have your back. I'm kidding.
Yeah, better to ask for forgiveness and permission, Soboroff.
Honestly, I mean, if you're Jacob Soboroff, you just turn on the charm and you're like, oh, did I do something wrong? Me?
My camera?
But me? How could I be held accountable for any of these things? All right, let us go back to some of those Senate boards, which I think we had one of them up there first, looking first at the Pennsylvania Senate race. We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet called. NBC News projecting in the Senate race in Pennsylvania that this is a too close to call race between Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. This is over 80% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Here in Michigan, also too close to call. This is Alyssa Slotkin, the Democrat, versus Mike Rogers, the Republican, with just over 40% of the vote in. Here's Wisconsin. Wisconsin Senate race. We've got a Democratic incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. This is with just over 70% of the vote in. This is where things stand in Wisconsin. Here's Arizona, just over half the vote in Arizona. This is too early to call. You see Congressman Ruben Gallego there with just over 52% of the vote. Carrie Lake just under 46% of the vote. That's with just over half the vote counted. Too early to call in Arizona. In Nebraska, this is a very interesting one. Too early to call. Here's an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer. Her opponent here is not a Democrat. He's an independent, Dan Osborne, who's actually said that he won't caucus with either party. We don't know exactly what that would mean if he won, but the status between them here you can see on your screen, almost 50-50 with about 60% of the vote in. Also looking at Montana. Very interesting. We've only got about 14% of the vote in Montana. This is incumbent Democratic Senator John Tester and a Republican challenger, Tim Sheehy. This is too early to call, just about 14% of the vote in that Montana Senate race. I think if, Democrats, obviously, their pie in the sky view of these Senate races was that, like, Florida was within reach against Rick Scott with Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, and maybe Texas was within reach with Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred. Now I think that we're down to figuring out what the Republican margin is likely to be, honestly.
Yes, and one of the things that we're seeing in those key races that we have not called, Michigan and Wisconsin, for instance, we saw, going all the way back to the spring, a delta, a gap between the polling for the Senate statewide incumbent Democrat and the top of the ticket when it was Biden, and that persisted when it was Kamala Harris, which is to say the Senate top of the ticket candidate running ahead of the national ticket. And there was always a question about whether that was an artifact in the measurement and they were converge or there's something picking up there. What we're seeing tonight looks like convergence. It looks like, with the exception of Arizona, in which Ruben Gallego, it looks like, is going to outperform the top of the ticket because I think Carrie Lake is such an especially poor candidate after her loss 2 years ago. With those other kind of, I would call them kind of generic R's. They're sort of classic Mitch McConnell recruits in both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. These are extremely wealthy guys who self-funded, which is like Mitch McConnell's favorite because it takes some money off the balance sheet for his Senate leadership fund. Honestly, it's like you guys do that. That's less checks we have to cut for the Senate leadership fund. These are very classic McConnell recruit generic R guys.
That's Dave McCormick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're running, they're converging with the top of the ticket.
This is a Greenwich, Connecticut guy, right? A hedge fund manager who's the president of Bridgewater, one of the biggest, most successful hedge funds in the world, who had some heritage from Pennsylvania. He's married to Dina Powell, who, of course, was a senior advisor to Donald Trump. And he absolutely was in a position to self-fund. But it's noteworthy because Bob Casey is sort of expected to win that race and be in line with Kamala Harris. So if, in fact, Dave McCormick does win, does prevail in Pennsylvania, what could that mean for Kamala Harris in her potential strength in Pennsylvania?
And Trump doing well in certain places has helped Republicans. When we look at Ohio, where you say, oh, what would a populist senator look like? The Democrats had one with a strong record, even against tailwinds that go, a long ways. However you want to say it, Sherrod Brown was doing 5 points better than the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points worse than Trump. Either way you cut it, there's some edge there of incumbency and populism, but he's running in an area where the Republican is up 10, and so he's got to deal with that.
Yeah, and I just, to speak about Sherrod Brown, his board we're showing right now, we have the call-that race for the challenger, Bernie Moreno. I mean, here's an example of the river, the motion of the river of the realignment that's happening across all of these democracies that everyone is swimming in. No one swam against that river more than Sherrod Brown, who I first profiled in 2006 when he was running for the Senate. He wrote a book railing against NAFTA when it was the least popular thing in the world to do as a first or second term congressman. All of the stuff you hear from Trump and J.D. Vance about trade and about building America, this has been Sherrod Brown's brand, his core belief, his principles, the things he's fought for and voted for his entire life in that state. And so far, he has been successful in managing to swim against that tide. And tonight, a Mercedes-Benz dealer really, like beat him, and that's where
not just a Mercedes-Benz dealer, a man who's made a tremendous amount of money in cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary.
Let me also say there was about a $40 million spend from the outside crypto super PAC against Sherrod Brown, precisely because of his role in regulating finance. Another thing I know that he.
And can we just also note that I wonder if Ohio Democrats will rethink putting that abortion ballot measure off of the November election, right? Because this was a candidate, Bernie Moreno, who just openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We are closing in on the top of the hour. Joy, I'm sorry. Just under 10 seconds to a poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight. NBC News. As the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii. Right? Yes, there it is. In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call. 84% of the vote is in. Just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call. 44% of the vote in. Difference of about 100,000 votes between them. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. We've got 3/4 of the vote in. Just under 90,000 votes between the two candidates. And in Arizona, it's not too close to call. It is too early to call. You see just over half the vote in. Also in Nevada, it is too early to call. We've got 2% of the vote in Nevada. All right, let's go over to, let's look at where the Senate stands right now, actually. Forgive me. In the Senate race in Hawaii, where polls just closed at midnight Eastern time, NBC News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic incumbent Mazie Hirono. Sorry for my confusion there for a moment. I thought we were going right to this slide. This is where the Senate stands at this hour. There are still 10 uncalled Senate seats, which is a lot. Republicans have a net gain of 2 already. That's in Ohio, Sherrod Brown's state. They flipped to Bernie Moreno, and that is in West Virginia, where Jim Justice picked up the seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Steve, what are we seeing at this hour?
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue-collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same-day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door, in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop-off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue-collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. Your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote-by-mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So, again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, as in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote-by-mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going going through this, and you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come. That did knock Trump's number down. That did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia now, 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite Harris hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip, and there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 22. There was a whole passel of Republicans who were elected in more or less blue districts in New York in 2022. One of them was Republican Brandon Williams. Well, in New York 22, Brandon Williams has just lost his seat tonight. Democrat John Mannion, who's a state senator in New York, will be taking that seat in Congress from that New York congressional district. Interesting result there. The only other flip that I know about at this point, it's a gain, is in Alabama's 2nd district, which is a gain for the Democrats. This is essentially because of redistricting. Shamari Figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dodson. So this is a race that is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way up through the very top of the court system. And Shamari Figures will be joining the Alabama congressional delegation from that 2nd congressional district there. One other race to update you on, and this is a ballot measure in Missouri. And this is interesting. Missouri called very early on for Donald Trump today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator will also be returning to the U.S. Senate, Josh Hawley. But on that same ballot, Missouri voters voted to increase the minimum wage and have paid sick time. And it looks like this is winning by a significant margin. Look at this, more than 80% of the vote in, 59-41 in favor of raising the minimum wage. Again, a phenomenon that we're seeing in lots of different races in lots of different states over the course of tonight about people picking politicians who are absolutely opposed to the policy position that they are then voting for in a ballot measure.
Well, which tells us something important about policy, right?
Yeah.
That maybe this was never about policy. Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition. I mean, I don't even know if you can call it the Democratic Party. Vice President Kamala Harris ran alongside Liz Cheney, and a whole bunch of people, large numbers of Latino men, mostly men, but women also felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition. And I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments you made and that Ari's made. I mean, there is a story about realignment. And of course, the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about black voters, but there are policies that you're talking about that didn't make a difference in terms of how people voted, and then there are policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now, and I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated, and here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit. Yes. They're also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. So this whole thing is we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy. But what he would actually do to the economy, the policies he will put forth, right? The corporate tax cuts, which he's not just going to sunset, he's going to make them even bigger. Right. And then these tariffs are terrible for the economy.
I think that's absolutely right. And 2 points on that quickly. One is Democrat Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, which we're all watching, closed his campaign not by pantomiming a sexual act on stage, which is not how most candidates in most parties ever close, but he did close with an ad touting his support for the, quote, Trump tariffs in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. That's point one. Point two I want to share, we've talked about a lot of races. We don't do a ton with exit polls, and I think when you dice them down really small, the numbers don't work. But on big questions, here's a nonpartisan exit poll question I just want us to touch on. This is out of all votes around the nation. You ask people, in the last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago, in the last year, inflation has caused your family, not everyone else, your family, what? And if you ask for a moderate or severe hardship, it's 75% of the voting public. A bunch of those people voted for Democrats and Harris, but that's a reminder that, with no insult to the people trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is word is bond, which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually work. But the people doing those trades, the so-called self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in D.C., most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship. But it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way, the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a state ballot, whether it's a red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But think about the disconnect here. The same people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting for the candidate, in some cases, who is bankrolled by Elon Musk, who said into a recording device that there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to feel. He's a billionaire, but that they will feel. So you're saying that your minimum wage increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariffs that will make everything that you buy in Walmart much more expensive. So there's a disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying, I want to be under the sort of care, right, of a very rich person who I think will take care of me economically because he was on television. But literally, the policies that you're going to get. And this is what listen, you get the government you ask for. And if you're saying you want 20% tariffs and mass deportation that will make everything unaffordable, this is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that aren't, to how you like to say, down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason small business owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that. I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
I just want to say one thing, just as we're talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020. Right. These are, extremely important, meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government does and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? Yeah. We're not, when you look back at what happened in 64 or what happened in 72 or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections, right? Like 10, 15 point, like.
Right. One of the candidates wins one state.
Right, yeah, wins one state. Yeah. Like we're just in a completely different world than that. And what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So, like, there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this. Right. And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, it's there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on.
Right.
And that's what happened. That determined the election. And again, that's, millions of people, and it matters in the structural forces, but like, it's always just really important because there is a tendency to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul to keep that in mind.
But a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to.
They're right. They're correct.
And some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues, which is, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom, and how Donald Trump got 2 Supreme Court seats, and they basically stole a third. And those justices went before the Senate and said under oath, Roe is a super precedent. They were either lying then or they later acted in a way that made that a lie. What did the voters say? Again, national exits. Immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%. Yeah. That is not great news for Trump or MAGA or any of his claims, which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great effect. But yeah, it was bad news, I think, for incumbents.
But it also exists alongside the reality that the United States economy is the envy of the world.
Yeah. It absolutely
That the only reason there's a positive economic outlook globally is because the United States economy is doing so well, it's dragging everybody else upward. It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was, not only just before COVID, but before Donald Trump left office, right? I mean, this is the inflation numbers, the economic growth numbers, the fiscal numbers, the U.S. standing in the world numbers are all off the charts positive. Even the freaking stock market, right? All off the charts positive. And yet, the pain, the old pain from having gone through the rise in prices, which is over, and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world, to me, it can't be prescriptive because of what's happened since, because we voted today, or we voted in this early voting period, right? I mean, if we were a country where all the economic indicators were going down, you would expect it to be a big economically driven change election. But all of our economic indicators are 3 feet high and rising.
And there was nothing else for the Harris campaign to offer or do. They delivered a very strong economy, and they put a plan forth for one going forward. And what Donald Trump has offered is only going to worsen the economy.
And also, the polling above the economy was democracy. Is actually the number one thing and so there was a tremendous concern about what might happen to us if we are no longer a democracy. That was also a driving, at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy, and yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations being set. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
Well, I first want to say that, you know, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle, and everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's no. It hit, and this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago, but what I am hearing, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots, that came in this latest batch, lots from Philadelphia County. The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be mountable. But they're cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know exactly how many are left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that there are enough. And that means if there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, if there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris-Walz campaign, the vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And then some of these suburbs in the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. But the numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins. Yeah. The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till
we are still in it. We've been talking, Claire, about Michigan and Wisconsin, and looking at those two states in the context of the Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself, I wonder how you look at the way in which Alyssa Slotkin is in a very, very tight race with Mike Rogers, and Tammy Baldwin is in now, I believe, slightly, maybe even behind her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we could knock off Ted Cruz and maybe the independent candidate in Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats. And why is that so important? Well, one reason it's so important is because it probably means if this all happens, this is very depressing. I'm sorry to do this to everyone. But it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real, because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me. Now, the other thing about the Senate races that I think we need to take a moment and talk about is now the House becomes very important. Yeah. And these House races that, frankly, some of them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Kornacki has not really educated us yet fully on all of these House races that are out there. But we flipped some already. And Hakeem Jeffries may be the most important person in Washington for the values we care about.
Yeah, when you're looking at a landscape, Michael Steele, in which Donald Trump does get the White House and they have 52, 53, 54 seats in the Senate, all eyes then go to the House of Representatives. I wonder, first of all, we are all on an emotional roller coaster, right? We're all calibrating our sort of psychological profiles by the hour. I wonder how you're sort of looking at the state of play and what you're thinking on, focused on.
Well, look, the thing about that strikes me about where we are right now is, in many respects, you kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when you're pulling at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're going to spend time with, if this plays out the way it seems that Donald Trump wins this election, is trying to understand what that resistance was about. What is it about our supporting Ukraine that you did not like beyond the talking points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough in Florida?
Yeah.
Right? To actually draw the line in the sand.
Although,
But
can I just say,
Sure.
these numbers, again, this is a quickly moving storm front, but I believe it was 57% of Florida voters voted for.
But you knew what
But-
the
and
threshold was.
60.
You knew.
But and 56 or 57% also voted for Donald Trump, which gets to the phenomenon of
Right.
people voting for Trump and for abortion
There
rights.
you go. There you go.
But you see, I don't think it's as black as white. Like,
No, I'm not saying it's
right,
black and
okay.
white. I'm saying it's absolutely every color under the rainbow. It is every shade of how we start to parse and understand elections like this, because it's going to be important for what happens next. If the MAGA movement continues to expand, as it seemingly has, I mean, there's some real consideration about whether or not Trump hits the national popular vote here tonight. There's some things for us to sort of think about. So, for me, I'm looking at some of the states, and I'm with my friend Simone. Claire is a savant in many respects, but is born out of an experience of understanding how elections kind of drive and how they're
And
built.
margins.
And how they're built.
And, I wish I could ignore the margins, but it's hard.
Exactly.
You can't.
How elections are built. And I think that this is for a lot of folks, myself included, a recalibration of thinking about, and it really draws me back to one thing. That 2016, focus group where I saw a young mother. I tell a story of a young white female suburban mother of two divorced. When asked why she was supporting Trump, said he's just like me. And in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that understanding has not been met. To understand how, in the face of Dobbs, in the face of everything else that's happened, white suburban women tonight
Still voting for Donald Trump.
are still voting in a bigger number than you would think for Donald Trump.
Well, I just will say, and yeah, I would love to hear what you have to say on this, Simone. I wonder how much it's voters consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling about Donald Trump and his strength and the fear-mongering he's done around immigration and the fuzziness he's had on women's rights. And, I'm not entirely sure it is a sort of list of kind of policy pros and cons
I'm not
that they're
saying that
going
at
in
all.
there.
I think it's mostly emotional.
I think you have to understand the voters. I just think about Governor Phil Murphy, who, after New Jersey was very, very close in that, 2020 race? What was that? It was 2020. He commissioned these focus groups afterwards. The governor's race was close. He commissioned these focus groups and his own internal focus groups, and what he saw in the focus groups of these voters that went out and did things that Democrats in New Jersey were like, well, wait, what is happening here? He said that we have to listen to what the voters are saying. And so I want to know what the voters have to say about this, and we will have to ask them more questions about their vote in the focus groups in the weeks and days to come. And again, the election is still not over. Okay, it's not over until all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is many things are happening tonight. In this election in 1968, it was the same election where Shirley Chisholm was elected as the first black woman to the U.S. House of Representatives. In that same election, Richard Nixon was elected as president. Right. And so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Also Brooks now join the ranks of black women who have been elected to the United States Senate. Shamari figures in Alabama, a district that was created because people in Alabama, with the help of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the ACLU, and so many others, went all the way up to the Supreme Court to fight for their voting rights, their right to be represented, to have their voices heard, got districts created in Alabama, in Louisiana, and now and they're called Black Opportunity Districts, majority black districts, and now there's more representation. These are the seats that are going to make Hakeem Jeffries the first black Speaker of the House. So There are many things that are happening tonight, and I
Everything,
think
everywhere, all
that
at once.
everything, everywhere, all at once.
With that,
And all over your head at the same time.
I send it back to you, Rachel.
Joining us now from a tabulation center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is NBC's own Shaquille Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where I am, because we are in downtown Milwaukee, and how Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially in these bigger cities like Milwaukee, is when you look at the early vote and when you look at the mail-in vote, they essentially all go to one location and they're counted, and then those results are posted all at once. And we just heard from the clerk that they are still working through these ballots, but we're likely not going to see the results from Milwaukee until the overnight hours. And you can see a little bit of the process. Just look at how wide open this entire room is. And we just got an update saying that clerks are working through some of the larger wards right now. So far, they processed about 80,000 ballots today. You see some of that processing going on right now as we speak. Once those ballots are processed, then they go into the tabulators, and then that's when they are finally tabulated and sent over to the county. Now, this is all important because there are about 107,000 ballots in this room alone for the state of Wisconsin. And when you talk to Republicans in this state, they are getting more and more optimistic. I'll tell you, they are very chatty right now, reaching out to us saying that, one, they don't think that Vice President Kamala Harris got enough vote out of Dane County. That's in Madison, big college area. But two, we know that Milwaukee is usually the last to post its results. And when you look at the margin right now in Wisconsin, with Donald Trump currently ahead with about 100,000 votes, if I'm telling you there's only about 107,000 ballots here that will be posted later tonight, Republicans are pointing to that and saying that they are very skeptical that the vice president will be able to make up that total. So the votes are still being counted. There are other places where votes are outstanding right now, but it's because of what you're seeing here, the fact that we're waiting on a lot of these ballots to come, that Republicans in the state are saying they're very optimistic, guys.
Shaq Brewster for us in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be coming back to you, Shaq. And Parks has some follow-up questions, but I have to interrupt my own train of thought to bring you a call. For the second time this evening, NBC News is able to make a projection in a battleground state. NBC News now projects that in the battleground state of Georgia, in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed in the presidential race in Georgia. So again, of our swing states, we've got two called thus far, in Georgia and in North Carolina, per NBC News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris at 189 electoral votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. Of the seven of the seven states that we consider to be battleground states, two, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called by NBC News as of this hour. Both of them called for Donald Trump. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, two counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far. And unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent, ran a very close-fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer. But NBC News now projects that Deb Fischer will be returning to the Senate. Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race. I should also tell you that earlier than this, in the Utah Senate race, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah Senate race. This is the seat that is being left by Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney. It will be held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the Republican control of the Senate on the books, according to NBC News projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
And this is huge because in the event of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district court, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of two Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
And let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think, actually, if we can go to this live so we can hear the Natsat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow. I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in the national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. That they were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, when Donald Trump won that race, despite losing the national popular vote, he won the White House, the Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta. When Joe Biden won in 2020, he had the Senate and the House a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans, the Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 in the morning and I'm punchy. Like, mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called and as we watch for additional flips, and ads, we're going to have to talk about those consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it, with leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's at Howard University for us, who just saw those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high-mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear that the vice president will not be speaking tonight. Nobody should be waiting to hear anything from her. But it does sound like, was Was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond was saying, that she will be back at Howard tomorrow to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation?
Yes, you heard that right. The crowd, you can probably see behind me the rush to the exits. I mean, as soon as he said that, people turned on their heels and they were out of here. The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like. He did indicate that she would be back tomorrow to speak to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a logistical nightmare on several levels because the university was not expecting her to come back tomorrow. I don't know how large the crowd will be. There are a lot of unknowns in that statement. I do know that there was a lot of hand-wringing and consternation in her camp about when she should leave, about when she should start to head here. And her victory party, which was in another part of town, at what point they turned off the TV set and just piped up the music because the room was starting to get increasingly somber. So a lot of people here, I haven't had a chance to talk to people who expressed disappointment. There really is still a lot of people who are holding on to hope, trying hard to hold on to hope. But the numbers, it's hard to do that in the face of a map that really looks like it's presenting a very steep challenge, and a country that at this point is still very divided.
And to be clear, Michelle, NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing states. They have called Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. They've also called Senate control for the Republican Party. 5 swing states remain to be called. But as you say, the internal math, which we have been following with Steve Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing. The last thing that we have reportable from the Harris campaign, the top of the Harris campaign manager, General Mally Dillon, said, we always knew it was going to be down to the blue wall, and the blue wall is still uncalled at this point. But it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string people along into thinking this is going to happen.
And in that note that Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out earlier, there was an indication there, if you noted, that came out, a little more than an hour ago. And she was telling people at that point, get some sleep. We'll continue to count these votes, and we'll be back at this in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris, I imagine, are not freeing you to go sleep anytime soon. I imagine we may be back with you yet. But thank you for being there for us. It's much appreciated. Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks at Howard, you could see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, it's close, or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares victory. I mean, all these things that everybody gamed out. Now, while we're just waiting for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math, sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy, I think.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people on the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But what they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet, but that is not what they are receiving, and they are being told to go home and wait till tomorrow. It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing, and this has also made me think a lot about the campaign team, and I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know, and Jen O'Malley Dillon has 3 little kids. She spent years electing Joe Biden. She stayed in the White House to be the deputy chief of staff. Then she went to the campaign and moved there to run this campaign. You have thousands of young people who have worked across the country because they believed in Joe Biden, and then they're like, we're here for Kamala Harris. We believe in this. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for abortion rights. All of those people are also sitting deflated and waiting at this moment, and maybe still hopeful too, but I've been thinking a lot about them as well because it's been quite a 107, 200 days for them as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's important to say that, anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic flawlessly run campaign. She had Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. You know, I mean, she had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift. She had the Swifties. She had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true. And I think that the other piece that I think is really important to say to people, because this is where it gets dicey, is that the fact that we now have to wait for more vote to come in, that is how the process works. There is an absentee ballot that needs to come in and that must be counted because those are also legitimate votes. This is where we get into that point where Donald Trump can do the thing Donald Trump does, which is to say, I like where we are right now. And anything that changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that some, you know, the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so we need to be really, I think, vigilant and important in telling people and reminding people that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, you know, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, you know, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had Russia, someone maybe with a Russia, you know, VPN or maybe in Russia calling in death threats. And those death threats were going, let's be clear, to minority, black, and indigenous counties. Bomb threats, sorry, bomb threats.
And 2 points on that. One, to reinforce what Joy is saying and what we know, but the truth bears repeating, we are counting all the votes and following the facts. We are not in a race to get the facts. We will follow them, and they will come when they come. We are not in a prediction contest. We're not in a probability contest. We're not in a is your needle right contest. We are going to do that. So that's number one, and we are committed to that. And I wish everyone was committed to that, but we've learned not everyone is. Full stop.
Why are you saying that? You sound like you're defending against something that other people are doing wrong.
I think there are a lot of folks out there that don't care about that, and so either
they don't care about the real result. They want to jump to they want to jump to it before we know it. I got you. Okay.
So that full stop. Then there's the journalism of what we're seeing right now in the last 10 minutes, and we are seeing where both campaigns are at, which doesn't mean they know the future, which is why I so laboriously made that point. But we've seen Donald Trump think he might win re-election and sound like that, and he lost. We saw the Hillary Clinton campaign, I say this in the most bipartisan way possible, on election even 16, really think they were going to win. So that's not predictive or dispositive, as the lawyers would say, but I stopped practicing. So it doesn't mean anything, really, but I will say in reporting it, what we just saw from the Harris campaign looks like their expectation is more pessimistic than optimistic. We didn't see them bring out a real fire breather who's acting like, hey, give us a little more time. We got this. It wasn't a long speech. It didn't even, and Jen can speak to this as can everyone on the panel, it didn't sound like a battle plan of here's the next 36 hours. It sounded more pessimistic. And on the flip side, and I don't mean this as an insult to Donald Trump, although it is a negative observation, the only time he's quiet and talks about things being fair is if he thinks he's already won.
Yes.
When it's uncertain, he accuses everyone of cheating and undermines people's trust in this, which is unfortunate. And when he's losing, he's the loudest. And we all were at this table late night last cycle when we know in the end he lost, and he came out and did that. And so I just want to observe, and I'm sure many other people can add insights to this, that the Harris campaign sounds like that. And he is as quiet as we've seen him.
I think that's exactly what we're all observing, is kind of the vibes that you're seeing from people rush out of a venue that you just saw Cedric Richmond speak at, and not Kamala Harris saying, I'm so proud to be the next president of the United States. I'm sure, well, I would bet, I should say, to be accurate, that they had debates internally, and you referenced this. Should she go out and speak? Should Tim Walz go out and speak? And there are different choices you make on campaigns. And this is not reflective of what the outcome is necessarily going to be. But in 2004, John Edwards went out and spoke, right?
You know, they sent Edwards out.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
We all thought he was the great next hope. We were a little off in that, but that's fine.
I erased him from my memory banks.
I know.
It's like he didn't exist.
I'm returning him back. I'm sorry about that. You know, we saw when Hillary Clinton at the Javits Center, we saw the campaign chair also speak then. It doesn't. You have discussions in the campaign about what message you're sending. So I do think, to your point, Ari, sending Cedric out there, who is not the candidate, not the vice presidential nominee, is trying to be more businesslike, right, than sending a message that guys, we don't want to keep you up till 5 in the morning. It's going to happen.
And not
But
the
we don't know
running
what's gonna
mate
happen,
and not
but
the
still.
campaign manager.
Let me interject for a moment. We do have a call. NBC News can project that in the presidential race in New Mexico, there is a winner, and the winner is Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. When the Trump campaign was getting very, very, very cocky about how they were going to do tonight, they started talking about expanding the map, expanding to Virginia, which they lost tonight to Kamala Harris. They talked about expanding the map to New Mexico, where they sent Donald Trump in the closing days. Now NBC News projects they have lost New Mexico to Kamala Harris as well. We shall see. I think the Democrats were hoping they'd do so well they'd expand the map to Texas and Iowa, and they didn't win either of those either. At this point, we've got 2 of the 7 swing states called. They are North Carolina and Georgia, both called per NBC News for Donald Trump. We're still watching the results come in all of the other swing states. We're heading toward a 1 a.m. closing in Alaska. That'll be our last poll closing of the night. Steve, as we're heading toward that, what are you watching?
Yeah, I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. And again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago. And that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight. Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there. 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh.
Sorry, Steve. Didn't mean to catch off mid-word there. This is our final poll closing of the night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and that means we've got our final poll closing, and that is in Alaska. Right now, the projection in the presidential race in Alaska is that it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In terms of the road to 270, this is where the two candidates stand right now as they both try to get to 270 electoral votes. Shazam! There it is. 246 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 194 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. In terms of the battleground states right now, let's look at the, battleground states right now. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 92% of the vote in. In Michigan, it is too close to call with just over 60% of the vote in. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call with 114,000 votes between the two candidates, 86% of the vote in. In Arizona, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call. We've got just over half the vote in Arizona. You can see the numbers there. And in Nevada, similarly, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call with 70% of the vote in Nevada. Looking at the Alaska House race, there's no Senate race right now in Alaska, but there is a House race in Alaska that is of interest, and it's one of these races to watch in the country right now in the Alaska House race, where Democratic incumbent Mary Peltola is trying to hold on to that seat, facing Nick Begich from a famous Alaska family. Nick Begich running in this race as a Republican, despite his family's Democratic history in the state. This race is, at this point, too early to call in the House race in Alaska. That is where we stand. Steve, I'll get back to you.
Yep. So again, in Pennsylvania here, it's about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else could votes be coming in significant numbers. Centre County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. Now, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets that, though, frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to come. We knew it was going to take a long time here. The vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed. So there are pockets here where Trump can gain, too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approached 90% in. The Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this, we said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020, and we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record, as we look at the map of the country here and you see in gray the states that aren't called, you take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020. Trump has turned that around in leads here. And again, this is just, as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating on, I am seeing this over and over again. Counties with substantial Hispanic populations, that's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris, but just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I want to show you just 2 counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop-off for Harris here. And this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote-producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic, down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight, but look at the change. This was almost a 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations. That's where Trump's made gains.
Steve, thank you very much. Looking now at what remains outstanding, obviously we've got Senate races that remain outstanding. We've also been talking about control of the House. Now, as far as I understand it right now, the best thing that we can say, most definitive thing we can say about the House is that we're not going to know. And that's because there's so many contested House races that are going to come out, even just in California. And California, very proudly and with no compunction whatsoever, takes weeks to count.
Yeah, they're just like, you'll wait.
You'll wait, and it'll be really important for the country, but we'll get to it when we get to it. And they've done it that way for years in many cycles, and there's no fighting with them about it. Right now, at this hour, I understand that there are roughly 2 Democratic flips, meaning seats that were held by Republicans that are now held by Democrats, and roughly 4 Republican flips, seats that were held by Democrats that will in the future be held by Republicans. And so we'll look at some of those details, and we'll try to keep an eye on, look at all the uncalled races. There's tons of them here. But with a Republican-controlled Senate and with the sort of vibe check that we're getting from the 2 presidential campaigns, control of the House, as you mentioned, Chris, could become one of the most important things in the country.
And, you know, let's go back to control of the Senate for a moment. It's only control of the Senate for 2 years. And in the next 2 years, the Democrats will have the advantage in the Senate campaign that the Republicans had this time, which is to say more Republicans will be defending incumbent seats against Democrat. More Republican seats will be exposed to being flipped. And so it is a 2-year hold by the Republicans as of now. And you know that starting sometime tomorrow, Chuck Schumer is going to be working on how to get that back in 2 years.
There is, you mentioned the judges, which is such an important generational piece of this, but in that 2 years, there's also the confirmation of nominees. And if it's Kamala Harris sitting in the White House, it's going to become extremely difficult to get nominees through.
Let alone judges.
Let alone judges. It's true. It's the flip side. If Trump is in the White House, some of these nominees, and this might be, we don't know where things will be, an interesting thing to watch, might be very easy to get through, or maybe people like, there might be some who feel they're at risk in 2 years, and maybe they'll surprise us. But will have a huge impact. Some of the people that Trump would nominate might get through, even if there should be greater concern.
And there's something you should also remember. David Jolly made this point when he was on with me the other day, is that Vice President Harris's coalition, this broad coalition she built that includes the Liz Cheneys of the world and the Adam Kinzinger, her allies are not in power. They're mostly, you know, members who are now turfed out.
Yeah.
So the actual existing House, the current House majority, is very Trumpy. It's very far right wing.
Led by Mike Johnson, who led the coup.
And so even if you had like a narrow Democratic majority, it would be incumbent upon Hakeem Jeffries. He would have to do what Speaker Pelosi has been able to do, which is to navigate a narrow majority, because it doesn't look like either side, either way, would have a very large majority.
If the Democrats take the House, which again, it's going to be a while, everybody settle in, Jamie Raskin will be the chairman of the Oversight Committee. And there will be people like that who will take on outsized leadership roles and help guide through to be a check on if there's a Trump in the White House with Senate controlled by Republicans. And that could be an interesting dynamic of this that people are undervaluing at this moment.
I just wanted to add one note of explanation about why California can take as long as it does. They actually don't have all the ballots tonight.
Yes,
The ballots can arrive in California, I think, as much as 7 days after Election Day, but for several days after Election Day. So once they get all the ballots in a very, very close House race, then we can start to get to it. But it's not like they're sitting around being slow about it. They literally are waiting for some ballots to arrive later this week.
Yeah, and it's the culture in California. There's no drama about this in California. It's not like people are gnashing their teeth in the state going, why is it taking so long? Everybody knows that they can still receive ballots 7 days after Election Day and have them counted. Yeah.
I want to say one more point about checks, because there's a sort of saying you've heard for years in the world of sort of the, democratic development about democracy is more than elections. And, the reason I think that's an important statement to think about is it's possible we don't know what the night is going to bring. The Senate, we've called for Republicans. Donald Trump is currently up in Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he would be the next president of the United States. The House, we're not going to know for weeks. But it's possible that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta, as they did in 2016. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there could be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think they're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff. We've seen it before. Donald Trump won an election in 2016. He got a Republican House. He got a Republican Senate. They were all fired up, and they were going to repeal Obamacare, and they tried twice, and it didn't work. There was a lot of things they wanted to do, and they didn't work because, basically, of the other parts of what American democratic culture is. And that was an important and meaningful lesson for the vibrancy of the American democratic experiment, and there's been lots of tests of and threats to that in the intervening years, but those are, no one gets elected those things tonight. We're not going to make a call about those parts of civil society, those institutions, what citizens do. Those things are there on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no matter who gets called where, and in some ways, those are some of the most important attributes of American democracy.
And governors.
Sure,
is another important part of this. And there are some incredible Democratic governors out there who are overseeing in big, important states like California and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Maryland. And they become part of the defense of democracy and the defense of rights. And they take on a big role.
Right? Because if you're talking about policies like mass deportations, if you're living in a red state, you're more exposed in a way than you would be if you're living in a state with a governor who intends to protect you. And so I think, these are the questions. And again, we're not there yet, and we haven't gotten to that yet. But those are the things that people would then have to think about is where, where you live then suddenly becomes very important to what actual rights you have as a citizen.
Let me interject just for a moment. We have a change in a characterization. This is not a projection of a winner, but in Nevada, we had previously had word from NBC News that this race was too early to call. Now in Nevada, in the presidential race, it is too close to call. You see 70% of the Nevada vote in, a difference of just under 40,000 votes between the two candidates. Similarly, in the Nevada Senate race, the previous characterization by NBC News had been in this Senate race that it was too early to call. But now in the Nevada Senate race, this is too close to call. This is Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen facing Republican challenger Sam Brown. It is too close to call, and boy, is it. Look at that, 70% of the vote in Nevada. The difference between these two candidates, just barely 3,000 votes. Look at that, 483,000 and something versus 480,000 and something. A very close and therefore too close to call race in Nevada in that Senate race. And again, that's crucial not just to the future of Jackie Rosen versus Sam Brown. It's crucial in terms of what the margin's going to be in the Senate, which has all sorts of material consequences for what the Republicans are going to be sort of capable of doing there. Ari, I interrupted you.
Oh, well, we were going around doing this new exercise. We're not there yet, but.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd throw one in there.
Okay, good. Hit it.
No, I say it every time, right?
Yeah.
We're not there yet.
But
we have now NBC's called a Republican Senate. Donald Trump has busted through his past ceiling and is doing very well, better than he ever has before in the national trends. And then we have several races that are too close to call, as Rachel just reminded us. So we're not there yet. But in the event that you would have another Trump term, you then have a very important thing that happens in democracies that builds on what you each were saying, which is, what did you vote for? Did you vote for a different economy? Did you vote for things that were promised to you to fix prices and inflation, for populist agenda? Other things? Were you told that changes to certain international policies would benefit you in your own community? And just as we talked about the reaction to inflation, how many years that takes, and here's some of what people said, democracy and the economy really out front there in people's own estimations today of their biggest issue. And do you find in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, none of those things are being addressed or none of those real world realities are changing, right? That's why we often see this back and forth with the midterms. So I don't think anyone here is getting ahead of the calls. We've emphasized that, or underestimating what I think looks like a very significant set of outcomes. But if people voted for the economy and other improvements and they don't get them quickly, there's no reason to think that they and others in the country will suddenly be just at peace with the non-delivery of that. The energy that's against Washington and incumbents and some of these things can just shift on to the next incumbents. We have had waves of angst from 15, 16, through the first term, where the Democrats came back in the midterms, through the COVID era, and through the recent era. And so that's another piece here is, did the person you elect deliver on anything they told you would get better in your life?
I'm just advised, can I ask the control room if we have somebody to go to on this? I think you just told me that we do. Thank you very much. We think that Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is on his way to go address his supporters. Trump would be on his way to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We don't know exactly the plans or exactly the timing for the plans, but that's why we're lucky enough to be able to check in with NBC's own Vaughn Hilliard, who is at Trump's election night headquarters in Florida. Vaughn, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel, we're in West Palm Beach. He, it's our understanding, is beginning to make his way from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach here to West Palm to the convention center, where I am told by a campaign official that he is set to speak soon. They were waiting, the campaign was, for North Carolina and Georgia to be called, and they were hopeful that they would be able to see a trajectory that was beneficial to them in the state of Pennsylvania before Donald Trump were to come and make his remarks. It's not clear whether he intends to declare victory here or not, or signal that the votes are coming in and they feel like they are in a good position. But this, when talking to folks that worked in his first administration White House, former staffers that are here, as well as other political allies, there are folks that are already talking about potential jobs in Washington. They say they don't want to jinx it or get ahead of themselves, but there's a great many staff members that have been working here in Palm Beach that have their eyes on working in a second Trump administration. I talked to Roger Stone, the longtime friend and informal advisor to Donald Trump, who was over at the Mar-a-Lago estate, where Trump was joined by the likes of Elon Musk and UFC's Dana White, as well as others who have really helped lift him up politically in the last months, including individuals like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It was a closer group of family and allies that were at the Mar-a-Lago estate watching these results come in before, now to our understanding, Donald Trump is making his way here. And Roger Stone, I mention him because really he's seen through 60 years of the Republican Party, and this is a moment in which I asked him very directly, you know, again, I understand that we are still counting votes here at this time, but at the least bit, there is a part of the American electorate that has chosen to elevate somebody like Donald Trump potentially back to the White House. And I asked Roger Stone, what did he make of this for the history books of watching, after 9 years of America, become acquainted with Donald Trump, somebody who is so transparently brash and somebody who is so willing to denigrate his perceived enemies. And the way that he phrased it to me was, quote, "How very American. No one argues that he's perfect. No one is perfect, but he's genuine. He's not a construct or handled or managed. We embrace the imperfect. We're Americans." That's Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is on his way now here at a moment, of course, that would potentially, in the days ahead, lead to many conversations about the potential policy impact of what a Trump White House with a Republican Congress could look at. But for now, of course, there are ballots still to be counted in several battleground states before Donald Trump would be able to decisively declare victory. But nonetheless, he plans to take the stage behind me here, just a few miles from his Mar-a-Lago estate, the place that he has all but camped out and over the last 4 years, ever since that January attack, and not attending the inauguration of Joe Biden, moving to Florida in isolation, rising back up to prove his prominence in the Republican Party by helping get MAGA allies of his elected in the 2022 midterms. And Donald Trump here today, about to take the stage at a moment in which he and his team feel like they have politically proved from these early results that he is in a good position here. Guys.
Vaughn, I don't know if you can hear me. I know there's big cheers going up from the crowd there. You had mentioned at the outset of your remarks that they had wanted to see the results in Georgia and North Carolina, and they had wanted to see things going their way in Virginia before he spoke. He did not win Virginia. Do you know anything about the calculus as to have him speaking anyway without another state that they were watching for under their belt?
Right. Apologies for misspeaking on my part. I meant Pennsylvania, where we go back to 4 years ago, of course. It was Steve Bannon that urged Donald Trump to prematurely declare victory. Donald Trump, at 2 a.m. on election night in 2020, he did exactly that. We asked, our colleague Jake Traylor asked Donald Trump earlier today inside of the West Palm Gymnasium where he voted whether he would potentially acknowledge that it may take several days to count ballots and be willing to acknowledge that he may not be able to declare victory tonight. He did affirmatively say that he understood that we may not know the results at this point in time based off of NBC's, another news organization. We have not called it. But of course, Donald Trump has shown an eagerness to, in 2012, in 2016, in 2018, 2020, in 2022, to declare victories even when news organizations have declared otherwise. So, of course, we expect now in a matter of minutes here, guys, to hear directly from the former president.
Vaughn Hilliard for us in Florida. Thank you very much, Vaughn. We'll be back with you as the night progresses. As Vaughn was just reporting there, Trump has been watching election returns at his home at Mar-a-Lago, which I used to call a golf club, and then I learned there's no golf there.
Nope.
No, wrong one. He's on his way from there by car to the convention center there in Palm Beach, and we expect him to be addressing that exultant crowd. So we shall see. I mean, presumably he's going to declare victory. We thought he would declare victory even if he was losing badly at this point in the night. So given the way things look, we assume that he's going to declare victory, but we'll have to wait until we see what those remarks are.
Yeah, I mean, Ari made this point before, which I thought was a really smart one, about how he's loudest when he's thinks he's losing and more quiet when he thinks he's winning, at least in terms of what was coming out of that operation. I mean, Trump has this sort of he could pretend to be magnanimous if he thinks he's winning.
When has he ever done that?
He can briefly pretend to be. He'll talk. You know, he will sometimes talk about things like unity, or they'll try to keep him on unity in a prompter speech for like a few sentences.
Yeah. I'm not expecting a lot of
I'm not expecting that. I'm not expecting that. I'm just preparing people. There are these sort of brief glimmers of when his handlers have sort of puffed him up enough where he does that. He may just, riff about 1980s movies. Well, I mean, you really never know.
Alex.
I feel like there's an aspect to all of this. It's 1:30, almost 1:30 in the morning here, and some people are going to go to sleep. Not us, of course. But in Western Europe, and in the UK and in the Middle East, people are waking up to this.
Oh, and they are.
And I'm thinking the people who are going to wake up to Donald Trump's remarks tonight are people like Emmanuel Macron and Vladimir Zelensky and, the people of Poland and people in Gaza and people in Tel Aviv and
I've already gotten texts from Ghana and South Africa.
And I've gotten people from Western Europe who are extraordinarily alarmed and terrified about, as a friend of a friend said, maps being redrawn in Western Europe if Donald Trump is president. I mean, we think about the implications of all of this in terms of domestic politics, but the world is at a hinge point. And, this is very much an election about the global world order. And I think we shouldn't forget, as we are kind of trying to think about how to go to bed and grapple with all of this, there's another side of the world that's waking up to this and is trying to figure out what this may mean, not just for America, but for them.
May I reiterate, there are 2 of the 7 swing states that have been called by NBC News right now, which is Georgia and North Carolina. None of the other 5 states have been called at this point. You can see this is the battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall. None of those states called by NBC News. Neither has Nevada nor Arizona. What has been called is Senate control, and of course we can read the campaigns in terms of what they are saying without saying anything yet. Yeah.
And it's 8:25 a.m. in Kyiv, where people they wake up earlier than that, and they are very worried as they look at where this election stands at this hour.
And you've seen, you know, there was a whole sort of conflagration over whether the Harris campaign would embrace the uncommitted movement, which actually wanted to move in her direction at the convention. And the question was whether they should allow a speaker to happen and whether there should be meetings, whether she should go to Dearborn and try to engage the Arab and Muslim community. You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted, actually on Andrea Mitchell's show here on our network, support Vice President Harris in the end. The member, the state senator in Georgia, who was going to be the speaker had they allowed it to happen, also endorsed and supported her. But the irony is you did have Tiffany Trump's husband, who's Lebanese American, and others go in and try to really push Arab and Muslim American voters. Stephen Miller was crowing about it, to try to push Arab and Muslim voters in the state of Michigan to go for Trump. The irony of that, of course, is nobody wanted Donald Trump to be president. Nobody wants Donald Trump to be president more than Bibi Netanyahu, who is backed by a far-right coalition that would like to clear-cut Gaza, that would, you know, it would truly like to complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And so the consequences, ironically, for those, I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, who's been a staunch supporter of the Palestinian rights movement, came out in favor of Harris as well. And so I think, you know, we don't know that this will be the case, but I think that's one of the interesting questions, is that the outcome for people in Gaza and in Lebanon, if Trump were to become president, would be absolutely devastating. It would be everything Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do for 30 years, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon. And so I think for people who care about that issue and who that was their voting issue, it would be highly ironic if the outcome, it was literally to make it far worse than the Biden administration has made it.
And to Alex's point about the sort of reckoning that's happening, or at least just sort of like thinking through the possibilities, right, that are happening. Obviously, like, right, like there's like intelligence apparatuses in all these places. There's briefing apparatuses in all these places. Like there are a lot of conversations happening right now. There are going to be a lot of conversations happening right now, whichever way the night went, and whatever the indications were at this hour. But those conversations are happening in a lot of very different places at an incredibly high level, with enormous stakes at play in both the Middle East and in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's going to happen if this goes the way that if we follow this train of thought, is that intelligence sharing between America and our traditional allies is likely going to end. The whole Five Eyes thing is likely going to end. If you've got America switching sides in the Ukraine-Russia war to instead support Russia, or to become neutral, which would mean in this case to support the aggressor, to support Russia. If you've got ongoing secret communications, even out of government, between the Republican nominee and the person who funded his campaign and led his ground game, right? Both of whom are communicating with the Russian government without reporting that information to the U.S. government. And on top of that, you've got reporting from the New York Times that they're considering, once there is a second Trump administration, if it happens, to stop performing background checks before giving people security clearance, meaning giving classified information to anyone. That's supposedly at the instigation of a Trump campaign official who was born in Moscow, who was unable to get a security clearance in the first Trump term, who has had multiple arrests and is currently under indictment, and who has reportedly been put at the top of a short list to be White House counsel. And he is the one who has proposed getting rid of all background checks for security clearances, which means handing out classified information on the corner. You are not going to have American allies who have been relying on us as the pinnacle intelligence agency in the world since World War II. You are not going to have continued sharing of information with a new administration that has an open line with Vladimir Putin. And that is going to essentially be willing to handle classified information the way the man who was indicted for handling it the way he did at Mar-a-Lago at the top, and with handling security clearances the way they've purportedly described. It's just going to be, that's something that'll happen.
It's a different word.
That will happen during the transition. That's not something that happens in January. And if we're at that level, if that's the kind of transformation that's happening in terms of America on the world stage, the idea of there being a part of the U.S. government that is still in Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right? Because it puts Donald Trump in the position, if the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature. Right? That's one of the things they do, from Orban to Putin to everybody else. You have a Potemkin legislature that's not allowed to actually do anything, and you do that when your opponents still have some foothold there. But that's just going to push those questions right to the very front, very fast. And I, for one, am glad to have a little breathing room before we get there.
Well, and the other piece, if Stephanie was here, she would also say that you think about the U.S. bond market, you think about the way that the U.S. is sort of a reserve currency for the world, and the rest of the world counts on political stability here to help to create political and financial stability globally. So, I mean, and these are the things that people who are voting, you know, on very pecuniary, very particular issues, the price of eggs, I'm voting on this one thing. It's not something you have to think about. It's not your job to think about it, right? You're thinking about the things you want or who you vibe with as a candidate, but the implications of who is the American president go far beyond, right, who you like and who you prefer performatively in that White House. It matters for the stability of our currency. It matters for the stability of our economy. And if our economy cannot survive an unstable White House, well, then everyone will suffer. Everyone who's thinking they're going to get, you know, $1 a gallon gas. Welcome to the world in which the United States is an unstable, unreliable country with whom Western Europe cannot ally. Welcome to the world in which the United States is seen as maybe a threat to global security. You know, and these are the things. It's not that it's any voter's job to think about it. Yeah. But somebody's going to think about it.
You know, the last profile, the Vanity Fair James Pogue profile of Steve Bannon, that ran the last profile of him before the election, which ran while he was in prison before he got out. The sort of culminating point of it is that Bannon's dream for the second Trump presidency is to get rid of the dollar.
Yes.
And so, like, if that's the kind of
crypto,
crypto, but that the dollar should no longer be the world's reserve currency, and that in fact maybe the dollar itself is a bad idea. Yeah. And so, like, if that's what we're going to be entertaining, then exactly what you're talking about is exactly where we're at.
I'm open to eliminating the penny. But that's as far as we want to go.
We've been trying to get rid of that forever.
Forever. Daylight savings. Let's go.
Well, and you have, you know, multiple Senate seats, at least one that we've called, actually being purchased, in a sense, just straight out by people who are crypto multimillionaire. That class of sort of U.S. oligarch is actually not anymore just funding the candidates they want. They're just going to be the candidates they want. And so you're now seeing the U.S. go in a position so much more like the oligarchy that it started out as, that it does make you wonder sort of what does that look like if the U.S. goes very far in the direction of a Hungary? What does it look like? Because Hungary is a small economy. Russia is a tiny economy. I think it's like smaller than Texas' economy. We're the United States. If our structure, our political structure, our social structure, and our economic structure is more like Hungary, Katie bar the door on what that does to the global economic outlook.
Let's go back to Steve Kornacki, who is looking at ongoing returns in Pennsylvania. Steve, are we at 94% in Pennsylvania? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead. It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83% there, it's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID COVID year, things were all, it had been a one-off, but there were about 100,000 provisional ballots in the 2022 midterm. This is in Philadelphia. In the 2022 midterm, about 45,000. And so the question is, how many of them are there? And what does that remaining provisional ballot pool look like when you get the rest of these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could boost the Democrats enough to make up for this big gap that they have statewide now, which, again, I'll show you, 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia. You got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, you know, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, but at a 54-44 clip, anything like that, it's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, you know, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You know, you're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, you know, core Republican county. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There are still pockets of votes as well in these deeply red Trump counties. They add up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to figure out how much there is. That looms as a wild card here. But again, looking at a mountain of 191,000 votes you got to make up with this little left in Pennsylvania, you know, that's looking like a close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional.
Steve, can we look at Pennsylvania Senate before we leave the state of Pennsylvania?
Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a bit below Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you the sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48. And we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9 to 48 flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very, as we say, a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals, but while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now.
Steve, while we are waiting for Donald Trump to speak to his supporters in Palm Beach, I'm going to put you to work a little bit on a couple more Senate races, if you don't mind. You can say no if it's inappropriate, but I'd love to hear your take, either Wisconsin, Michigan, take your pick.
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time, so this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well.
Okay, so parallels there. Can we look at Michigan?
Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties, where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin, essentially, for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again, only about a third of the vote is in Wayne County. This is obviously hugely important. You've got questions about the city of Detroit, questions about the Muslim and Arab vote throughout the county. So it's a lot of a mishmash in Michigan right now to make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial separation between the candidates.
In terms of additional Senate races, if you don't mind, Steve, could we go to Arizona?
Yeah, let's take a look here. And I'm curious, too. In the presidential, okay, now about half the vote statewide. And remember, this is going to kind of, they're going to add the same day votes night, and it's going to be a long sort of count in Arizona the rest of the week. So take a look here at the Senate race. And again, you definitely see some separation here. It's a 6-point deficit for Kari Lake there with what's been counted in the Senate race. And it's a 1-point deficit, or a little bit less than a 1-point deficit for Kamala Harris. So we suspected Arizona might be the state where the Republican Senate candidate, Kari Lake, who lost the gubernatorial race there 2 years ago, an extremely controversial figure in Arizona, didn't concede that 2022 gubernatorial loss. So we suspected there might be the most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there. And also, let's move up Nevada. Yeah. Okay, again, now in Nevada, it's similar to Arizona. We've got a ton of vote here, but it's going to be a bit slow getting the rest in here. So what's been counted so far, Trump with a 4-point lead there in the presidential, call up the Senate race. And again, that's, again, like Arizona, it may not be quite as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's a very important story. And I'm glad you had me run through these, because I've been so focused on the presidential. But yeah, we see in all those races, to some degree, separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than Kamala Harris, most dramatically in Arizona and in Nevada, but in those other states too.
Steve, can I ask you, again, you can say no, because I know I'm overworking you, but can we talk about some of the uncalled presidential states?
Yeah.
Can we talk about, you had focused in on New Jersey a little while ago. I'd be interested in New Jersey, also in New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire. Now, let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray on here. Also, you see all these puzzle pieces. Unlike other states, New Hampshire doesn't report out by county. They report out by municipality. So you've got some cities in here, and you've also got a lot of just small towns, villages, hamlets, kind of, where you're just still waiting on numbers. And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places we're looking at. Statewide, that's almost a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. It's down a little bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a little bit from where this state landed in 2020 when Biden won it by just over 7 points. But some of the places we were looking coming into tonight, this would be a good example. Pelham, New Hampshire, right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts line. This is the kind of big town that Trump lost ground in I'll show you, lost ground in 2020. He had won it by about 25. fell down to about 20 points in 2020. You see, he has got it back up to that 2016 level in Pelham. There's a number of towns. Here's a big one we're waiting on. This is the kind of thing. Salem, again, right over the Massachusetts line. Again, it's a place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points, came down to 13 points. Trump needs to get that back over 20 points. So you're looking still there. We could take a look. How about some of these other big ones here? Derry, New Hampshire. Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue-collar town here, pretty big-sized blue-collar town. And again, Trump by 14 points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten back. Not quite, though, to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire, Trump would have to be exceeding the 2016 level. He nearly won New Hampshire in 2016. It was just 3,000 votes. But in a place like Derry, he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here. Big, kind of blue-collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016. Again, he's improved on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, pretty significantly sized outstanding places on this map still, but he needs to take bigger steps forward. That's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked about potentially expanding the battleground. It was this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an improvement, it looks like, for Trump, but you're not looking at these numbers and saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire.
Last one I'm going to ask you about, Steve, and I'm not even supposed to, but I'm going to. Minnesota.
Yeah, okay, now this is shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in. Uncalled, of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop-off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. He got, remember, Pennsylvania he flipped, Michigan he flipped, Wisconsin he flipped, on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota is a state that also has a ton of blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as much like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here. You talk about like Hennepin County. It's the big population dense, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So, look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue-collar areas, Democrats count on this area. We take a look here where St. Paul is. Again, right on the number there for Harris. So typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue-collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue-collar areas, but so far the reason why he's still trailing with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
Steve Kornacki, that was me putting you through your paces. None of that stuff we had worked out in advance. You did it all off the top of your head. You're quite amazing. We're going to give you a break. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back right on the other side of this. Stay with us. Welcome back to our coverage of the presidential election. It is 1:52 a.m., which means we're obviously at our best. At this point, 2 of the 7 swing states have been called by NBC News. North Carolina and Georgia have both been projected as having been won by Republican candidate Donald Trump. Now, on the Democratic side, the campaign that had posted up at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the alma mater of Democratic candidate Kamala Harris, the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, came out and told the assembled crowd there, as our correspondent told us, as Michelle Norris told us, the increasingly somber crowd there told them basically to go home, that Vice President Harris would not be making any remarks tonight, that she will be speaking both to Howard University and to the nation tomorrow, and so that sort of ended the event, at least the physical in-person event for the Harris campaign tonight at Howard University. On the Republican side, Donald Trump has been watching election returns at his home/private club/membership club thing at Mar-a-Lago, and has since moved to the Palm Beach Convention Center, where his supporters have been gathered over the course of the evening watching returns, and they are now preparing to hear from their candidate. We don't know exactly when Donald Trump is going to speak or exactly what the character of his remarks will be. Our own Vaughn Hilliard is at the convention center. He's been covering the Trump campaign throughout this, for the duration, and has been there tonight as that crowd has become increasingly exuberant and excited about the results that they're seeing in this race. Vaughn, what are you expecting, if anything, if you have any reason to have any expectation in terms of what we're going to hear from their candidate tonight?
Right, Rachel. I think it's notable, number one, that he's waiting to take the stage. Of course, the hope from this campaign is that this race would be completely called in his favor and he would be declared the 47th president-elect of the United States of America. Of course, North Carolina and Georgia, I was told, were two states that they were specifically waiting to be called before he took the stage. NBC News has called both of those states. And when you're looking at the battleground data that is coming in through the Midwest, right now the Trump campaign officials are telling us that they're very eager about the direction that this is going. And I think it's important to kind of scene set for everybody what this event venue looks like tonight. Donald Trump, he was first watching the results come in alongside the likes of UFC's Dana White, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at his Mar-a-Lago estate, Roger Stone, other close family, friends, and allies and campaign advisors. Of course, after the January 6th insurrection, there were a great many staffers from that White House that left Trump world. And those that stuck around at Mar-a-Lago as he sort of existed down here in Florida in isolation, it's those folks who 3.5 years later are the ones here in West Palm Beach at the convention center, about to celebrate alongside Donald Trump as he either declares victory or gives the indication that he intends to in the days ahead. You're talking about the likes of Rudy Giuliani, who is here. You're talking about Roger Stone. These are folks that have really stood by Donald Trump through these years, and it's not Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis who are going to be joining him on stage, but it's those loyalists, including at the staff level, that are going to be the ones that take his side here tonight. We expect J.D. Vance, who we are told went from Mar-a-Lago here in the motorcade with Donald Trump. J.D. Vance, who 8 years ago was on our own air, saying that the country should be warned about what Donald Trump could potentially do to this country, referring to him as America's Hitler. But in 2022, he ultimately ran with the Trump endorsement. And since then, he has been by his side. We are going to see J.D. Vance here take the stage alongside Donald Trump. So there's a lot at play when we're looking at what this administration could very well look like, guys, from the extent to aid to Ukraine, from Elon Musk and whether he actually takes a role in this federal government. Elon Musk himself has said that he intends to cut the federal budget by 1/3. That's $2 trillion. Of course, you have conversation around Social Security, defense spending, Medicaid and Medicare. You have the likes of conversations that go at the use of the Department of Justice. Steve Bannon has been airing his podcast, War Room, from the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., alongside the likes of Jeffrey Clark, of course, who was the individual that Donald Trump had tried to install as Attorney General after the 2020 election when he was trying to hold on to power. And so for Donald Trump, he and his team, they have made the case for the last years that the country was by his side, not only the Republican Party, but they were going to effectively be able to build the MAGA movement. And so far, what our data has shown us is that he was able to grow support among voters of color, the young voters. And for him and his coalition, he did it while acting as his unvarnished self, denigrating his opponents, suggesting that prosecutors that went after him should be jailed. This weekend suggesting that members of the press, that he would be fine with them being shot. There's a reckoning here of whether Donald Trump is ultimately called the victor in this race or not. Of course, the ballots are going to be counted, but at a minimum, the MAGA movement has grown over the course of 9 years, and we have watched it up close, and Donald Trump feels like this Republican Party is not only his, but also the American electorate here has given him a resounding head nod that they back his intended use of a greater executive office and a teaming up with a Republican Congress potentially that could very well pass the MAGA agenda that Donald Trump has been clearly outlining for the American public over the course of these last years. Rachel.
Vaughn, in terms of what happens next, one of the things that's been sort of an unusual, like a thing to kind of, it's hard to get your head around, and the reporting on it has been really fuzzy, is that the Trump campaign didn't participate, at least didn't seem to participate in any of the standard transition things that campaigns are supposed to do. The way the transition process is structured, it's supposed to be set up so that if either candidate from either major party wins, each of them already has plenty of runway, plenty of on-ramp, plenty of ability to integrate their transition team seamlessly into the government so they can take office on inauguration day one sort of seamlessly. The Trump campaign has refused to do any of that. And in fact, Trump has refused intelligence briefings throughout the campaign itself. And so part of the question here is how well stood up are they as a professional organization in order to take on the responsibilities of governing if that is in fact what's going to happen here?
Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon are the two co-chairs of the Transition Project, and I was talking with Howard Lutnick, who insisted to me just the other day that he has been engaged in phone calls with the litany of not only top executives but other political allies, as Donald Trump will make very clear who he intends to surround himself with in this administration. But you've also seen members of Congress, but also people like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who have been traveling with him on the campaign trail. You know, I covered the transition 8 years ago when Donald Trump was living at Trump Tower in Midtown Manhattan at the time, and a great many people came up and down those elevators to meet with him. We could see, I'm told, a similar operation taking place here out of Palm Beach, Florida, and Mar-a-Lago, effectively serving as the transition office. I was talking to one potential staffer who was indicating to me that they could envision sort of half of the operation being here, the other half being in Washington, D.C. I think that this is, Rachel, a transition here that one, Donald Trump has been very keen and very specific that he would intend to only have loyalists around here. And of course, Johnny McEntee, who is a part of Project 2025, used to be his director of personnel in the White House. They were building a database in which they were taking essentially applications from potential MAGA political appointees. There's about 3,000 political appointees in the executive branch that are appointed by the President of the United States. And I've been told that that database still exists. And to the extent that the transition team would like to use it, it could be made available to them. And when you're looking at J.D. Vance as being the vice presidential pick, it was back in 2021. I remember listening to his podcast while he was actually running for the U.S. Senate in Ohio. And I was driving through Ohio listening to quite a lengthy podcast. And he talked about the federal civil workforce and his intent, believing that most of the civil workforce should be fired, saying that, in his words, that 95% of them were liberals and that they should be replaced with individuals who pledged to uphold the Trump agenda, as he was foreshadowing a second Trump administration come 2025. Of course, J.D. Vance has been a little bit more cagey about those previous statements, but there are allies from Project 2025, J.D. Vance, who have suggested that they want to ensure that there are more loyal civil servants. And Schedule F was something that was actually signed, an executive order by Donald Trump just before he left the White House in 2020, which would have effectively allowed potentially thousands, if not tens of thousands, of federal civil servant jobs to be turned into political appointments. And so the anticipation is that Donald Trump would sign a similar executive order to give his executive branch greater authority to make more federal career employees a political appointee so that they could be more easily removed. There's a lot of layers to this, Rachel. I know that you guys are not naive to the conversations of what a federal or what the executive branch under Donald Trump could look like. But they have made the case, people like Jeffrey Clark and Steve Bannon, that everything from the Department of Justice on down should be directed by the President of the United States. The President is the chief executive, and therefore what the departments and agencies that fall under the President, that he should have greater authority over, for example, the prosecutions that take place. This is, if Donald Trump is declared the 47th President of the United States, it's going to be a very intense several weeks as we ask questions about exactly whether people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are actually going to be tasked with overseeing the U.S.'s 13 different health agencies and the HHS and potentially vaccine policy. And those are conversations that would begin immediately just a couple miles from where we are, theoretically over at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
Don Hilliard, thank you very much. I would be interrupting you if you had not just concluded your remarks, because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris had 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket. In terms of what's going to happen here next, we are expecting that Donald Trump is going to speak to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We've seen in the backdrop there while we are speaking with Vaughn, we've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped, waiting for Donald Trump to speak. We do not have guidance as to when Trump's remarks will happen, but we expect that it could be any moment now. Chris Hayes, with the projection in Pennsylvania, we pretty much know how this is going to end.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think the writing has been on the wall. And, you know, one of the jobs that we all have in the media is to be truthful with people and transparent. We're very transparent about the process that brought us to this point. I'll just say this as we're preparing for Trump to take the stage. You know, Steve was going through the numbers. We have this very funky and terrible system called the Electoral College, which decides elections in a way that's totally different than every other election in the United States decided and the way that anything's decided anywhere else in the world. We should scrap it. From the perspective of basic democratic legitimacy, which is something I'm pretty concerned about, something we talk about a lot on this network, it looks possible that Donald Trump might emerge with a popular vote majority when all the votes...
We won't know for a long time.
We won't know for a long time, but this is not outside the realm of possibility. The Electoral College looks strongly in his favor. And if that is the case, if he has won the election, then he has won the election. And the reason I say that is because we've spent many years talking about democracy and its vibrancy and the importance of the peaceful transfer of power. We had a violent insurrection staged against the constitutional order by the man we're expecting to speak here, who urged his supporters to march to that Capitol, where they assaulted police officers and attempted to essentially steal power away from the majority of the country that had voted for Joe Biden. It's really important to note that while I believe that institutions have failed dramatically in putting us in the position we are, including the Supreme Court and other institutions, the Republican Party, that if he won, then he won. And that's what the Constitution says. It's what our current constitutional order says. It's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, the Electoral College, have said. And that means we're in a new world for this country, but the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process anew tomorrow.
Steph, go ahead, but just keep your eyes on that monitor because we are expecting these remarks any moment.
But unlike 2016, there are no surprises, right? In 2016, yes. Many people in this country said, you know, I'm sick of the system. I want something different. Let's see what this gives us. When you talk about what happened in 2020, This whole country, this whole world saw it. People know exactly who they're getting, and they chose this. So as we go into this next phase, I'm sure for the next month, it's going to be an autopsy of Kamala Harris's campaign and what she did or didn't do. I don't actually think this is about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I think this is about the American people. We know exactly who he is, and we, or the majority of the people who voted for him and created this outcome, chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right? To elect is to choose. To vote is to choose. And you were never given, I think, in the modern era, a clearer choice than voters were given in this election. In 2016, Trump was, at least as a politician, an unknown quantity. People knew him as a television star, people knew him from TV, and that's all they really knew. But to Stephanie's point, they absolutely know not just who he is, but who he closed as. Calling a powerful woman the B word, his running mate calling Kamala Harris garbage, trash, calling her trash. We're going to take out the trash, vowing to arrest his supporters, talking about Liz Cheney being shot in the face. I mean, and so it's not as if this was a surprise being pulled on the American people. This was a very clear message. It was not done through a ground game. This was Elon Musk doing a fake lottery in Pennsylvania. This was not a ground game situation. This was nothing to do with Kamala Harris's campaign, which was, again, flawlessly run in 100 days. And so that wasn't the reason for the choice. And so whatever the reason for the choice was, a choice is made, and then you get what you chose. And so if Donald Trump then does what he has promised to do, people need to understand that he didn't pull one over on the American people when he does it. If he does the things he said he was going to do, it was chosen by this country, at least by a majority of voters.
And the media didn't get snookered. And the media didn't get snookered on his policies or Elon Musk. Just 2 nights ago, Rachel laid out for our audience the national security risk and the conflicts that Elon Musk poses. This isn't the media let, all of those surrogates on TV and you got... All of it has been laid out, and this is what was chosen.
Look, I'll just say one thing, I think. One of the weird axes that sort of developed over the course of this campaign, to your point about sort of choices, was a sort of pro-system, anti-system dynamic. And one of the very intentional cultivations of the Trump campaign was the kind of anti-system people. Like, you bring RFK into your coalition to get his voters, right? Like the sort of, the conspiracists or the skeptics or the people that are like, it's all corrupt and it's all rigged and it's all wrong. And that axis, has ended up, I think, being a potent one. I think we see it in some of the realignment figures we're seeing. But I would also say that, like, the valence of that should also be viewed in the context of a international situation in which we have seen incumbent parties in just about every developed democracy across the ideological spectrum, left, right, and center, get their butts kicked coming out of the period of post-COVID inflation. The Labour Party in the UK, which couldn't win an election for 20 years, it was completely one of the most sort of deficient and moribund parties since Tony Blair finally took power of that government.
Massively.
Massively in the context of and when you polled voters in the exit polls in the election that Labour won for the first time in basically 2 decades, they said they didn't like the cost of living, they didn't like the economy. It's true in a whole bunch of countries across the world. So, like, there is a context here that we've seen from democratic republics and publics across the country. That is a huge part of this. And then the last thing I would just say is, like, it was a 4-point swing from 2020. And majorities matter because they matter for democracy, and they matter because we care about democracy, and we care about all of us choosing together what we do. But it's going to end up being about a 4 or 5 point swing.
But by the way, it's a 4-point swing, and it's not even across the board.
No.
Because it does appear that Vice President Harris did really well with young voters, with the voters who have the most at stake, who are going to have to live with the consequences of this in a way that they can do the least about. at least if these early sort of exits are accurate, it's 18 to 29-year-olds and 30 to 34-year-olds with whom she did the best. And she also did well with seniors who understand the consequences of things like losing Roe. Unfortunately, we're talking about my generation, the generation that grew up under Trump, that were his sort of fan base.
The Gen Xers.
In the Gen Xers, who were his fan base for The Apprentice, are the one constituency, but it's a big group. They're now larger as a share of the electorate than seniors. And so, there you go.
I mean, I would just say, I remember when Obama was reelected in 2012, and for both that president and the people that work for him, in many ways, the reelection was much more meaningful than the initial election because it was basically an affirmation that it wasn't an aberration, right? That he was someone the country wanted and wanted again. And I think when you have a result like this, potentially, it's obviously not concluded. We're still waiting for more count. But if Donald Trump is reelected, given the entire history that you outlined, Stephanie, that we've talked about a lot on this network, it suggests that MAGAism needs to be considered a real movement with potentially legs. J.D. Vance is 20 years old, not really, but he's young, you know. There is a real question about the sort of tenets of MAGAism that exists beyond Donald Trump that I think people need to take seriously, both in terms of their threat and the weight that they pull on American democracy.
One thing I would add to that, which I totally agree with, is that in the specific case of Donald Trump, we will be inaugurating, again, if things go the way they appear to go at the moment as we wait for him to speak, we will be inaugurating a lame duck president for the first time since Grover Cleveland in the late 19th century. Now, that's a strange thing.
That's the only other time we've done it.
It's the only other time we did it, and the political dynamics around that are completely new and untested because of the question of political capital, the question of legacy, the question of how the people in that room read their mandate. And what I will say is this. The people in that room right now, the Vivek Ramaswamis and the RFKs, they are going to read this as an enormous, bold mandate. They are going to read this as a mandate to do whatever they want. They're going to read it as a mandate on abortion, which the political coalition of the right is going to push extremely hard for because they're going to show up tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago and say, see,
especially after
they're with
Florida
us on
couldn't
abortion.
protect women there.
Push on abortion, national abortion ban. They're going to read this mandate broadly. And I'm telling you, to the extent the seeds of their own political destruction are planted, it is in that, which I'm telling you right now in that room, they are feeling it and they're thinking about it. But again, nothing in politics is permanent. Nothing in democratic politics is permanent. And every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And Trump sometimes is the action and sometimes he's the reaction. And we've seen him on both sides of that coin. And he's neither a complete idiot nor a genius. And that's where we find ourselves tonight.
While we've been talking, we do have some results that I can share with you. You just mentioned some of the abortion referendums. We have projections on those in 3 states that we haven't talked about already, in Nevada and in Arizona and in Missouri. We've got the abortion referendums, the abortion ballot measures that were on the ballot in front of those voters. They have passed in all 3 of those states. So this is Nevada. You see the yes vote here for right to an abortion, question 6 on the Nevada ballot with 62 to 38. So that passes in Nevada. That is the projection. In Arizona, we have similarly the Arizona abortion rights measure, Proposition 139, right to an abortion. Look, similar margin there. 63% vote in Arizona in favor of abortion rights. Pretty stunning result there. And also a third one in Missouri, in deep red Missouri, where they have both elected Donald Trump president tonight and also, or cast their electoral votes for Donald Trump and reelected Josh Hawley. You see, even in deep red Missouri, a 52-48 win, at least with 97% of the vote counted, a majority win and a win, a yes, for the right to an abortion in the Missouri state constitution.
But is that not a greater incentive? Because you did hear J.D. Vance, I believe it was J.D. Vance who said that you can't have a state, you can't have different abortion rules in California than you have.
He said he'd like to see a national ban.
And so I think those who want a national ban are going to want that more.
They're going to push very hard
because the idea of women in Missouri being able to protect themselves, you know, and not I just do not see the forced birth movement being satisfied with the idea that the states get to decide. And so I think the conversation about a national abortion ban just got a lot more important.
I think it's actually much less likely because of these votes tonight, because these Republicans can count those votes, and they can count 57% of the vote in the state of Florida. They know how to count that. The Senate is going to have a new Republican majority leader, probably John Thune. He is not going to want to bring an abortion ban through the United States Senate. Very unlikely that they would try to even get it through the House. Donald Trump will tell them, don't do it. We've seen the way Donald Trump plays the abortion game. He says what he thinks the right wing really wants to hear to the extent that he needs to get those votes. But we've also seen him be very afraid of the consequences of this and very afraid of what's happened in that Trump chant all year, which is, it's gone back to the states, it's gone back to the states. That's what you want. I believe that would be the Trump White House position on this. I think he's made himself, clear enough about.
I will say I agree with you that I don't think they'll try to do it through legislation, but I think that his right-wing commitments will be that he'll do it through executive action, essentially by putting, brainworm guy or whatever at the FDA and saying, okay, you can no longer have abortion medications. They'll use the Comstock Act. They'll use other measures that they can do without having to have legislative fingerprints on it, but so they can still tell their right-wing. The right wing to whom they owe so much of their organizing efforts that they've done it.
Because to your point, there's a midterm that will be coming shortly, 2 years from now, in which evangelical voters who've stood down on the abortion issue could come back up. And if those Republicans want to be reelected, there's going to be a demand. What was it called? The Susan B. Anthony. Those folks are going to be demanding a national abortion ban, whether it's done through executive action or legislation.
Both the Republican Speaker and a Republican Majority Leader of the Senate will both know that the way for us to lose both of these bodies is to pass this bill. That's the way to lose it, and they won't do it.
Well, and you also saw this weird phenomenon. These states are red states in large part, or they have elected Donald Trump, or they've gone for a Republican Senate candidate, and they've also enshrined the right to an abortion. And what that tells you is, A, the mixed messaging from Republicans or Donald Trump worked to some degree, but also potentially that the abortion referenda acted as kind of a permission structure, maybe for voters who understood, I know Trump says a lot of controversial stuff. This is a way for me to effectively have my cake and eat it too. Be on the record supporting abortion rights, the right to bodily autonomy, but securing them, and then also voting for Trump because potentially, theoretically, he has my economic.
I'm not defending it, but the other things that seem to matter to a lot of people, right, were the economy, immigration, and again, I'm not saying it's my view, and wokeism. And many people felt like their voice wasn't getting heard, right? So immigration is no longer an issue just at the border. And obviously, nobody is eating dogs and cats in Springfield. However, there are many, many people in communities around the country that do feel like their cities and towns are strapped. Their resources are at capacity. And while they don't want mass deportations, they're saying, I'm going to roll the dice and see what Trump is going to do because not enough has happened. Now, what a lot of those voters might now realize, be careful what you wish for. Because you just said, I don't like the system, so you just chose somebody who is going to blow that system up. Well, giddy up. Look what you're about to get.
Can I also say something about the uncharted territory that we appear to be on the precipice of? One of the things we saw with Joe Biden, who was, when sworn in, the oldest man up to that point to be sworn in as President of the United States. We all knew this going in, but we all seen the pictures of Abraham Lincoln and Barack Obama before and after. We all know the job ages you. Now, that was very clear with Joe Biden. The job aged him, and because he was already at advanced age, it really took a toll. We've never had someone this old about to be sworn in.
Certainly one who has not released any detailed medical information since 2019.
Or his taxes.
So we are in, again, there's a lot of uncharted territory, but this is one of the places, I mean, we all heard him in the campaign, and I have to say, at 78, it was somewhat remarkable to me that he was doing 4 rallies a day, even if he sounded at the end like a record player was a little out of whack. But it's a demanding job. And to the extent that he'll spend a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago, which he will, and a lot of time on the golf course, which he absolutely will, I just don't know what that is going to mean for how he does the job. I mean, the big concern that they ran on in the spring about Joe Biden was that he had lost the capacity to do the job. That was the argument against Joe Biden, and fundamentally, I think that was what ended up being reaffirmed enough by the debate performance that we had the switch.
Yeah.
That didn't just disappear as an actuarial fact because Joe Biden left the ticket. The exact same reality of aging exists now with the man who it appears will be the oldest man ever to
And then the question becomes of how much of the responsibilities get outsourced to people like Elon Musk, who have tremendous power, to people like Peter Thiel, who have tremendous power, Bill Ackman, who's already crowing all over Twitter. And so these sort of oligarchs, these men who have bankrolled this effort, and who Donald Trump would presumably rely upon. I mean, the idea, as you said, of RFK Jr. having tremendous power and also maybe tremendous leeway, because it's not, Donald Trump was not exactly an involved supervisor of the federal government the first time. And so, perhaps he spends a lot of time. I mean, he wants the office because he wants the accolade of the office. He wants the respect and he wants the power and he wants to be lauded and he doesn't want to be sentenced, which now it's very clear he can pardon himself because the Supreme Court has made it clear he has broad power and likely he's gotten out of that, right? But potentially. But how much power is he ceding to these oligarchs?
Let's watch as Trump takes the stage in Palm Beach, Florida, with former First Lady Melania Trump, his wife, at his side, and his son, Barron, his youngest child, addressing his supporters.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSNBC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. but we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Former President Donald Trump speaking to supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I should tell you that while he was speaking, we did have a little bit of news to make. NBC News can make a projection for the presidential race in the great state of Minnesota. NBC News projects that Minnesota has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. So Donald Trump, at this hour, Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 204 electoral votes. The speech that Donald Trump just gave was essentially a victory speech. At this point, NBC News has not projected a winner in this race. Obviously, a commanding lead for Donald Trump with victories in the swing states of Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania. But he does not have 270 electoral votes. As I just mentioned, Minnesota has just been called for Kamala Harris, and we continue to watch the still outstanding swing states and a few other non-swing states that remain outstanding. May I check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Or am I not allowed to check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Am I allowed to check in with you?
Let's go.
Great. What do you have for us in Michigan?
Yeah, so I was just checking this out. See, statewide, 80% of the vote is in here. Trump with a 7-point advantage. More than 300,000 votes is the plurality. A couple things. A lot still to come in Wayne County, the big core Democratic county. Like a quarter of the vote in the state comes out of here. About a third of the vote is in. But again, as a benchmark here, now Wayne is Detroit, but it's a lot more than Detroit. As a benchmark, though, overall, this was a county Biden won by 38 points, a 330,000 vote margin here in 2020. Currently, with what's in Wayne County, again, this will vary by the cities that report, but the Democratic number needs to get up, to that Biden level and above, because of what I'm about to show you. What I wanted to show you in Michigan was we said at the start of the night one of the key tests for how the state was going to go would be a tale of two counties. The counties are Oakland County, the big, gigantic, enormous, any adjective you can think of, suburban county, high income, high concentration of college degrees, Democratic growth area. So we got Oakland County in right now, and Harris wins this thing by about 10.5 points. How does that compare to 2020? Well, that's down from what Joe Biden was able to do in Oakland County in 2020. He was able to win it by 14. It comes down, by about 3.5 points. Now, we said at the start of the night the test would be Oakland, the margin Democrats get out of Oakland County, would it vastly exceed the margin Trump gets out of Macomb County? That's what happened in 2020 when Democrats won the state. Or would it basically be canceled out by Macomb County, which is the big blue-collar suburban county right next door to Oakland? That's what happened when Donald Trump won the state in 2016. So keep your eye there. 81,000 votes with Oakland in. That's the margin that Harris gets out of Oakland. Now take a look in big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb County. Still more to come, but look at this. Donald Trump's winning this currently by almost 70,000 votes, with more to come. So the possibility exists here, the very distinct possibility exists here, that Donald Trump's margin out of Macomb County, it's an extreme likelihood, isn't just going to almost cancel out Oakland County, it's going to blow it away. Trump's going to get far more out of Macomb, a somewhat smaller county, potentially, than Harris gets out of Oakland County. Now, again, 77%. This is almost an 18-point margin for Trump. Just to put this in some perspective, this was 8 in 2020. This was 11.5 for Trump in 2016. And if you went back one election farther, this was an Obama County. Again, the Midwest, northern tier of battleground states, they are filled with counties like this. Maybe not quite this big, but big blue-collar suburbs. A lot of blue-collar white voters here, but there's a lot of diversity here, too. There's a sizable non-white population as well. These are, and in Macomb, if you really want to zoom out, and you're a political history nerd, you ever heard the term Reagan Democrat? The blue-collar voters who flocked to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, that term came about because of Macomb County. There was a study of Macomb County, Michigan. They said this is the backbone of Ronald Reagan's working-class coalition that he's put together here. So the talk when Obama came along in 2008 and was reelected in 12 was the Democrats had finally just broken down the Reagan Democrat areas and brought them back into the fold. Trump comes along, goes up double digits, takes a step back in 2020. And now look at this. We just took a big jump in Macomb County, 84% in. That Trump margin has gone up further. This is just an overwhelm. He's up almost 80,000 votes now in Macomb County, 80,000 for Trump there. And in the economically upscale Oakland County, it's 81,000. Trump is now getting more out of Macomb County than the Democrats got out of Oakland County. We thought in a good night for Trump, potentially he gets close. He's gone past it. That's very significant. There's also two, we said tonight, two kind of big swing counties. One of them is Saginaw County. We now got Saginaw County in. And again, this is one that Joe Biden won narrowly in 2020. Good night, we said Trump would win it. Trump is winning it by 3 points. And the other one here is just north, is just on the coast there. Muskegon County, about half is in. And again, this was a very narrow Joe Biden win. And currently, Trump is ahead by 16 points there. Take a look at Genesee County. This is where Flint is. This is very significant as well. Again, this is a diverse, blue-collar, enormous county here. Joe Biden won this by about 9 points in 2016. Clinton won this by 10 points. You go a step further back. Look, Obama had that blue-collar coalition still intact largely in 2012. He won here by almost 30 points. Coming into tonight, the Trump folks were saying they could take another big step forward in a place like Genesee County. Looks like they have 4.5 points, cutting this in half from 2020. They wanted to make gains in places like that. So, again, we are waiting on, still a lot of vote to come out of Wayne County. And as we really sort of slice and dice the Wayne County vote, we'll be looking at Dearborn. There's some indications in the returns. Dearborn, large Muslim American population, large Arab American population, indications that Kamala Harris may be significantly underperforming what Democrats want out of a place like Dearborn. We'll be analyzing that and getting more of that vote coming in. But you can just see around the state the reason why, with 80% of the vote counted, Donald Trump is more than 313,000 votes ahead. It's not just because we're waiting on Wayne County. It's because some of that significant movement taking you through right there.
Steve, while you have been covering those results in Michigan, we did get a little bit more news. NBC News does have a projection to make in one additional presidential race, this time in the state of New Jersey. NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race in New Jersey is Democratic candidate and Vice President Kamala Harris. New Jersey, believe it or not, was one of the states that the Trump campaign was sort of bragging on. Were they able to expand the map? They said that New Jersey was one of those states they'd be able to win. They said the same thing about Virginia. They said the same thing about Minnesota. They have not been able to expand the map, but they have won important swing states already that have put them on the precipice. 266 electoral votes right now for Trump, 218 for Kamala Harris. Lawrence.
The Trump speech had about 12 minutes of teleprompter written speech in there, and then another, 15 of rambling and inviting other people up to the microphone to speak. In the 12 minutes that they put in the teleprompter, it was a very modest and non-Trumpian speech that had only 2 words of policy, and those 2 words were reducing taxes. There was not another word of policy. Nothing about mass deportation, nothing about trying to jail his opponents, which he cannot do and will not be doing. None of that kind of political terrorism language that he was including in his rallies. That's gone from the person who stepped up to that microphone tonight. And remember, that's a staff-written speech. That's a consensus group-written speech. And in the middle of it, there's the understanding you're going to talk about a golf guy, and you're going to talk about some guy who runs a fighting show, and then you're going to bring your campaign manager up to say so, and you can let the vice president elect say about 3 words. But it's an extremely modest speech. That's the state of the Trump policy going forward, and I think it's probably extremely accurate that, like the first term that he was president, reducing taxes was literally the only thing he did.
And it's the reason that he was supported by so many billionaires. Look, at the end, if you've studied enough Donald Trump, and unfortunately having written a book about him, I studied more Donald Trump than I probably wanted to, the thing that he leads with is his neediness. His need for adulation, his need for adoration, his need, that's the reason that he's enjoyed cultivating a sort of cult of personality. He needs the world to think of him as this amazingly powerful and smart and brilliant and whatever. That's what he wants. And so that speech said to me that this is a very needy elderly man who wants to be president because he believes that finally he will get the respect and love and adulation of the country, and particularly of the very media elites that he used as a cudgel to get himself back in. And the threatening language, it's interesting that most of the threat that he made was directed squarely at Latinos, at people who the right fears will sort of outproduce them in terms of children. But that is where he did the best. That's where he gained the most among the people who voted, despite having directly insulted them. And he held steady, it seems, with white American women, despite having really insulted them in J.D. Vance. So he didn't lose much for being insulting and cruel.
Stephanie Roll?
Well, then I guess, who he's going to be, we're going to see who he's going to choose. Because we noted his family members, we saw Dana White. I didn't actually see Stephen Miller up there. I didn't remember when last time he won, we saw Steve Bannon up there, we saw Stephen Miller. So it'll be interesting to see who his cabinet choices are. Howard Lutnick, his new favorite transition head, the guy who runs Cantor Fitzgerald, was there. So yes, for Trump, it was quite moderate, but that only lasts so long. We'll see what we're in for.
Alex?
I mean, I just say to Donald Trump and the people around him, good luck having Bobby Kennedy as your HHS secretary, an anti-vaxxer running the country 3 years after a deadly pandemic that created mass death that you, Donald Trump, grossly mismanaged. Good luck doubling down on fossil fuels and a fossil fuel economy at the precise moment that the Earth is heating up to historic proportions and monster storms supercharged by climate change are laying waste to red states. Side note, Democrats cannot control the weather. And good luck to you, sir, with your sales tax that's going to raise taxes, a tariff that's going to raise taxes on middle and working class income Americans. Good luck to you with all of it. It feels like the dog that caught the car.
The tariffs, by the way, were not in the speech. I don't think he's going to do those tariffs. I don't think that's going to happen.
He is monomaniacal on that. Look, I have invoked this cliche before, but it's a central one, which is that the future is unwritten, and the thing that we often do analytically is we see a dot here and a dot here, and we draw the line up through like that. And I have never felt more wide openness about what era we are entering into than I feel right now, even particularly watching that speech, because I don't know what we're about to step into. The only thing I'll say is that I do know that, like, the country that existed before tonight is the country that we have right now, and that's what matters, is all the other stuff that isn't Donald Trump and which group of his homies are up on stage at any given moment. And that's what we had on Tuesday, and it's what we have now on Wednesday morning.
And I would, and to that point, Chris, I would just say that for all the Americans who looked at this election as a choice between different forms of government, between keeping the U.S. system of government or keeping whatever it is that Trump is promising to do instead, and Trump is promising to turn us into instead, well, the way that you fought to keep the U.S. system of government is that you fought to try to get the outcome that you wanted in this election. And now as this election comes to a close, you have to figure out how else you're going to fight.
Yep.
Because your country still needs you. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage of this election night continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Okay, it is just past 3 a.m. here in the East, and Donald Trump is poised to clinch the presidency. Thank you so much for staying up late with all of us. I'm Jen Psaki here at MSNBC headquarters in New York. With me here at the big table is Michael Steele, Tim Miller, Molly Jong-Fast, and Jim Messina. Steve Kornacki is, of course, at the big board, still at the big board. We will be with Steve in just one moment. But first, let's get you all caught up very quickly on the state of the race at this hour. We just heard from Donald Trump moments ago in West Palm Beach. He claimed victory, but votes are still being counted, and we have not yet made a projection just yet here at NBC News. So here's the big picture right now in the race to 270. Kamala Harris with 219 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 266 electoral votes. When NBC News projected that Donald Trump won the state of Pennsylvania, that put him just 4 electoral votes shy of the presidency. Just one of the outstanding states would put him over the top. In Michigan, this race is too close to call at this hour. And we'll bring you updates, of course. In Wisconsin, once again, that race is also too close to call. In Nevada, a state out west that is coming in a little bit later, it is too close to call there as well. And in Arizona, the race there is also too early to call. And as for Vice President Harris, we learned she will not come out and speak to her supporters tonight. Earlier, here's what campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond had to say to her supporters gathered at Howard University earlier this evening.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Okay, let's get right to Steve Kornacki at the big board. As I noted in my rundown there are some votes, some states we're still waiting for more numbers to come in on. So where do we stand now, Steve? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, so I think the question is, at what point can Trump get to 270 here officially? So take a look at what's left. Gray are the uncalled states. One thing to keep in mind, you see Maine is uncalled here. Remember, Maine is one of the 2 states where they give out the electoral votes by congressional district. And this one, the big Western Maine District 2, has been a Trump district the last 2 elections. We got a lot of the vote in here right now. Trump is leading by 8 points in the 2nd district. Again, this is that, a lot of rural areas, a lot of small, mid-sized cities, like a Bangor, Maine, that kind of thing. Large blue-collar population here. Trump very plausibly, certainly right now, looking like he's going to get the 1 electoral vote out of the 2nd district of Maine. Maine as a whole, you can see Harris leading by 8 points. But if Trump gets that 1, that would put him at 267. Now, I say that 1 because look at this one, this geographically big population, small state of Alaska. We now have more than half the vote is in Alaska. It reports in a very unconventional way. But Trump, with his 15-point lead, Alaska is worth 3 electoral votes. And Trump has a sizable margin in what's been counted so far. If that is something that continues, if that endures and we get more vote, that could be a way Trump reaches 270. The 1 electoral vote in the 2nd district of Maine, plus the 3 electoral votes potentially out of Alaska. Need more vote to come in there to get clarity on exactly where that's going. But you can see it's been red for a long time. You see where it is right now. Might be just a question of when then. Or is something going to happen in Wisconsin or in Michigan? In Wisconsin, here's the story right now. Trump leads by 122,000 votes statewide. One of the big things we're waiting on is in Milwaukee County, specifically the city of Milwaukee. They count their absentee vote in one place, or they release the results of it from one place hours after they count everything else out. Now, there's more than 100,000 votes at that facility. They call it the Central Count Facility. More than 100,000 votes, and we're expecting this to be something like, an 80% Democratic block of votes. So you want to see from that, that's the best single chance, if you open this up, that's the best single chance Harris and the Democrats have of eliminating that Trump margin. There are a couple of other places here. You look at Brown County. This is where Green Bay is. Trump is getting the number he wants here right now. They also have a central count facility with Democratic-friendly mail votes. Those have to come in. Are they going to be enough for Harris to, erase the 122,000 vote margin that Trump has right there? If they aren't, it's big moments, big batches of votes, then we'll have clarity on Wisconsin. That's 10 electoral votes. That would certainly get Trump over that number officially. And look, Michigan, the big thing we're waiting on, the big single thing we're waiting on is just Wayne County here. Again, this is Detroit, but Detroit's actually not the biggest part of Wayne County. There's a lot outside Detroit, a lot of smaller cities, there's suburbs. There's a lot going on in Wayne County. It's massive, and there's still a lot to come here, and you want to get clarity on the exact shape of what is to come. But again, this is a 38-point Joe Biden county from 2020, where Harris is running now ahead by 16 points. And again, one of the questions in Wayne County has been about the Arab American vote, has been about the Muslim American vote, the issue of the Gaza war. Was that going to take a toll on Harris's political standing? We're seeing from like Dearborn, Michigan, some of the reports coming in there about what's happening in Dearborn. Harris underperforming potentially significantly there. But otherwise, when you look at Michigan, again, this is just the story we've been seeing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, even in Minnesota, in Pennsylvania, all of these states. We saw it down south earlier with North Carolina and with Georgia. You could just look at one county after another where we sort of set a benchmark at the start of the night and say it's a good night for Trump if this, it's a good night for Harris if this. And in almost every case we're finding, I can think of a few exceptions here, but the overwhelming number of cases here, Trump's getting what he needs. If he had a number in 2020 he needs to build on, he's building on it. You know, meanwhile, Harris, a lot of these suburban counties even where, you know, she's running up the score, she's not running up the score to the degree she wanted to. Good example of that is right here in Oakland County. She's winning it by 10. They wanted this more like 15 points, the Democrats did. Macomb County here, talked about this one just a few minutes ago. This is monster right now for Trump. It may come down a bit here as the remaining vote comes in, but you know, he only won this by 8 points. Massive, massive county here. So there's opportunity here for Trump potentially. You know, Trump is in, I would say, pretty good position here to be winning back, you know, a state that he lost in 2020, had carried by this much in 2016. So it's a question of timing, I think, on maybe Wisconsin. That looks very close, especially with that vote by mail absentee to come out of Milwaukee. You see the margin there in Michigan, the question mark of Wayne. You see the possibility of Maine plus Alaska getting Trump there. Arizona and Nevada, we're just at that point now where we don't get a ton more, and then it starts coming out incrementally over days. You see New Hampshire here, but, you know, they're very, very slow counting with the remainder of the vote there. Trump 4.5 points down, 30,000 votes right there, and you don't expect that to suddenly hit 100% anytime soon. So it's kind of what we're waiting on to get to that official moment. And just one other thing I would point out here, flip this over and show you the national popular vote at this point, because Donald Trump, you can see here, has a lead of more than 5 million in the national popular vote. Now, we've been here in 2020 and 2016, and we said, well, you know, California is going to take a while to come in. It's going to be massive for the Democrats. Of course, they'll win the popular vote. That is very much in doubt right now because we've had big, big changes outside of the battleground in some big, big states. And I just want to highlight a few of these because they are dramatic. Look, New York, it's still blue, but look at this. New York State, Trump has got this within 12 points with 94% in. He lost this by 23 points. He basically cut his margin in half. Double-digit gains for Trump in New York City. Take a look. We mentioned New Jersey tonight earlier. Harris wins New Jersey. This is on track to be the closest margin, the closest Republicans have come to winning New Jersey potentially since 1992. Look what New Jersey was 4 years ago, a 16-point Biden win. Keying Trump here in New Jersey, getting this close. Heavily Hispanic areas, just leaps and strides, gains for him there. Take a look at Illinois. How about this one? 91% of the vote is in Illinois. 4 points for Harris, 17 points for Biden 4 years ago. Big, enormous blue state. Trump not winning it, but look at the popular vote margin that he's cutting into there. Another one we didn't talk anything about tonight. It's not close, but look at Maryland. 60-37 for Harris in Maryland. This was a 33-point state for Joe Biden a few years ago. So you're just seeing Trump lop off. Those add up potentially to millions of popular votes that he lost 4 years ago that he's now losing tonight. And so the possibility that Donald Trump, even when California is all counted, ends up winning the popular vote in an outright majority, that's very real right now.
Steve, there's a lot to take in and digest. I wanted to just go back, if you don't mind, to Wisconsin for a moment, since we're waiting on that one. And that is a state that we've been talking about for months as one that was within 1% the last two presidential cycles. I know we're waiting for a vote, but as you look at that state and where things have gone wrong, I should say, for Harris, tell us a little bit more about that. And also, the margins and what are the possible margins in terms of what it could be? Because it does not seem like it's within 1%, but you tell me if I'm wrong there.
Well, it should close, and maybe considerably, because again, the biggest outstanding, the biggest sources of outstanding vote here would be, again, in the city of Milwaukee, in Milwaukee County. Look, it says only about 69% of the vote is in. Overwhelmingly, what that is the absentee vote from the city of Milwaukee. So the most Democratic-friendly type of vote, absentee, from the most Democratic city, biggest, most Democratic city, one of the most Democratic cities in the state. So whatever happens there, Harris is going to net tens of thousands of votes more when that absentee vote is released there. Look at a place like Brown County where Green Bay is, 90% is in. But again, this is a place that does that absentee late separate location. So this might come down a touch. There's a few other places on the map where she's going to benefit from that late absentee count. Is it enough to overcome what is now a 120,000 vote lead for Trump statewide? That's difficult. It's not impossible for her, but that'd be very difficult right now. But to come down and land back in that, really tight zone we know Wisconsin likes to be in, that's very possible. In terms of the big picture story you see out of Wisconsin, is a continuation of the trend here in the Trump era in Wisconsin, and it's simply this, that a transformation of Wisconsin politically. It is not long ago that you would have been looking at this map, even in a close race in Wisconsin, and you would have been seeing blue all over the place here, along the Mississippi River, all sorts of rural blue-collar counties. Democrats were winning right through Barack Obama in 2012, and Donald Trump came along, and we could show you counties where he's had net gains of like 40 points over what Barack Obama was doing. And you just take them one by one. They're small, rural in a lot of cases, but Trump's made further gains in those places tonight. So they just add up. You could take dozens of these counties, aggregate them together. Trump's made significant gains just by adding 2-3 points in those places. We called it at the start of the night, to look at Outagamie County, to look at Winnebago County. This is where Oshkosh is. Was Trump going to be hitting his 2020 number? Or was he going to be hitting his 2016 number? Now it's 12 right now. There is some of that mail to come in, but right now he's above both of those. And the Democrats, meanwhile, look, they did get ahead here in Dane County where Madison is. That 188,000 does mark a bigger margin for them out of Dane than they got last time. I think they might have wanted more out of here. But again, with that mail to come in Milwaukee, there's still a chance here for Harris in this state. But I think wherever it lands, it will be in that very close zone. And again, we just see this Michigan and Wisconsin, even in Minnesota earlier, those rural blue-collar counties. Trump just squeezing more and more out of them. He turned them Republican in 2016, and he's held them, and now he's growing in them further.
That rural blue-collar divide is just over and over again, as you said, has been watching you all evening so stark. Thank you so much, Steve. We'll be back with you in a moment, too. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who is standing by at Trump HQ in Florida. Vaughn, we all just listened to Donald Trump speak earlier. Tell us what it was like in the room and what you're hearing from his team at this point in time.
Straightforward, Jen. It kind of felt like an end of a Trump rally, actually. It was some similar riffs, including about Elon Musk's rocket that was landing. Of course, he noted that this was a great American comeback. It was the likes of Dana White, the head of UFC, who he introduced to the microphone, who called this moment karma. But for the room here, this was a confident crowd that thought that Donald Trump was going to win, and he did exactly that. I think last night I was talking with the producer colleague, Dan, who I traveled with the last 2 years on the road. We were talking about the extent to which we didn't even understand the own country, despite traveling to all 50 states and back here and talking to as many voters as possible, because this was a moment, a reckoning, to wholly understand just how far the MAGA movement had expanded, just how far Donald Trump's realities or his proposals that an American government under his type of executive power would be able to benefit lives of Americans who didn't even vote for him in 2016 and 2020. Just how far-reaching would that play? And he was able to get Elon Musk on board. We watched Twitter, now X, essentially become a town hall of so often falsehoods and conspiracy theories and pro-MAGA content and material, and all of that amounted here to this moment. And what you saw up on stage was a rather small campaign brass of Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles, the two co-campaign managers who were with him from November of 2022 when he announced his presidential bid till now, but also some other key staffers that left the White House in 2021 with him after the January 6th attack, moved down to Palm Beach, and were loyal to Donald Trump, even at a moment in which he was isolated even from his own party. And it was those very campaign staff that led Donald Trump to allow him to run the campaign that he wanted to run. That was an unvarnished one, an uncensored one that included name-calling, no apologizing, proposals that included putting 20 to 30% tariffs on all goods coming to the United States, having Elon Musk come in and cut 1/3 of the federal budget. You know, just this weekend, he suggested he would put Herschel Walker in charge of U.S. defense missile shield system. Even in the closing week here, this was Donald Trump in his purest form. And tonight, you could say it kind of seemed like perhaps a little bit of a surprise, Donald Trump, that it was called so quickly. But one, in talking with his campaign's advisors over the course of the last months, they wholly believed that there was an American electorate that was buying into what Donald Trump was selling. And so far, based off of the ballot count here, that's exactly what America delivered for the former president, and based off of where the count stands, the likely next president.
Yvonne, we have not yet called it here. I should just reiterate for people who are just tuning in, NBC News has not yet called it. But I want to ask you, Yvonne, I mean, one of the things I noticed is that Ivanka Trump was on the stage. We haven't seen her around the Trump campaign. Were there other people in the room, former advisors or people who really haven't been around the campaign, who reappeared tonight?
Corey Lewandowski was up on stage. Stephen Miller was up on stage. Stephen Chung, who is that spokesman who usually puts out derogatory statements on behalf of the former president, he was up on stage. You also had Tucker Carlson was in the room. Elon Musk, we know, was over at Mar-a-Lago watching the results come in. Robert F. Kennedy is here. He was at Mar-a-Lago watching the results come in as well. This was right. There was no Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or members of Congress who were urging Donald Trump to move beyond his political status or not run again, right? Tim Scott wasn't here. There was no Asa Hutchinson. We could go through the list of those primary challengers. Of course, his own former Vice President Mike Pence was not here. This was Donald Trump is, and what we've, Howard Lutnick, who is one of the transition co-chairs, he was up on stage, and I was talking to him just last week, and he said that they will make sure that there are only members in his next cabinet administration who are truly loyal, who they trust, noting that the likes of Mark Milley and James Mattis and John Kelly, they will do everything in their power to make sure that they have vetted and they know the entities that are coming into the next administration. And I think that this was a moment here where those people lifted Donald Trump up to essentially the greatest resurrection in American political history. And now, just in the last couple minutes, you see the likes of President Zelensky and Prime Minister Netanyahu already posting statements on X congratulating Donald Trump, a key recognition that this immediately has major international repercussions that extend well beyond American politics, but one that has direct impact on two active wars that are going on. Of course, Donald Trump, if he is elected president, wouldn't take office until January 20th, yet that does not mean that there are not calculated decisions that are taking place in real time overseas, understanding that very well there's a likelihood or a potential of this current Republican candidate for president potentially taking the White House again.
It's such an important point. The national security differences between these candidates are a very important part of what the impact could be here, and one we'll definitely be discussing. Vaughn, I know you've been up and standing there for about 19 hours. Thank you for staying up with us, and really appreciate you bringing us your insights. You know the team and the Trump team so well. Let me just turn to our amazing panel here, and there's so many things to discuss, but I want to start with you, Jim Messina. You and I have worked together a lot over the years. I was describing what a boiler room is earlier. You can probably describe it better than I do, but you're a data guy. As you're looking at this data, I don't want to ask you what surprised you. I want to ask you kind of what struck you as different from what maybe a lot of people out there thought would be where things stand right now.
The fact that the Trump theory of the case on rural voters really was true. You know, I freaked out a bunch of Dems on Sunday on your show when I said, look at the early vote numbers. The enthusiasm for Trump in rural is real. And that's exactly what you saw. Kornacki was just going over it. He's just doing better than he'd ever done before and just running up these things. And the other thing was the Latino number. It's just, you cannot look at those exit polls and not think that is amazing. Going forward, the Democrats have a real rural problem, and they have real communication challenges to a whole bunch of groups, including young voters and Latinos, that we thought we had a better message to and just didn't at all. Those are the two things that really struck me so far.
The rural city divide is one that struck me earlier as well in the evening. And 8 years ago, a lot of the focus was on education. Is education a part of that as well, or is it more community cultural and kind of you're living in a rural area, you're living in a city?
I think it's cultural, right? I think the Democrats no longer speak to a whole group of people in these places. I mean, they were just laying it out. Barack Obama did 40 points better than Kamala Harris in some of these precincts just 12 years ago. Like, we have just stopped being able to communicate with these people, and they no longer feel seen by the Democratic Party. And that is a challenge going forward. I hope we don't all rush. I hope we all take some time, look at all these things, do a comprehensive report, and talk about how to move forward, because we got our butts kicked tonight, and we got to figure out how to move forward in a way that gets us back to being the majority party we used to be.
Tim, as I said to you earlier, I always hate it when people say it's a communications problem. It's not the totality of it, and that's not what Jim Messina is saying either. But there is this question of how to reach, because there's been a reliance by Democrats on running up the city vote, running up the suburban vote, expanding the blob, as Steve Kornacki always says, the blue blob. You've actually worked in Republican circles. What is going wrong here on that front?
And I just think the Democrats right now have to just reckon with the fact that there's a fundamental brand problem with the party as far as not reaching like huge swaths of the country. You know, Jim listed a couple of them with rural and Hispanics. But if you look at the exit polls, Trump gained with every demographic group except college-educated women. Everyone. Black men, Hispanic men and Hispanic women, non-college women. So like, it wasn't really even a race and gender thing in particular. It was widespread. And there's a brand issue. To your reference about my kind of time at the Republican Party, I look back at 2012 when we lost with Romney, right? And afterwards, we did the autopsy and we looked at it and we're like, we need to fix this little thing or that little thing. And that might make the difference if we reached out to this group more or that group. The reality was that the Romney-Ryan party did not appeal to broad swaths of the country. It did not appeal to black and brown Americans. It also didn't really appeal that much to working class Americans. You know, Obama cut into his margins there. That's where the Democrats are right now. They get so when you say communicate, yeah, but it's more like we got to figure out how to talk to them. It's not about like a talking points. Like Democrats have to think about how their brand is resonating outside of college-educated, urban and suburban, white America.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's bigger than a set of words.
Yeah.
And so people shouldn't define it as words, in my view. Michael Steele, I just want to ask you a big open-ended question about how you're taking in what we know now. We don't know everything. There's still more votes to come in, but based on what we know now.
So, you know, there's a lot of stuff inside of my head that wants to rage at this, but then I really kind of went back to what I wanted to do in 2010, and that's exactly what happened here tonight with the Republican Party or the MAGA Party. What I learned in that period of time was the American people always tell you what they want. You just better listen to them.
But what do you think the American people are telling us they want?
They don't like the whole like the whole thing, the impression that their kids are being put through some type of, you know, deprogramming or reprogramming, imagined or real. They think the economy is not their friend. They blame Joe Biden for this economy, right? No, for their personal economy. They're frustrated with, and you talked, Jim, you hit on the cultural piece, as did my friend here, Tim. The cultural piece is a huge piece for the American people. And what we learned tonight, it's not just the folks who live in the rural parts of, in the country, in the backwoods. It's people who live right over here off of Park Avenue. The people who live off of Pennsylvania Avenue in D.C. And the reality of it is, I think for our political system, because I'm going to set aside the MAGA piece for a while, because those Republicans, you know, like myself and Cheney and others, the question becomes what is the other narrative that you put up? Because once MAGA begins to do its thing, which it will, I mean, tonight was Donald Trump standing there basically reading everything that was on the prompter, looking like, okay, we got this. But you could see, and you know, that there's going to be a slide into something else.
Well, we've seen this movie a thousand times.
We've seen this movie a thousand times. But here's the thing. The American people are okay with that. So what's the countermeasure? What's the countermeasure to what we see Donald Trump do every day? Because clearly it's not enough to say democracy's at stake. Because the American people are like, yeah, I don't really feel that. I don't think that. Now, even though, ironically, in our own exit polling, folks were like, democracy was important to them, right?
Well, but just to dig into that for a second, yes, but majority say democracy under threat, 75%, but among voters who believe that, half went for Harris and half went for Trump.
There you are. Right. That's exactly where I was going. So you've got this space where there's a lot to learn from tonight. The challenge is going to be how the Democratic Party learns what it needs to learn and deal with what's going to come beginning on January 20th, when the further deconstruction of all the administrative states that we think hold this union together come under assault. Because, you know, at the end of the day, it may not be Donald Trump, but a lot of people on that stage and a lot of people who are going to be in that oval with him, that's what they want to do. And as much as they want to lie about Project 2025, they laid it out. They're not going to just go, oh, well, we just 900 pages of nothing. That's not how this works. So you're going to see two competing moments that the country's going to confront, one of which they won't care about, right, which is all the stuff because they think Trump is good. So they're not going to be concerned about that. The Democrats are going to have to worry about that, plus, to Jim's point, how did you begin to level up a message to turn around those numbers that they saw tonight?
And we will get into, together, a couple things, including the fact that Trump also has a Republican Senate. We don't know where control of the House is,
right.
which is a big factor. But, Molly, I want to ask you, there's a lot of data to dig through. One of the things that you and I have talked about a lot is women voters. I mean, Trump improved among women from how he did in the past, according to the exit polls. The other thing that struck me is that these ballot initiatives on abortion in Florida, Arizona, and some other states where the majority of voters voted to protect abortion rights, and there was a big overlap of people who also voted for Trump, which to me means we maybe didn't capture or didn't discuss or didn't accurately analyze the fact that people can think about things in multiple ways that bend the mind, but they can vote to protect abortion rights and still vote for the guy who essentially killed them. But give me your as you're looking at women voters, abortion rights.
The only bright spot in this entire night was that white college-educated women were not having it. That said, white, non-college educated women were all in. And I think that, look, we're in a completely different media universe than we were in 2012 or 2010. And I think that's a really important point. We don't know where people are getting their news. And remember, Donald Trump in that speech said it was a huge win for democracy. So his people also think that he's protecting democracy, which in itself is a huge communication problem here, right? And I think that, when you would talk to the campaign, they would always be like, are we reaching people? And that is a media problem, right? Newspapers, some of the reasons why newspapers aren't endorsing are complicated and scary, but some of the reason why is because it doesn't matter. It doesn't move the needle. Newspaper endorsements used to really matter. Like a decade ago, 2 decades ago, we have had a seismic shift in the way that people read news, watch television, you know, all of that information. And I think we have to look at also sort of the level of disinformation, misinformation that people are getting and what that looks like.
No, I think this is a big, huge part of the story that it's hard to even digest fully at this moment. But you have Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it these days, X, who is a disinformation propagandist and now has a could potentially have a direct line to the Oval Office. You have, to your point, the way people are receiving information. There are platforms that many people have never even heard of that are massive communicators to voters, including Telegram, including...
I mean, on the stage tonight, during the acceptance speech, they shouted out the Nelk Boys, Theo Von, Joe Rogan. There was one other one. I'm sure folks have heard about Joe Rogan, but a couple of those other ones that Trump, Aiden Ross, that Trump did interviews with, niche outlets, but have huge audiences. And a lot of the people, not everybody, but a lot of people that are consuming those kinds of news environments aren't. It's not like, to your point, how it's not 2010. It's not like they're then watching the nightly news.
Right.
You know,
Or
like they're not watching Lester at
Times.
night. No offense to Lester. Right. You know what I mean? Like they're in their own bubble. And that's like the majority of the news that they're consuming. And it is going to be incumbent on Democrats and it's kind of funny that the Nelk Boys got mentioned in the acceptance speech tonight, I guess. But you also have to take this seriously and figure out how to talk to those people and how to have a message for those young men, because the Democrats do have a message for the young men, but a lot of times they weren't really trying to offer one.
I want to come back to this. I think this is such an important part of the conversation because it's like how you think about how campaigns are run and operate, and it's just different quite a bit. But I do want to bring in right now Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman, let me just start by getting your top-line reactions to what we know at this point tonight.
Obviously, I'm disappointed. But look, the rebuilding starts today. No political party in modern times is out in the wilderness for more than a few years. I remember 2004, I was volunteering as a young guy all over for John Kerry. I totally was opposed to the Iraq War. And I was devastated that George W. Bush did not get defeated. And Alan Solomon was there. I still remember Boston quoted Dr. King, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Keep going." And guess what? 4 years later, we had Barack Obama, the singular political talent of our time, in my view, and he ushered in a whole new hopeful vision of America. So I'm confident. We still have to see where the House is going to go, but I'm confident we're going to rebuild in 2026, and we'll win back the White House in 2028. And we've got to listen. We've got to go on some of these podcasts. I was just on All In. You know, we should have done, in my view, Joe Rogan. Go on all the podcasts and listen to what we need to do and have a compelling economic message. But I'm still very hopeful about the party and our future.
Let me ask you about control of the House. I mean, Republicans are projected to control the Senate. As we've noted, as you just noted, Trump is on the verge of winning the White House, which is going to make the House quite important. What are you hearing from your House colleagues about how things are shaking out tonight in some of these key races, some of which have been called, but some of which we're still waiting for, including a number in your state of California?
We're hopeful. We're hopeful for 3 pickups in California. It's a world of difference if we have Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House or if we have Mike Johnson. I served for 4 years in Congress in the first Trump administration. The first 2 years, 2016 to 18, we didn't have Congress. That's when he had his extraordinary tax breaks and handouts to the ultra wealthy. That's when he had no check. When Nancy Pelosi took the gavel, that was basically at the end, effectively, of the first Trump term. So getting Hakeem Jeffries in there would be a huge blessing. I think we have a real shot at it. It's going to be close.
We're going to be all watching California. It could be some time, which doesn't mean anything is going wrong. It just means that ballots are still coming in. That's how the state of California works. I just want to remind everybody, Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you for reminding us, which I've been trying to do as well, that there are lots of forces for good, lots of forces for democracy. We have a strong country. So thank you for reminding us of that and for joining us at 3:45 in the morning our time. All right, I just want to come back to the table and continue kind of the conversation that we've touched on here. I mean, there's a lot of information we're getting in, but there is this question. I mean, the bro vote, as I'm just going to shorthand it, right? Trump got his highest share of young men that he's ever gotten in his 3 presidential runs. In North Carolina, Trump almost doubles his support from black voters since 4 years ago. So there are some key demographics that I think at this point, from what we know about the exit polls, everybody needs to be quite sober about. Yep. You've run a successful campaign, Jim Messina. Things change and evolve. I mean, I like to say that I had a Palm Pilot and I had a fanny pack when I did my first campaign. Yeah. Things have changed quite a bit. They change all the time. How do you think, as people look to 2028, this changes where things sit, how people run that campaign?
Well, I think it's really about two things. First of all, having a real message. And, you know, Rose said something I think is very right, which is listening. Shutting up for a little bit and actually hearing people and hearing their concerns. The second thing you have to do is go to some of these things. Tim called them niche, and they are, but if you look at their numbers, they're not. They're mammoth. They're bigger than some cable networks.
We need to stop, by the way. I'm just going to double down on this, calling anything niche. When I was the communications director for Barack Obama, people would say it wasn't presidential to do something, and it's like, the job of a candidate or a president is to reach the public wherever they're consuming information.
That's
it's
exactly
not to
right.
write an op-ed in the Washington Post, which, no offense to them, nobody reads. So
right. Well, and TikTok is now the most dealt with political platform in America. And as you know, Democrats weren't on it for 2 years because the Biden administration was fighting about it. That evolution, figuring out what the next generation is, it really is both a message and it's a medium. And, you know, you've got to kind of continue to grow with that. But some of it is just really hearing these people, feeling seen. Part of the rural vote numbers, I think, those communities didn't feel seen by the Democrats, didn't feel seen by this. The other word we haven't mentioned yet tonight is economy. I mean, if she was going to win tonight, she would have been the first person in 50 years to lose the economic argument and win the presidency. And, you know, we have an economic messaging thing, and it's really been Donald Trump's sweet spot. And Democrats have got to figure out how to take back the economic argument, because when Bill Clinton and Barack Obama and Joe Biden were winning presidential elections, they won the economic argument.
Yeah. Why do you think that is on the economic? You're a messaging guy. Give us your take,
look,
Tim.
Bill Clinton was good at making people think that he cared about them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yep. And so, like, this is not really a particular critique of any Democratic candidate themselves, but, like, do the people that watch the Joe Rogan podcast, or do the people that live in Winnebago County or whatever, like, do they think that the Democrats care about them? I don't think so. And maybe that's not fair, right? Or maybe, you know, like, you could do plenty of things about how Donald Trump's a phony and he pretends to care about them. But that's politics, you know? And I think, like, actually showing up, right, actually being there and saying, hey, I'm going to talk to you like a normal person, right? And I'm going to demonstrate that I care what you think about it. And I'm going to say, okay, well, here's what Trump's saying that's BS, actually. And, you know, he's saying this, but the economy is doing this. And I don't know, in my life, like, I got these concerns, right? I feel like the Democrats have gotten into a very talking point friendly way a lot of times. So it's not really about, like, me giving them something to say. It's about just being more authentic, right? In these we're not calling them niche media outlets, right? But, like, when you go there, being more authentic. And I obviously think that there are actual economic policy issues you need to talk about as well. But, like, the very first step right now is being missed. I think we can just be honest about that.
Can I just ask a question? What do you think the culture war is? What do Democrats think the culture war really is? I mean, because it is economics. It's not just transgenderism. It's not just some, you know, religious piece. For a lot of middle America, it's all of that for them. And, you know, I think that that's part of what Trump has been able to successfully define and really connect with people. I mean, I said this a little bit earlier this evening, and it really, I think, resonates for me even more tonight. In that 2016 cycle, to hear a white single mother, divorced, two from New Hampshire, refer to Donald Trump as being just like her. Right? So why do you like Trump? Because he's just like me. I think for a lot of, I think this is a culminating moment from that period to now, for at least for me, that those underlying threads have still never been fully understood. by the political class, by the media class, and meanwhile, middle Americans go, y'all don't even see me, do you?
Here's, and I'm going to point this question back to you, Michael Steele, be our translator, because you referenced transgender rights in this ad that the Trump campaign put tens of millions of dollars behind. This is not an issue that to me, this is just to put my cards on the table here, very much a morality issue where young people are born one gender and are another gender, and they have made it into a wedge issue, a cruelty issue, but they've successfully brought people to their side by suggesting, which is ludicrous, that people are going to be sent to school and their teachers are going to change their gender and send them home. That's not factual, it's not accurate, it's cruel, it's harsh. And he has not, at the same time, put forward any economic plan aside from tariffs that will raise costs.
Doesn't have to.
Well, so I guess what I'm asking you is,
I mean, because absent anything else, right? And absent anything else, everyone's going to believe that's exactly what happened.
But isn't this a disinformation
they believe that's what's going to happen.
Isn't this a disinformation problem?
But you got to go in there and combat the disinformation.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
I'm not saying that the Democrats have to throw trans kids under the bus.
There you
but
go.
did any Democrat go into a conservative space and say, you're saying that Kamala Harris is going to do, or Donald Trump's saying that Jimmy's going to go into school and come out Jenny. Like, that's not true. Here's what we want to do. Like, here's how we do, here are the protections we want in place. Here are the protections for the girls' sports we want in place. Like, we want to respect everybody. Did anybody actually try to do that? I don't think so.
And that would be a criticism I might have about the campaign, is that they were very cautious.
Very.
At times, no, you don't have to be sorry. We're having an honest talk here. We're all trying to delve in and understand what's going on.
Well, you'll remember Trump world just threw anything. I mean, obviously they have a different set of morals and values, but they threw everything against the wall. Whereas the Harris campaign, just like the Clinton campaign, very, very cautious.
Do you guys agree with that?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think they were trying to be focused. I think they tried to stay on message, and their theory of the case was democracy and abortion. And they ran that play, and they were very focused on it. Now, it turned out not to be the right play, but I think one of the things that they should get some credit for is they had a theory of the case, and they prosecuted that case.
They did, but it goes to what Tim just said. So their theory of the case was democracy and abortion. And Donald Trump's theory of the case was everything else.
Yep.
And no one bothered to pay attention to what his theory of the case was. And so when you couple that, and I was just looking at some of the responses from, some of my friends, who've kind of been watching this and are aligned with Trump. Their view was, you guys completely missed what the country was saying. And the country was saying, yeah, you know what? We're not about forgiving student debt because a lot of hardworking people out there spent a lot of money, and okay, you got to pay your bills. I mean, and so you've got to be able to have an answer for that mindset that believes that if you go and incur a debt, right, I don't have to pay for it, because that's what it boils down to. You incurred $100,000. Nobody told you to go to Harvard. My kid went to community college, paid his bills. So now you're asking me and him to pay yours? So that's part of the culture piece that oftentimes gets misunderstood or mistranslated into something else. And there's just a visceral reaction to it. And meanwhile, Trump goes, see, they still don't get who you are, do they? Meanwhile, he's marching on down the road with folks. And tonight is what you see. America will always tell you what they want. You just need to listen to what they're telling you. He did. And apparently the Dems, Kamala's campaign, however you want to fashion it, over the course of time, and the shift to Kamala and all of that, and Joe Biden waiting until, all of that didn't matter to those folks in the middle of the country.
I have one little nitpick.
Sure, no,
Did he listen to what they wanted? Did he listen to what they wanted? I think that his vibe, his vibe was good. Right, but I just mean like reality he did.
I agree.
We should
with
just be honest.
But it's not what the reality is for us. It's what it is for them.
Sure.
And they believed he did. and that's the bottom line.
Okay, hold all these thoughts. Please disagree. Everybody digest, come back. We got to sneak in a very quick break. We've got more live coverage coming up. Here's the map at this hour. Lots of states still uncalled. Steve Kornacki is still standing near the big board to share more information with us. But Donald Trump is very, very close. Steve is continuing to crunch the numbers. We're going to be right back. Okay, everyone, it is 4 a.m. here in the East, 1 a.m. out West, and at this hour, we still do not have a winner. But Donald Trump is on the brink of securing the presidency. Thank you all so much for staying up late with us. We have a lot to discuss, lots of results still coming in. I'm Jen Psaki here at MSNBC headquarters in New York. With me here at the big table is Michael Steele, Molly Jong-Fast, Tim Miller, and Jim Messina. The great Steve Kornacki is still standing. He's also ready to go at the big board and give us updates on what's coming in and what we know. We'll be with him in just a moment. But first, let's just get you caught up on where the race stands. So here's the very big picture right now in the race to 270. You can see this right on the screen. Kamala Harris with 219 electoral votes. Donald Trump currently with 266, which is, of course, just 4 electoral votes away from winning the White House. And that means just one of these outstanding states could put him over the top. At this hour, we are still waiting on Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona in terms of battleground states, but other states still have not come in yet either. But Donald Trump did come out and address his supporters in West Palm Beach. He claimed victory, but again, NBC News has not yet made a projection, and votes are still being counted. Let's get right to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Okay, Steve, what do we have coming in? What have we learned in terms of votes over the last hour?
Yeah, so it's really kind of narrowed what's left in Wisconsin. 96% of the vote here. Trump leading by 108,000. Looks very imposing with that little left. But what is left is largely, but not entirely, we'll get to that Democratic-friendly vote. So I just want to take you through. We expected total in Wisconsin. Let me just take a look here. About 140,000 total votes remain to be counted. Now, the bulk of those votes are in I just want to see this updated, actually, so this is real time. I'm just checking in on something here. Yes, this just updated. Let me just look county by county. That's going to be the easier way to do this. Sorry for this. I'm just adjusting on the fly. Okay. We think the biggest source of outstanding vote in Wisconsin is in Milwaukee County. Most of that 120,000, probably about 105,000 of it, is absentee vote from the city of Milwaukee. This typically breaks like 80 to 20 for the Democrats, maybe even more than that. They count that, they tally it up, they report it out from one place. So we're awaiting that hopefully very soon. And basically, if the Democrats get what they normally get, out of that vote, maybe they would net 75, let's say 75,000 votes, be maybe a little generous with that, 75,000. The rest of Milwaukee County, there's some absentee ballots, left there, probably about 15,000. Same deal. You expect it to be more Democratic. So look, maybe the Democrats get 80,000 out of there. They need a very, very big number if they're going to flip this in Wisconsin. The other big place is Racine County. We have the same thing. We have that central count for the city of Racine. What do we think we got there? We think we got about 30,000. If those were to break, let's give them optimistic assumptions, 2-1 for Democrats. They could net maybe about 10,000 votes out of Racine. Winnebago County, we're waiting on the city of Oshkosh here. Total, what we're kind of expecting is about 20,000 out of Winnebago. I'll abbreviate that, 20,000. And again, if this went really well for Democrats, maybe 5,000 they net out of this. So, 80, 90, 95. You're trying to close a gap of about 107,000 votes. They probably need more out of here. That Milwaukee thing has to just be absolutely monster for them, because the other problem, despite all of this, there are a couple of pockets of Republican votes left. Okay, so take a look. Core Republican county, 3/4 of the vote in. Trump's winning it almost 2-1. And you could see, though, still votes to come here. So there are other places. The Democrats, you could give them very, very generous assumptions on that absentee vote in those places and maybe just get them up to that statewide margin. But then you got to account for, there's a handful of places like this where Trump can still net more. So waiting to see those numbers. They have to be massive if Harris is going to turn this around and actually flip this over statewide. It will get closer, significantly closer than this 51, 47.5 you see right now. But in terms of actually carrying over for the Democrats, they need something maybe we haven't quite seen out of Milwaukee before for them.
What do we have? That's all. We're watching Wisconsin so closely. It's a state that has been so narrow in the last 2 presidential elections. What else are we waiting for in any of the other battleground states, Steve? What are the big holdouts?
Yeah, so in Michigan, we've been talking about Wayne County, and we did just get a pretty big report out of Wayne County that takes us over to half the vote in Wayne County here. And again, you might have looked earlier, Harris was running under 60% before. Now she's getting closer to where Democrats want to be here. Again, compare this to 2020. Joe Biden won here by 38 points. Now it's inching up on 30. But again, this needs to be higher for the Democrats. Trying to piece together exactly where in Wayne County it's left, because again, there's all sorts of different suburbs, small cities. Detroit is in here as well. So we're trying to get a full sense of that. But again, what we just got in there from Wayne County was heavily Democratic, and it brought that Trump margin. Remember, that was north of 300,000 the last time we looked in, now over 200,000. And there's still a significant share to come in from Wayne County. And I stress the Democrats need to get a very big number, get it back to probably over that Biden level, just because what we've seen elsewhere in Michigan, all of these places where Trump, example, Saginaw, we said coming into the night, Saginaw County was one of the swing counties in Michigan. As goes Saginaw, maybe so goes the state. Well, Trump wins it by 3 points. The other one we identified as a swing county at the start of the night was Muskegon. We're getting closer there to a 100%. Trump leading by 2.5 points there. Now, take a look at this one. This is Ottawa County. Okay, this is still a core Republican county. You're in the western part of Michigan here. This is a very complicated thing with the Dutch Reform Church and Dutch Reform culture, but basically it's culturally conservative, extremely Republican, and it's been averse to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump's done, this is a big, big Republican vote-producing county, and you can see the hit Donald Trump has taken here. He won it, taken here since he came on the scene, won it by more than 30, came down to barely 20 in 2020, but this is kind of a win for him tonight because it didn't go down any further. That's a familiar story. We've been telling it, throughout all these states tonight, places where Trump had been slipping. He didn't slip any further. That includes, a place like Ottawa County. So when that happens, when he's winning those 2 swing counties, when Trump is cutting into, now we've got, oh, wow, okay. This is basically all of Genesee County, 400,000 people here. This is where Flint, Michigan is. The final margin here is going to be 2.9 points. Harris over Trump in Genesee County. This was 9 points for Biden over Trump. This is diverse, blue-collar, working class, big gain for Trump there. Taking a look here at Macomb County, big blue-collar suburb north of Detroit. Trump won this by 8 points last time. He's more than doubled it so far. So with all those things happening around the state for Trump, it becomes all the more important if Democrats are going to actually overtake that sizable lead that Trump has right now. Harris doesn't just win a county like Wayne by 30 points. She has to win this by like 40, and we have to see turnout levels as well here, too. So that's what she's up against there. You see what they're up against, too, the Democrats in Wisconsin, just seeing if that changed at all, seeing what else is on the board here. We mentioned, are we getting close here to some kind of clarity in Maine, 2? 7.5-point lead for Donald Trump here. Again, 1 electoral vote to the winner of each congressional district in Maine. This is the blue-collar, heavily rural congressional district. Trump's won it twice. No reason to believe that's not happening a third time right there. Alaska, we checked in earlier, in the Klondike, up to 70% now, we think, counted in Alaska. This is interesting, as we say, from that perspective of Trump officially hitting 270 to officially become mathematically the president-elect. 16-point lead for Trump here in Alaska. About 70% of the vote reported. 3 electoral votes there, 1 in that congressional district in Maine. If he gets those in the near future, 1 there, 3 there, that would be, I don't know what just happened there, that would be exactly 270 270 electoral votes, then he would mathematically be the president-elect. In Nevada and Arizona, we've just reached the point where we're not going to get much more that's going to come out over, subsequent days right there. New Hampshire, you still see uncalled. Trump has made more of a game out of this than I think some expected. They wanted to flip it. They sent J.D. Vance there the other day, got it down to 4. It's going to be very slow to get the rest of this in. Again, I don't expect that to get anywhere near 100 tonight. Again, you just see, let's look at this jigsaw puzzle. All these little cities, towns, villages, hamlets, where they reported out individually. That's going to take some time. But Harris sitting on a pretty comfortable pad there. So, look, in terms of 270, is it going to be the Maine, Alaska route that puts Trump there? Or is there going to be a call in Wisconsin? This one may be imminent if, we're waiting on that absentee that I talked about from the central locations. If the Democrats don't get the kind of monster numbers they need from that, there's not going to be much left in Wisconsin. And again, if Wisconsin were to officially be called for Trump, he's well over 270 at that point. And again, Michigan, the more wane we get, the more clarity we get. Democrats trying to dig themselves out of a very sizable hole. Some real damage they've taken throughout the rest of the state tonight.
I know as you've said many times, we're very close to getting to the 270. I can assure everyone, Steve and our decision desk continue to crunch the numbers, and as soon as we get any update, we will bring them to all of you immediately. Thank you so much, Steve Kornacki. We'll be back. Please hydrate. We need you. Let's dig into a couple of these states here, because in Wisconsin, I keep asking about, because it is a state that has been so close in the last 2 presidential cycles. It also has an incredible state party chair.
Yeah.
It has an infrastructure that is well funded, well organized. So it kind of bends the mind a little bit, but it is also a very white state. It has a lot of rural parts. Jim Messina, what should we understand about Wisconsin and where it sits, which it could still be very, very close. We don't have the outcome yet.
Yeah, with the Senate race hanging in the balance as well. But I really think this is the most interesting state of all, because to your point, Wisconsin is one of the 2 places left in the Democratic Party. Las Vegas and Wisconsin have Democratic machines. There's no better machine in America than the Wisconsin Democratic Party run by Ben Wickler. And they were sure. They were saying for the last 96 hours, we have this. This is ours. And I really think it's the conversation Michael and I were having. I think this is above ground operations. I think it's culture. I think it really is. They did not see this coming.
And culture, because Michael asked this question, but it's the right one, I think. What does culture mean? Because I've been saying this, and then I'm like, what do I mean by it? What do we mean by culture in Wisconsin? And
I really do think there's a whole bunch of voters, to Tim's earlier point, that do not think the Democrats see them, that do not think we represent their values. And the traditional machine got to the numbers they had to get. You saw Steve talk about it in Dane County. The Milwaukee numbers are fine. It was the butt kicking that they had in the rest of the state that the machine did not see coming, because it wasn't the traditional voters they were used to voting. They just didn't see this coming because it was bigger than this. And I think that's the story I'm learning tonight.
To me, almost the more interesting thing than what's happening in Wisconsin, because at the end, just doing some back-of-the-envelope math, maybe Trump improves by 2 points, maybe 3 points in Wisconsin, which is decisive in a swing state. But look at what happened in the big states that weren't swing states, where the campaign wasn't waged. Yeah, New York. Texas, it goes from 6 to 15 in favor of Trump. Florida, I didn't see what the final number was because I couldn't look at it anymore. I kept going higher and higher in Florida. The Florida Trump number was off the charts. New York goes the other way, down to a 12-point. We haven't seen that in California yet. Those are all big, diverse states that hit on all of these different demographic groups that we're talking about. So I do agree that what we're talking, we can focus on that rural group that the Democrats do need to talk about that hurt them in Wisconsin. But man, the numbers are actually uglier in the big, diverse states.
The Texas piece, look, Texas is a state, as Jim Messina and I can assure everyone, that is in every planning meeting of every presidential campaign. Maybe we will get Texas. But one of the things that has struck me is this assumption that demographic groups are monolithic, right?
That's
and this is one of the things that I think you look at Texas. Every Latino is not the same. I'm saying the obvious here. Just like every black voter is not the same. Just like every woman is not the same. But I do think we're seeing some of that in Texas. It's gone farther away.
Yeah, but I think we also have to talk about, and it pains me to say this, but this is similar to 2016. The similarity here is a woman at the top of the ticket. And as a second wave feminist who wants nothing more than equality, it pains me to say this, but we're seeing a lot of the same things, and we have a woman on top of the ticket. And I just think that does not exist in a vacuum.
I think it's an important thing to talk about. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, particularly considering that women didn't vote for her again for the third time.
Yeah.
So you really have to sort of contextualize what that means.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's, you know, Clinton in 16, Biden in 20, or Kamala in 24, in each of those instances, particularly white suburban women had a different agenda.
Non-college educated.
Non-college educated had a different agenda. And so I think that requires some further digestion and understanding. I think if nothing else, what Trump has opened up, yeah, it's a Pandora's box of madness and hellscape. We get that. But he's also opened up the American electorate in a way that no other presidential candidate has. And that includes Reagan and Clinton, who had that sort of, you know, like it was said before, Clinton felt your pain and people connected with that, right? And Reagan, I mean, my goodness, you know, brought so many people into the space, you know, and gave them a voice, if you will. But Trump is different from all of that. And he can trash the historic leaders of the Republican Party, and people applaud him.
Well, and he can
Right?
trash Latinos and women.
He
And
also has a machismo and
Right.
like a masculinity that he uses very aggressively. And it just, for whatever reason, he seems to be very good at beating women. And Harris did this thing where she was just traveling all the time and doing tons and tons of rallies, more than he was. And she still couldn't, you know.
I think this is I know it's painful to talk about, but it's an important thing to talk about.
It's how he's opened the country up, and what has he opened it up to?
That is, I want to bring in, pause on this because we'll come back to it. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Michelle Zinder, who's standing by at our NBC headquarters in D.C., and she was at Howard University earlier tonight. I think people saw her on television where the Harris campaign had gathered. We all watched and saw campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond speak, and he said earlier that we would hear from the vice president later today, and I'm saying later today because it's Wednesday. What else are you hearing from the campaign? What do we expect that to look like? Do we know more about what those plans are?
Those are all key questions that I'm asking people. Some of them are already asleep, so we might not get those answers till earlier today in terms of the details of when the vice president will speak. But we do expect her to speak today later at Howard University. And I want to just walk people through what the Harris campaign and really the people that are close to her have been like in the last few hours. They really did start off the night thinking 8 p.m., 9 p.m., sounding very optimistic, very confident. The vice president had been saying that she had the momentum. She was telling supporters in rally after rally that she believed she was going to win. And I was picking up on that cautious optimism. But right around 10 o'clock, 10:30, when it was clear that former President Trump was overperforming in places that were critical for him to win, including specifically in North Carolina and Georgia, I started to really sense a real shock and a real anxiety and a real worry from the Harris campaign and Harris aides. And that really just got darker and darker in terms of sort of their mood. At Howard University, people started to really have blank stares. They started to not be celebrating and dancing as they had been at the beginning of the night. And then later on, as it became clear that Donald Trump was going to be even closer to 270, especially after he won Pennsylvania, I started getting text messages from Harris aides who started pivoting, not from talking about whether or not she could still pull this off, but talking about how they would deal with a second Trump presidency. One aide telling me that he believes that he's going to try everything to try to push back on these policies, but also try to figure out a way to love the people that he disagrees with. So it's really interesting. Of course, the vice president, hasn't conceded. NBC hasn't called this race yet, but we are in this situation now where Harris aides and people close to her are definitely making the move toward how are we going to work with the Trump administration? How are we going to deal with these policies? So I think it's just really interesting in these wee hours in this morning that is, of course, a Wednesday morning. There are a lot of Democrats that are waking up shocked, or that are going to bed shocked, but are also sort of dealing with the reality, which is that they expect Donald Trump to be the president of the United States and come next year?
I've been thinking a lot about all those campaign aides who've been through a lot this year, a change at the top of the ticket, a tumultuous campaign. It sounds like what you're saying, Yamiche, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that because there was Vice President Harris, and again, we haven't called the race, but right now, unless she wins the presidency, she's not going to be in elected office anymore in a couple of months. But her aides are talking about how she will work with the White House or how they will work. Tell me more about what you mean by that.
Yeah, so in talking to aides, they're talking about how they're going to deal with these policies. So these aides are organizers, they're grassroots organizers, some of them are people who work with big donors who put their money in the things that they think are important, whether that's climate change, whether that's reproductive rights, whether that's immigration. So what I'm hearing it's not that the vice president would be working with President Trump if he were to be reelected, but that all the apparatus, all of her aides are going to be in all these different sectors of society, that they're trying to think through how they deal with a second Trump presidency. So if he has a mass deportation policy, what does that look like? How do they push back on that? If he pulls back on climate change initiatives in this country, what are they going to be doing to try to figure out how to do that? In some ways, it mirrors what happened in 2016. There were a lot of Democratic organizers who started putting their heads together to figure out how to push back, even when they weren't in office, of course, as an elected officials, but they were trying to figure out where to put their resources and their time. And I think the thing that I'm sensing now, because a lot of Democrats have a sort of PTSD from 2016, one aide in particular was telling me, I need to figure out how to love people that I disagree with. So there's also not just the sort of work that needs to be done on the grassroots, but also how do Americans, when they're waking up and half the country is feeling like democracy's in danger and all of the different things that the vice president was saying about former President Donald Trump, how do they wrap their minds around the fact that this is the country that they love and that they have fellow Americans that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So a lot of that is just how do I deal with this country overall.
Yeah, Yamiche, thank you for that clarification. It's 4:20 in the morning, so I wanted to make sure I understood it the right way. But that is all of these organizers and people who've worked for her campaign. A lot of them, to your point, have come from climate groups and equal justice groups and civil rights groups and abortion rights groups. And these are people who are advocates for democracy in many ways in their souls, so they don't go away. In many ways, it's encouraging to hear that they are thinking about where they will be. Thank you, Yamiche, so much. I know you've been up for 1,000 hours. All right, let's come back to the table here. You know, this is a big, I know I keep prefacing this, NBC has not called this race yet, but tomorrow, Kamala Harris is going to, as Cedric Richmond said it, speak to the country. And speak to the Howard University audience there, of course, her alma mater. It's a big moment, and there are a lot of things I'm wondering. What does she need to say? What is the right thing to say? Does she indicate that she wants to still be a part, if she's not the winner of this race, of this fight? What do you think, Tim Miller? I'm going to go to you first.
Boy, it's going to be a real tough speech for her. So I feel really bad for the vice president and for her family and for the aides that worked really hard. We can all sit here on this panel and nitpick this thing or that thing that they did, but they really got caught up in a huge groundswell, a global groundswell, frankly, of incumbent parties that got pushed out, and then in this country, this cultural thing we've been talking about. So I feel for them. I think that what she has to do tomorrow is not worry about fixing the Democrats' brand problem in 2028. That's not a job for tomorrow. Like tomorrow, her job is to do what Donald Trump didn't do in 2020, assuming that this race ends as we all expect it to. It's to concede gracefully. It's to say that she is going to uphold her values on reproductive rights and continue to fight for them, uphold her values on believing in democracy, and she'll certify that election on January 6th and do it proudly. And I think probably speak to young people in the country as well. I know she's really passionate about that. I think about tonight, like I think about my daughter, and I think it's going to be tough. I think for you know, we talked about the big wave of people to Trump. Tens of millions of people voted for Kamala Harris tonight, and they have children, and there's going to be a lot of people that are really disappointed tomorrow, and speaking to them, I think that's going to be her job.
I have a tough convo, potentially, with my 9-year-old daughter.
Yeah, same.
Jim Messina, what do you think she needs to say tomorrow?
I think she needs to do two things. One is kind of bring the country together, heal the country, what Trump didn't do in 2020. And then there are a whole lot of people, especially women, who are suffering today, who've now, to Molly's point, looked at this and said, we've now had 2 women in a row lose. like, this is beyond bad. This is and people who saw themselves in her, minorities, young women, like the numbers were huge. And so there's a bunch of people that are waking up tomorrow saying, is this still my country? I don't understand how to move forward. And I think she needs to help them process that. And that is insanely difficult. And I think as the future and where the party goes and all that stuff, that's not for tomorrow. Tomorrow is about trying to bring this country together. And that's what she can do really, really well. And then speak to these women who are waking up tomorrow saying, where do I go?
Michael, I just save all the easy questions for you. Does the country want to be brought together?
You know me too well.
I do. I've sat with you on a few sets.
You know me too well. I love the kumbaya at this end of the table. I don't think the country gives a damn about that. I think I've been looking at a lot of the stuff on the various platforms, and there are a lot of self-satisfied folks out there who are just loving rubbing it in right now. Yeah. So how do you get up and heal the country when a significant portion of them want to put salt in the wound? Mm-hmm. And that's the challenge. That's the challenge, and it speaks to the moment we're in. It speaks to a lot of the conflicts that have arisen. There's something that's driving the wedge deeper. There's not a lessening of that wedge right now. I mean, at least not from what I'm hearing from people. I mean, people, sending me texts, it's short of nah, right? And so the expectation is for her to be the gracious one. So what if she got up tomorrow and said, you know what? I think he stole the election from me.
She's not going to do that.
I know she's not, but that's my point. Mm-hmm. She's not. And it goes to what both Jim and Tim were just saying. She's not, because she's better than that, because she believes we're better than that. But there are a lot of people out there who would probably understand it if she did.
And who might want her to say that.
And might want her to say that. And I think that's going to be the challenge from here forward, because it's going to be harder, not easier, to pull away from the cliff we just went over. I mean, and that's the reality of it. We just elected a man who said he wants to be a dictator. He wants to tear up the Constitution. He wants to, do all these other things with the federal government. And the country said, okay, by a big number. So that's the space we find ourselves in. And how does she then go out and address that?
I'm going to come back to you, but we're going to let Jim Messina go in a moment. And I just have to ask, we have to end on a positive note with you.
Yeah.
Is there an element of data that you saw tonight that should give Democrats any encouragement? Should they keep at it in Georgia? Should they keep at it in North Carolina?
Yeah, in the end, like these growth communities, Georgia, North Carolina, we're not going to say the T word because you and I are sick of talking about Texas.
Oh.
But Arizona, she's going to, if she loses them, it's going to be incredibly close. And it's always been, I mean, Arizona and Georgia were two places Barack Obama couldn't even play. Where the growth is, where the future map is moving towards the Democrats. We're just not there yet. So demography, I totally agree. I just don't agree, Michael.
Okay.
Here's why I don't agree. I get you on the na political class, and I get you on all that stuff. But the voters who 6 out of the last 7 elections have voted for change, back and forth between the two parties, they desperately want both parties to work together. Yeah. They are sitting out there screaming in America, and especially in the Midwestern states, just fix this economy, fix some of these things. We want you to work together. And if she can hear that moment, I think that's really important.
I agree with you 100%, but I just wanted to put that little piece right there.
Okay, Molly.
We can revisit it later.
I knew I did. So tell me, I have so many questions for you, but tell me, what do you want to hear from her?
I think she has an opportunity here to talk to my daughter and your daughter and Tim's daughter and say, look, this was a setback for girls and for women and for feminists and for people who just believe that women should be able to do jobs that men can do. And it really hurt. And I think a lot of us feel like it hurts to see that our country is like, no thank you to a women leader twice. But I also think that she has an opportunity. I mean, Ro Khanna was on earlier in this program. And he just said, you know, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life, Democratic Party. And that's kind of what I think Harris can do. And she can talk to all of our daughters and be like, you know, part of this is, you know, America is changing. Right? We are moving towards a more, you know, but there are step backs, you know, there are backlashes.
We're going to talk about more of those. We do have to sneak in a very quick break. Votes are still trickling in. We have more exit poll numbers to dig into. Steve Kornacki is hydrating, caffeinating. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. As we wait for more vote from the outstanding swing states and with Donald Trump on the verge of victory, I want to take just a look at some of the exit polls and what we're learning from them. We're seeing that Donald Trump improved his support among Latinos this time around. He received support from 45% of that group nationwide compared to 32% 4 years ago. That's a jump of 13 points since 2020. But take a look at the numbers out of Nevada, which is still too close to call. But the exit polls from that state show that Latinos were evenly split between Trump and Harris at 47% each. That is a dramatic shift from 4 years ago when Joe Biden won Latinos in Nevada by more than 25 points. Our friend and co-host of the weekend here on MSNBC, Alicia Menendez, is bringing some fresh blood to the table at 4:35 a.m. Alicia, it's great to see you.
Good to see you.
That exit poll, we have seen, it's not a surprise that he did better than expected among Latinos, but that is quite much better than expected, or better than many people expected. What do you make of those numbers in Nevada and the numbers overall?
So I was on about 12 hours ago, and one of the first things we said is be a little suspicious of these exit polls and of these numbers. Take them with a grain of salt. They give you sort of a snapshot, not a lot more. Two things can be true. You can have some of these numbers that are absolutely eye-popping, and that does not mean that Latinos are responsible for the fact that Kamala Harris did not win this race, which is some of the discourse that you are now seeing on X and in other places. We're not suggesting that you said that.
Well, no, that's a crazy thing to suggest.
Correct. I mean, for example, they're 5% of the electorate in Pennsylvania. That's not the reason that she lost Pennsylvania. And yet sometimes these conversations begin to converge. So if you are coming to this from a place of curiosity, which you are, but not everyone is.
We are definitely coming to it from a place of curiosity.
These were voters who have been hard by inflation. I mean, that is where you start seeing President Biden's numbers absolutely tank with these voters. They were hit hard during the COVID shutdowns, and those numbers for Biden never rebounded. In fact, it's not until Harris enters the race that Democrats even begin approximating their numbers from 2020. So she had a lot of ground to make up. These are voters who have complex concerns, as is the case with all voters. And I think there's a question here of how much of this is Trump himself, right? If you all of a sudden take a generic Republican candidate and put them in that position, do they continue to have this level of pull and success? How much of this is about Trump himself?
Well, I guess, yeah, my
He
question.
did better than the
He did, and I don't know that a generic Republican, maybe they would, but I don't know that they would be calling for mass deportations and some of these very extreme policies that didn't seem to have an impact. And maybe there's a misunderstanding of what the electorate cares about
because of their economic.
I think it depends on how you measure that impact, because there were certainly this is what was showing up in the polling. We'll see what ends up showing up in sort of this post-analysis. But there were Republicans who had voted for him in 2020 who were dissuaded from voting for him again in this election because of the immigration policies, because of child separation. But what you were hearing from Latino voters was, one, you had folks who hadn't heard what he had said, which I know is sort of mind-boggling for us, but that is the truth. Two, they had heard what he said, but they did not feel that it applied to them, either because they were multi-generation, they didn't have someone in their family who were nervous, was under the risk of deportation, or they didn't believe him. Right? They said, well, he's a businessman. Clearly he understands the economic impact of deporting this number of workers. And that's why you start seeing these numbers, because they're simply prioritizing other issues, as many other voters did in this election.
Yeah, I mean, and Nevada is, one, it's an incredibly diverse state. I think about 40% of the voters there are from a range of diverse backgrounds. Also, the majority of voters in that state are non-college educated, which is not every, a lot of states are, most states are not like that. So there's some interesting demographics at play there that could be an economic factor as well. Let me ask you the same question we were just discussing right before the break, which is that Kamala Harris is going to give this speech tomorrow. We don't have details yet on what time, or we know it's at Howard, or what it will contain. But there are a lot of people who are going to be, who voted for her, who are going to be looking for encouragement from her. There are going to be a lot of people who didn't vote for her who may be watching that speech. What do you want to hear from her?
I thought Tim's analysis was pretty pitch perfect, which is, you know, this is not the point at which you rectify the situation within the Democratic Party. This is the point at which you say to people who want to keep fighting, this is how you keep fighting. This is how you come together. This is how you do this thing. I mean, it really is where she steps in sort of more as like a moral voice in this moment, and a voice of reassurance, I think, than a partisan voice.
It's a big speech. It's a hard speech. If we learn more, we will share everyone what we learn. Let's go back to Steve Kornacki, who is continuing to crunch numbers. I saw him writing things on a notepad. That's always a sign of something. What have we learned, Steve?
Well, it's a development that's not in the board, but that I can tell you about that's crucial. You know, look, I think we know where we're going here. It's just a question of how we're going to get there in terms of this 270 electoral votes to officially make Trump the president-elect. We've talked about, can Trump get that officially called, that 1 out of Maine, the 3 out of Alaska? If that happens, it's 270. He's at 266 right now. But where there's something actually happening on the ground is in Wisconsin. It stands roughly where it did the last time we checked in. But we've been talking about the city of Milwaukee, all of its absentee vote. We're talking about like 105, 110,000 votes, all going to be released at once sometime soon. Soon now we know. What happens is they're memory cards, memory sticks that have the votes on. This is very technical, but they have the absentee votes on them. And what they do is they bring them all from around the city of Milwaukee to one central facility, and that's where they officially release the vote. So I can tell you that in the last couple of minutes, the caravan carrying over the memory sticks with the absentee vote for the city of Milwaukee has arrived at the official central count facility. So it may be that within an hour or so, we officially get word on how those votes broke. Again, it's going to be more than 100,000. You see that Trump is leading right now in the statewide count by about 110,000. There are only a couple other pockets that are doing something similar to what I just described with that absentee vote. They aren't nearly as big as the city of Milwaukee. The vast majority of what's still to come is going to be out of Milwaukee. There's a couple other places. So when that vote is announced and when it's released, Democrats are going to win that vote. They're going to win it overwhelmingly. It's going to have to be massively overwhelming to erode this enough that they could, with the remaining vote after that, actually leapfrog Donald Trump, but not impossible. And it's interesting because if you look at Wisconsin as a whole, those 3 northern tier swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Wisconsin was the closest in 2020 by far. It was only 20,000 votes, 154,000 over in Michigan for Biden, about 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania for Biden. So I think if you said coming into the night that Trump was going to have all the success he's had and then said, you know, where's he going to win the biggest in the northern tier, I think he would have just said Wisconsin, just based on the fact that he was so close to winning it the last time. And yet this thing is going to end up very, very close in the presidential race. It'd take a lot for Harris to get over the top there, but it likely, or very well could be, the closest of all the northern tier battleground states. And the question now becomes, will it get so close with what comes in that the Senate race maybe goes differently than the presidential race? Trump leading by 110,000 in the presidential. Take a look at the Senate race right now. Eric Hovde, the Republican, his margin is about half in the Senate race what Trump's is in the presidential race, his margin over the incumbent Tammy Baldwin. And so all the math we're talking about with that big batch of Milwaukee votes, how the Democrats need to win that by, 85, 90,000, something like that, if they're going to win the presidential. They don't need that kind of a margin to flip a 52,000 vote deficit in the Senate race. So if you're Tammy Baldwin's campaign, you are really waiting on what we just showed you, what we just told you about in terms of that central count facility in Milwaukee, because that's going to make or break you. and there's very possible there's enough votes to there to get Baldwin over Hovde in that Senate race. So there's high drama there right now. And again, just if you zoom out here, zoom out, I'm trying to put the presidential race on, excuse me. Go back to the presidential race, 110,000 again, overall statewide. The other thing I wanted to point out was we identified at the start of the night, I just want to follow up on these, close the loop, a bunch of tests in some of these battleground states. We wanted to test the strength of each candidate. I'll tell you one where Trump's not had a great night here in Wisconsin, and it's interesting to me. We talked about the bow counties, okay, Brown, Green Bay, Outagamie, City of Appleton, Winnebago, that's where Oshkosh is. Okay, it's these three. Now, they are red, but the question we had coming into tonight was Trump going to look, was Trump's number going to look like 2020 when he lost Wisconsin? Or was it going to look more like 2016 when he won the state? And actually, in the bow counties, Trump's basically at 2020 levels here. You could see there's Brown County. Take a look at Outagamie, where Appleton is. Looks an awful lot like 2020. Take a look now. You see Trump is up in Winnebago from 2020, but in Winnebago, you're waiting on the city of Oshkosh. That's going to bring that number down. Could end up looking a lot more like it did in 2020 than any step forward. So that's one of the reasons why Wisconsin is not moving as dramatically as some of these other states in the northern tier. One of the things we're kind of learning about Wisconsin is a lot of it really is now, since Donald Trump came along and scrambled all the lines in Wisconsin, he's still finding new pockets of votes in the rural areas, but a lot of it's just really, really dug in, and you're just not seeing any movement at all from 2020. So again, Trump did get that in the rural areas of the state. You take a look at the WOW counties, the big suburban counties right outside Milwaukee. Again, compare this to 2020, and this looks basically like 2020, a little bit better for Harris in Waukesha County, the biggest of the WOW counties. Washington County here, though, again, what does that look like? Almost to the 10th of a point, like 2020. Ozaukee County, again, a little bit of progress here for Harris. Might have needed just a little bit more, but again, 20,000 votes in 16, 20,000 votes the statewide margin in Wisconsin in 2020. I think we're going to end up in that ballpark again tonight statewide. It would take, it's a Hail Mary for a Hail Mary pass. I'm stumbling over everything here. For Harris to actually overtake Trump. But again, you see the Senate race there could absolutely swing on Milwaukee. If we get Milwaukee, if Trump's still got a solid lead, if there's not much left, possible this state could then get called. We'll see. And if and when that happens, Trump would then easily be over 270 and would mathematically be the president-elect.
Any other human would be stumbling far more than you over the last 117 hours you've been sitting at that board. You even know when the caravan is coming, Steve. So can I ask you, just while you're standing there, just to pull back up the popular vote, because this is a part of the story that for many presidential cycles, Democrats have been arguing, I have said too, that the Electoral College should not be the prime determinant of the outcome. But this is looking different than what many would have expected. Weeks ago, days ago, whatever, maybe. Where do we stand at this point in time?
Yeah, it is. I preface it by saying it's going to be long. California is the overwhelming contributor to that. You can check in just over half the vote there in California. The vote by mail still arrives. Some of these counties are very, very slow at counting it. That's for another time, but it could take weeks to get the full picture. And a lot of times that remaining vote by mail that slowly comes in does tend to lean Democratic and boost the margins. But just take a look at California, because again, this has been where California's landed. 30 points for Hillary Clinton in 2016, 30 points essentially for Biden in 2020. Look at, in a state as enormous as California, what that adds up to. That's a margin of more than 5 million votes that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by in California 4 years ago. That's the clear majority of Joe Biden's entire popular vote lead win nationally in 2020. Majority of it comes from California alone. Now, look, if anything like this ends up being what the final result is in California, we're a long way from knowing. But Harris is running 5.5 points behind Biden's number. Trump's running about 5 points ahead. It just, in a state that big, it lops off a lot of that deficit. Not enough to put the state in play or be competitive, but maybe Trump loses California by 1.5 million, 2 million votes fewer than he lost it in 2020. If numbers like this are what we continue to see, you have that prospect. So that's one, when you talk about the national popular vote, where it stands right now, if Harris is going to catch Trump in it, she's going to need something like Joe Biden got in 2020 out of California, because again, The slippage we've seen for Democrats in big blue states tonight, you know, we've spent so much time in the battleground states, I think, understandably, but it's good for everyone, I think, to make sure we all are on the same page. And we know this, New York State, it's about a 12-point win for Kamala Harris. It was twice that much in 2020. New York City tonight, you know, Donald Trump's double-digit gains there. New Jersey, a huge blue state, down to 5 points with most of the vote in there. Again, this was a 16-point win for Joe Biden 4 years ago. You can take a look. I think we showed you Maryland earlier, if you didn't see that. You know, we still got some to come, but 22 points in Maryland. This was 33 for the Democrats. Democrats get where the popular vote margin for the Democrats has really come from, that big popular vote margin we talk so much about for Biden in 20, for Clinton in 16. It's made in states like New York and New Jersey and Maryland, and for that matter, look at this one, Illinois. More than 90% of the vote is in. 4-point race there right now, was 17. This is a massive state. Look at this. That's a 1 million vote margin that Joe Biden got out of this state in 2020. Right now, with more than 91% of the vote is in, it's about 225,000, 223,000. That's Harris's margin. That's how Trump takes the popular vote lead and potentially builds it up enough where California might not be enough for Democrats to win the popular vote. In fact, I think if you're the Trump campaign and you're trying to win the national popular vote, you're feeling better probably than the Harris campaign is right now, looking at everything that comes in here. We talk so much about the popular vote and how Trump lost it the last 2 times. Very decent chance here he could end up winning it this time. If he does, that would be the first election since George W. Bush in 2004 where the Republican candidate won the popular vote and potentially getting an outright majority. We'll see. There's still some wiggle room there, too. But another question would it be an outright majority, too? Again, that will be settled a long way from now, though.
Steve Kornacki, thank you for explaining all of the nitty-gritty details to us. And we'll discuss this with the panel. I want to bring in Ashley Parker, but I'm just going to say the growth, the Trump success or success from past years in some of these bluer states, House, Senate. It is all important. Okay, let's bring in Ashley Parker. She's right there on our screen. Ashley, thank you so much for staying up with us, although you've just been up the whole night, pretty much. She's the senior national political correspondent for The Washington Post. She was at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach earlier this morning. Ashley, tell us, what was that like? What are you hearing from Trump world right now?
So they're incredibly ebullient and enthusiastic, and they feel very vindicated. You know, they were saying that they have been saying all along from about 3 weeks ago that they believed that they could not just win, but potentially sweep the battleground states. We'll see if that will happen. But as of now, obviously, the vice president has not won a single one of those battleground states. And it's interesting. I mean, time is sort of a fraught thing for me right now, but I spent all of Monday, 24. Yeah. I spent all of Monday, 24 hours, flying around on the press charter with Donald Trump, going to his 4 rallies. And then, you know, you saw a president who was not fully confident. He thought he was going to win, but he was sort of grappling with himself and kind of voicing out loud the message his aides had given him sort of a little bit prior, which was that this is yours to lose. But the caveat, of course, was, but you can lose it, right? And you need to stay on message and you need to be disciplined. And so by that last rally in Grand Rapids, where he sort of starts to call, you know, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi a crude word for a woman, and he says, you know, I want to say it, but like I'm not going to say it. So you saw that kind of push and pull with him to the point where even earlier today, my colleagues and I were talking to people in Trump's world, and they said he was going to, which he did, start the night at Mar-a-Lago at his private club because they expected it to potentially be so close. They wanted him to kind of have a private, safe space with which to process the results. You know, one advisor told us, quote, you know, away from the outside world. So where this night has ended up was not necessarily, despite what they said publicly and privately, where they thought it would end up. It was where they thought it could end up. But if they're being honest, this is sort of more extreme. If it keeps trending the way it has been trending, than they might have dared to expect.
Is there, I'm sure there are many examples of this, but since you've been talking to them, I mean, we were just watching Steve Kornacki go through the numbers from Illinois, and we were sitting here saying, holy gal is my best way of saying it. What were their biggest surprise? As much as they thought this is where it could end up, what have they been surprised by?
I mean, I would say less surprised, frankly, and more they feel vindicated. You know, when Trump had a rally in sort of the final days in Virginia, he also stopped in New Mexico. And then, of course, he did Madison Square Garden in New York, where a Republican was not going to win, and which he did not win. But there was a sense of skepticism of what is he doing in Virginia? And again, Virginia has been called, I believe, for the vice president, but they were happy and sort of vindicated that these states that they had believed, like a Virginia, would be closer, was competitive, right? Like Illinois, they felt like they could really be competitive in a lot of states, and not just that they could win, but they could potentially win by sweeping the battlegrounds. There was a period, I was told a couple weeks ago, maybe about 2 weeks ago, where they thought actually they could maybe affirmatively win Virginia. That didn't happen. But again, these were all things that are sort of, for them tonight, icing on the cake and delightful for them.
Ashley Parker, you just flew around to many states. You've been up all night. Thank you so much. Nothing like having little kids to prepare you for covering political campaigns. That's what I will just tell everyone. Thank you so much. For joining us. We have to sing in a very quick break. We are still waiting on several calls in several swing states. We've got many more friends stopping by the table. Steve is continuing to crunch the numbers. Grab a cup of coffee. It's almost morning. Settle in. We'll be right back. Okay, everyone, it is 5 a.m. here in the East. Good morning. If you're waking up with us, there's a lot we're going to catch you up on. It's 2 a.m. out west. We are still here, and right now Donald Trump is on the verge of winning the White House. Whether you were just waking up or you haven't gone to sleep yet or you took a little nap in there, thank you so much for being with us. I'm Jen Psaki here at MSNBC headquarters in New York, and with me here at the big table, we have some fresh blood in here, fresh legs, and Tim Miller's still here. Anthony Coley, Julian Castro, Tim Miller's still here, Ali Vitale is with me, Steve Kornacki is also still here, still standing, crunching things over there. You can see him at the big board. We'll be with him in just one moment, but I want to get you caught up very quickly. So here's the big picture right now in the race to 270. Kamala Harris with 219 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 266. That is just 4 electoral votes shy of the presidency. And that means just one of these outstanding states, this is what Steve keeps telling us, could put him over the top. In Michigan, the race is too close to call at this hour. In Wisconsin, a state that has been incredibly close, Steve just gave us an update about the caravan of votes we're waiting for. That race is too close to call. We're expecting more votes to come in soon, more updates to come in soon. In Nevada, it is too close to call there as well. And in Arizona, a state that often takes a little bit longer, that race is too early to call. Now, Donald Trump spoke to his supporters in West Palm Beach early this morning, and he claimed victory. But again, votes are still coming in. We're giving you updates as we get them. NBC News has not yet made a projection in the race for president. And as for Vice President Harris, we have not heard from her yet this morning. But here's what campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond had to say to her supporters gathered at Howard University last night.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Let's get straight to Steve Kornacki at the big board. You just gave us an update earlier about a caravan of votes from Wisconsin. We may not know anything more there. What more have we learned?
In Wisconsin, not much. Just call it up to remind folks where we stand here. Looks like, it's 3.5 points for Trump. You're seeing 97% in, 10,000 votes, and you're saying, why on earth hasn't this thing been called? Well, Trump is certainly in a very good position right now, but the remaining suspense here is about in Milwaukee County, in the city of Milwaukee in particular. You see how it's only 74% in, and that's because the absentee vote in the city of Milwaukee, which we expect to be overwhelmingly Democratic. How overwhelmingly? Typically, it's about 80%, 85% Democratic. There's a little bit more than 100,000 of those votes. They're in one central facility now. We're awaiting word from that facility about how those votes broke. This is how they do it in Milwaukee. They choose to do it this way. Don't ask me why, but here we are waiting on it. If it's incredibly massive, I mean, maybe even bigger than the 85-15 that's usually about the high end for Democrats there, that could potentially get Harris in a position where there's just enough votes like this, absentee votes being counted in central locations. There's a few other places where that's taking place. I'll give you an example, though, of what Harris is up against here. So Racine County, in the city of Racine, is another place where they're doing this central count absentee. We think there's about 30,000 votes left here in Racine County. This is the second largest outstanding set of votes in Wisconsin. Now, they do this central count absentee thing here where Democrats are going to gain, where Harris is going to gain a lot of votes. But only half of that 30,000 is central count absentee. The rest of it is election day vote that just hasn't been counted yet. So there's possible in Racine County that the election day vote is pro-Trump, the absentee vote is pro-Harris. They cancel each other out, and that 30,000 votes doesn't add up to anything. So to actually surmount this 110,000 vote deficit, it's going to take something. I'm trying to find the right word to describe this. Absolutely kind of bonkers for Harris at this point. But because there are so many in Milwaukee and they are so heavily Democratic, you want to see that before you make any formal declarations there. And again, there are some other pockets of the state here where there's some Democratic vote to come. Could Harris stitch together just enough to get over Trump? It's very unlikely, it seems, but it's not impossible. And it is true that Wisconsin, whatever happens, it's going to finish very, very tight here. Even if Trump does win this thing by 20, 30,000 votes, it's not going to be much. It's not going to be 3.5 points like you're looking at right now. Over in Michigan here, to about almost 95% of the vote is in. Now, if you've been paying attention all night, that Trump margin not long ago was sitting at 300-something thousand, then 200-something thousand, now 117,000. Why is that? It's because slowly but surely in Wayne County, the biggest in the state, like 25% of all the vote in Michigan, we're getting Wayne to come in now. Over 80% of the vote is in. Harris is now leading this by a 2-to-1 margin. Her plurality here is up to 233,000 votes. 4 years ago, this was 333,000 votes for Joe Biden. So we'll see what happens with the remainder there. The opportunity for Harris, I can tell you how much we think is left there, too, in Wayne County. We think there's about 170,000 votes left there in Wayne County. So if those votes are coming in at about the clip they're coming in right now, what would that be? 120,000 to 50,000, a 70,000 vote plurality for Harris? I don't know, ballparking it here. But if she were to gain 70,000 votes out of Wayne, okay, that would still leave her, almost 50,000 votes behind Trump. Give her whatever number you want there. That's a lot still she has to climb past. And then what else is left in Michigan after you get all of Wayne? So some of Kalamazoo. But it's election day vote in Kalamazoo. There's some election day vote there, it looks like, in Kalamazoo, which is Trump friendly. Macomb County, Trump's winning there by 17 points tonight. I'm just looking at this in a lot of smaller counties with little pockets of votes here. So again, this is going to tighten. This is going to tighten significantly as Wayne County comes in. But we've taken you through it tonight. I won't bother everybody with it again here. But we've taken you through some pretty dramatic shifts in the state tonight toward Trump in places like, I will take it through a little bit, places like Saginaw County, places like Muskegon. Now look at that. We've got all of Muskegon in. These were the two swing counties in the state. Both of those swing counties, it's narrow, but both of them land in Trump's column. Again, Macomb County right here, and almost 90% of the vote is in. Trump with a 75,000 vote lead here, 17 points. Our big test coming into the night was, would Macomb, which is gigantic suburban blue-collar county, but it's not as big as Oakland, the gigantic sort of white-collar suburban county. Would Trump be able to almost cancel out Oakland, we asked, with his margin? Trump gets 75,000, still to come in Macomb, but he's at 75,000, and it's 81,000 for Harris now, as all the vote pretty much is in Oakland County. So right now, that's exactly what the Trump campaign would have wanted out of Macomb versus Oakland, and there's a chance still for them to grab more with that remaining vote there. So again, Wayne County here, where Detroit is, and a lot more than just Detroit, will bring this down. But it is going to take a pretty big lift for Harris to get past Trump. But there's more volatility here with more vote outstanding. So waiting on, the caravan arrived at Central Count in Milwaukee, waiting for the plumes of smoke or whatever they do when they're ready to tell us those numbers.
Maybe plumes of smoke. Quickly, Steve, before we let you get more hydration in your system, you've been telling us, of course, it's 4 more electoral votes. Any state could put it over the edge. You've been giving us some updates, Maine and some other states. Anything else where there's been movement since we last talked about it?
Yeah, I don't think so. There's a good reason to take a quick look here in Maine, 2nd Congressional District of Maine. This is where we left it. Look, there's no reason to think it's not going to land somewhere around here. Trump won this thing handily both times he's run. He's ahead by 7 points here. We just haven't had new votes since the last time we checked in. Let's go to the Klondike, Alaska. We are exactly where we were the last time we checked in here. 69% of the vote is in, 55-40. I was just looking at where some of the outstanding areas are. They do these by like legislative district, not county in Alaska. I was just looking at some of them. There are, surprisingly, there's a bunch in Anchorage, so much of the population in and immediately around Anchorage. But again, this has been a Republican state for a long time. Trump with a 15-point advantage. There's no reason to think it's not going to end up something like this, but you got to see more to actually be able to make that call from our decision desk. If this were to get called, though, along with Maine 2, it's 3 electoral votes here. It's 1 there. That would be 4 on top of what Trump has, would again mathematically make him the president-elect. So will that come together first, or is Trump going to hold on? First of all, he's got to hold on in either Wisconsin or Michigan, and then actually reach hit a level here where the returns are in, and I don't know, I'm describing it, and get both of these states officially called. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know we're waiting. We're getting close on everything. You're going to come back to us. We'll get updates as we have them. Okay. Ali Vitale, we have, again, some fresh blood here. I want to get all your thoughts. Ali, you've spent a lot of time on the trail this year. A lot of time with suitcases and in hotel rooms covering candidates in the Republican primary. And I think a lot of people, as much as a race has not been called, are digesting what is happening right now. What light can you shed on what is happening within the country, what people perhaps have missed about some of these margins that Steve is walking us through?
I think, to me, yes, the story was written in part in the 2020 Republican primary, or 2024 Republican primary, when voters were given a slate of alternative candidates. They were given senators, they were given former UN ambassadors, and they said, no, we're good, thank you so much. We like the guy that we have been with the past 8 years. But I actually think the arc of this story actually starts when I got on the campaign trail in 2015. It hasn't just been this year that I've been logging miles. It's actually been for the last 8 years. And the story in 2015 and 16 was sort of the surprise rise of Trump, the way he remade the Republican Party. You and I were working on various sides of that at different points throughout that primary and general election. 2020 then seemed like the reassessment moment. Does America want to continue this? Does he know how to work the levers of bureaucracy during a massive national event like a pandemic? And then 2024 should have been a re-reckoning, but instead, it's like January 6th wasn't playing in the minds of voters. And I think that there was a real nostalgia factor for Trump. Maybe people were thinking of a pre-pandemic time. But then the fact that he was also deplatformed off of places like Twitter, where he typically sowed his chaos and where people were like, oh, yeah, I remember this guy actually has a lot to say at really weird hours of the night. And I don't know that I love that a president or presidential candidate is doing that. Instead, he went quiet, and I think people were able to forget. And to me, the first sign of that was in our NBC News poll back in October, where it showed a retroactive job approval rating for him of 48%. That White House would have been jonesing for those numbers at the time. The fact that they were getting them then, I think, to me, was an early light bulb of, okay, people are metabolizing his legacy differently now. And that's this.
Nostalgia factor is such an interesting part of this story. I mean, and again, if this race is called for him, there's only been one other president, Grover Cleveland, who ran on non-consecutive terms and won. which it's very strange that Donald Trump could be the second. The strange is the only way I can describe it. You're the only person sitting with us here who's actually run for office and won. What have you, as we're digesting all of this data, all these exit polls, all of these margins that are surprising, disappointing to some, what are your big takeaways from what we know so far?
Number one, just to pick up on something that Ali said, look, I think Trump helped that along, right? If he has a superpower, it's marketing. In every single speech over the last few years, he would say, we had the greatest economy. We had the greatest economy. And I think a lot of people really believed that in the end. And they remembered those times more fondly probably than they were, right? And compared that to high inflation over the last couple of years. So there's that. I think it's an extraordinary comeback. I don't know if we can call it the greatest American political comeback, but certainly it is an extraordinary comeback. And I think this calls into question a lot of the identity politics, right? Traditional identity politics. That's going to this election is going to help rewrite. Well, I mean, take the Latino community, right? There's still a majority, according to exit polls, for Democrats. I think it's 53-45. That's just one exit poll, so you can't put all of your stock in that. But it's clear that he made significant gains, right? And so this is going to rewrite, I think, how the parties approach Latinos and other groups. And then the last thing I would say is, I do think that we have to reckon with the deeper forces that play a role. What role does misogyny play? What role does still existing racism or bias play? It seems like these days we almost don't want to ask those questions as much. And I think that's part of the problem that allows somebody like Donald Trump to get elected.
No, we have to ask the questions. I think that's one of the things I think everybody should reflect on. Anthony Cooley, a lot of people are going to say this is a messaging problem, which to me, it's much bigger than that. It's not about words on a page. Right. You have had the Forrest Gump of jobs in administrations, and not to give everybody your bio, but you've worked in Southern politics. You were the communications director at the Department of Justice, also the Department of Treasury. You know, I just want to pull off of something you just said here, which is very interesting, is Donald Trump went out and said, the economy is great, the economy is great, the economy is great. He kind of ignored data. He ignored reality. Democrats often get fragile in some ways, in a good way. You could argue about being accurate. That's good. Accurate is good. But about how they describe the state of things, right? What are you, as you're looking at that particular big question, what is your takeaway in this moment? I know we're all digesting what we know at this point.
Well, the Secretary just described essentially was Trump making this a referendum on the incumbent party. And I think back to the last presidential campaign that you and I worked on together. That was 2004. It was Kerry, right? And what George W. Bush did effectively was not make the race a referendum on him, but he made it a choice between two distinct visions, two distinct ideologies. And that's how George W. Bush won re-election. And that's the same thing that happened with Barack Obama after 9/11 happened. So the issue here, I think, if she ends up not getting over the top, is that she did not separate herself from Joe Biden enough. And she allowed Donald Trump to really make this race a referendum on the entire campaign. I will say one moment where this crystallized for me, and I've seen you report on this, it was her interview on The View.
Yeah.
Do you remember this? Where she was asked by Sonny Hostin if she could name would she do anything differently? And the vice president said she couldn't. She circled back a little later and said that she would add a Republican to the party. And I think when you step back and look at NBC's own right track, wrong track numbers, 72% of the country believe that the country is headed in the wrong direction. And she got saddled with that if she ends up not being able to.
It was a very, her answer did get better. I did that moment to stick out to me as well. It did get better over time. It was very tricky to figure out how to walk the tightrope. You're talking about, which we'll come come back
Well,
to...
she was a loyalist
No,
to Joe Biden. And that's what, and, you know, and I give her credit for that. But it was in Joe Biden's interest for her to create some distance.
We're going to come back to this. I just want to bring in Vaughn, who's been standing. You know how this is.
Oh, yeah.
Standing for a long time. So let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know you were at Trump headquarters earlier this morning. We talked to you a little bit earlier. I mean, do we have any expectation or indication, I guess, at this point, to what we should expect from Trump and his team this morning and later today? Anything you're hearing from them?
I was told by one source that they're already planning and looking at having a potential another Trump rally, quote, soon, was what this one source who is at the festivities tonight told me. So, look, we're looking at potentially 4 more years, if he does, in fact, take the White House in 2025, of Donald Trump's roadshow. And I just, if it could, you know, I appreciate that you guys are extracting on the conversation here around the differences of reality that Americans have lived in and the extent to which that propelled Donald Trump to a victory, potential victory tonight. Because going around this country over the course of the last 8 years, Donald Trump, time and again, he exploits his biggest vulnerabilities to try to turn them into political advantage and gain. And we have seen him do it quite effectively. The examples are plentiful. When you're talking about the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico back in 2018, 3,000 people died. What did he do? He denied that 3,000 people died. When COVID hit the United States, he denied the mass deaths that Americans, families, their communities faced, instead claimed that he was the one who was effectively able to save America from the pandemic. When January 6th took place, what did he do? He said that it was an inside job, the FBI, and polling from this year showed that 25% of Americans believed that the FBI was behind the January 6th attack and instigated it. And when we're talking about the prosecutions that he faced, I can't tell you how many people traveling around this country over the last 2 years believed that Donald Trump was politically targeted and that these charges had no merit and that they were being directed by the likes of Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Democrats. Americans believe that. And this is what has led to this moment. A MAGA movement, let's be very clear, turned out a record number of voters in 2020. Joe Biden got more. But here in 2024, over the last 4 years, despite an insurrection, despite Donald Trump being found liable for sexual abuse, despite his company being found to have repeatedly engaged in financial fraud, tonight was a very clear indication that Americans believed that Donald Trump was the victim. And his version of reality and his version of facts made him a sympathetic figure in the type of person, perhaps some Americans with their own vulnerabilities, but one in which Donald Trump made himself a representative figure to a mass part of this electorate that ultimately decided, despite a lack of a ground organization from the Trump campaign and the RNC, a source telling me they had half the resources that they did 4 years ago. It was that organic grassroots following of low propensity voters that didn't even show up in 2020 that here on November 5th and in the weeks preceding came out and voted for the man 9 years after he announced his bid for the presidency, 9 years later, making the biggest resurrection of a political figure ever in American history, and one that could very well lead him here if one of these states falls in his favor back into the White House come January 20th, 2025.
Vaughn Hilliard, I have to say, you have been so tireless, so informative, so direct. You have brought us inside of these Trump rallies and what's going on with the electorate in a way that's been very insightful to me, and I know so many people watching. So thank you for doing that again for us tonight, this morning. Good morning, I suppose. But thank you again so much, Vaughn, for taking the time. Okay, we have to sneak in a very quick break. We've got much more to talk about. Steve Kornacki's still here. He's getting his battery pack changed so he can still talk. We're still waiting for numbers in key swing states, and we're going to be right back. Okay, let's take a look at the big map at this hour. We are still waiting on Michigan. We're still waiting on Wisconsin. We're still waiting on Nevada. And we're still waiting on Arizona. But as you can see, any one of them would put Donald Trump over the top and clinch him the presidency. Let's get right back to Steve Kornacki, who's still at the big board. Steve, I know we're waiting for votes in Wisconsin. Anything else we knew that we have learned that we can update people on at this hour?
We think that I momentarily take this with a grain of salt, but we think that very soon, we're going to get the rest here in Racine County. This is the second biggest outstanding piece of real estate here in Wisconsin, behind Milwaukee. There's about 30,000 votes or so yet to be counted in Racine County. We believe they're all going to be released at once. This is one of those counties where you have that central count facility for the city of Racine. They have all the absentee vote. They send it all out at once. Plus, there's some remaining election day vote that's going to be released to about 30,000 votes in total. Again, the Democrats Harris trying to erase a 110,000 vote statewide. Once we get that, we'll see how it readjusts that number, and that will clarify really the big thing left in Wisconsin at that point, which will be, I put Ozaukee County up, which will be Milwaukee County, where the city of Milwaukee's absentee vote, again, will be released all at once. It's going to be more than 100,000 votes, and exactly how much Harris needs to win that by, I think will be a lot clearer if and when we do get this Racine vote. Again, we got a heads up. It might be coming soon, but we're keeping an eye there to see if that happens. If it changes, I'll let you know right away. Something else that we're following, and I think these two updates from Racine and from Milwaukee that'll really leave Wisconsin pretty close to done. A race that hangs in the balance here, too. You got the presidential at 110,000, but you've got the Senate race. Oh, I think what just happened, I think something pretty dramatic just happened there. Okay, did we just get central count from Milwaukee? I'm asking my producer here. I think we just got central count from Milwaukee. Zooming this out statewide, yes. So it just came in. This was the biggest outstanding source of votes in Wisconsin. Central count, meaning city of Milwaukee takes all of its absentee vote. It's like 100,000 votes. And all the votes get released at once, and that basically completes the county. That's what just happened. That's why Wisconsin now has 99,000 votes reporting. And take a look here in Milwaukee County. City of Milwaukee is what just came in here. It's basically done in Milwaukee County right now. That's what Harris's margin is going to sit at. And it brought that Trump down lead substantially, but it only brought it down. Remember, it was 110,000 before. Now it's 40,000. So it was a 70,000 vote margin. That's what Harris won the absentee vote by in Milwaukee City. By far, that was the biggest remaining source of votes in Wisconsin. That's done now. There's a scattering left, perhaps, in Racine County, which I was just talking about a minute ago. City of Racine, Racine County. This is the big thing left now. Now that we have Milwaukee, again, about 30,000 votes. Trump's margin statewide is 40,000. If Trump is declared the winner in Wisconsin, that's 10 electoral votes. He will officially, mathematically, cross the 270 threshold to become mathematically the president-elect. If you bear with me a second, I'm just going to check in and see where exactly vote is left now in Wisconsin. This was a big, big batch of votes that, trust me, we have been waiting hours for in Wisconsin. I think it's clarified the situation. Certainly our decision desk, which is behind the scenes here, you don't see, but certainly they are interpreting this as I speak in real time. And let me just update my chart here of what is still to come in Wisconsin. It's not much. It's that vote in Racine we've been talking about. I think we just got it. I think we just got Racine. Yes, we did. Okay, Racine just came in. This takes you we're pretty much done in Racine County here. There is a boost there. What just came in was Democratic. It was Harris. And there it is, that statewide margin that was sitting at 40. Harris shaves 9,000 off that in what just came in Racine County. So Harris still trailing by more than 30,000 votes. I do want to show you at the same time in the Senate race, this is dramatic. Those two developments were enough to push Tammy Baldwin into the lead. A pretty substantial lead, relatively speaking, in Wisconsin. Tammy Baldwin's now leading by nearly 30,000 votes in the Senate race. Baldwin's been running better than Harris. So those two big updates brought Harris to about 30,000 down. Still a long way for her to go.
Steve Kornacki,
but they
Steve Kornacki, I just have to jump in. And you've been predicting this. We've been waiting for it. And we do have some breaking news from the decision desk. NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House as this country's 47th president. And for so many of you watching right now, that news is, to say the least, a lot to digest. I understand that personally. After he lost 4 years ago, he refused to accept the outcome and incited a violent insurrection on our nation's capital. He's campaigned while facing criminal indictments related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 results, and he's run as a convicted felon. During this campaign, he has also promised to essentially be an authoritarian leader, to use power like no American president ever has before, and wield that power to go after his political enemies. This is a man who's also bragged about overturning Roe v. Wade and stripping away women's bodily autonomy. He's promised to conduct mass deportations to crack down on the rights of millions of Americans. Donald Trump is an anti-democratic force, but he's just been elected democratically in our country. And here's what might be the hardest part to hear, but we have to talk about and we have to say, and it is a hard part to digest for all of us. But we have to be honest about what we saw in this election. Donald Trump was elected by expanding his support over a number of key groups that we've been digging into this night, all night tonight, as we anticipated where this was headed, and I know we're going to dig into it throughout the course of the day today. And there will be a lot of time spent on how and why he won and what this will mean for the country over the next 4 years and beyond. But in this moment, it's also important to remember that our democracy is not built around one person or one job. And I have every confidence that pro-democracy forces in this country will continue to stand up and make their voices heard. That's what we saw after 2016 as well. Some of those voices will be governors, some of them will be elected officials, some will be institutions and organizations standing up for rights and standing up for women's bodily autonomy and standing up for our climate. Some will be citizens, and many of you sitting at home right now digesting this news right now, some of them will be you. I wish I had better news for my daughter later this morning. I know Tim Miller and I were talking about this earlier, when she and so many others wake up to this news. I wish I could have called her and told her that the first woman president had just been elected. I wish that. I won't be able to do that. But what I can do, what I can tell my daughter, and what I will tell my daughter, is that our roles as American citizens have never been more important than they are right now. I can tell her that there are still lots of good forces out there, forces for good in this country, and that they are going to be getting to work.